it was a necessary break. You know, everything happens for a reason. And I think kind of taking some time off the Epstein files was actually good for me. That was getting a little rough, to put it lightly. Hello, Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. How you doing? My name is Grant Spadelis. We got more Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial Sidebahs. But first, roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the Towel. That's it. That's a melody to Funky Town. Hello. How's everybody doing? I hope you had a good dinner. I had a good dinner. I'm back. I got a coffee. It was a latte, actually. Huh. You know, maybe my voice does need a night off. It's getting a little tired. Maybe after tonight I'll sleep. Well, I gotta come back tomorrow. You know, I survived because of y'all. But yeah, I gotta talk a little quieter. I'll turn the gain up. I think my voice is getting tired. I now understand what's like singers mean when they're like, my voice is tired. I never got what that meant before. But it's like if you sing or talk a lot, eventually, like the muscle that facilitates you talking is just like, it takes effort to do this. Won't you let me rebuild? So anyway, I have to keep streaming though. For a number of reasons. One, we got to get through this file. Two, like this is a tough time of the month, so you'd be surprised. If you're your own boss, like, I don't know. You have to think more. Like, you can't just, like, do a routine. You have to, like, keep yourself alive. So anyway, I'm grateful for you. I'm going to talk somewhat quiet. We'll do this, it'll be like a late night radio drive. All right? So buckle in. Enjoy wherever you are out there on the open roads. I imagine most of you are on a couch. Some of you might be at a chair. Some of you might be driving. Maybe you're at work. I'm going to become your friendly sort of neighborhood towel companion. And I'm going to talk like that woman who used to be on the late night radio, Delilah. It's late night with Towel. Now, late night for me is any time after, I don't know, 5 p.m. I don't really see how you all stay up so late. You know, I just think it's one of those things. All right, let me move this. Hold on. Hello, Petty LaBelle. Hello, Jersey girl. As you can hear, my voice is okay, but I'm experimenting with my vocal range. All right, so if you're just tuning in, no distractions, no dilly-dallying, just pure Sidebahs. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, I love Sidebahs. Well, that's good. I, too, like Sidebahs. But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we get a little dilly-dallying sometimes. Hello, Two Happy Squirrels. I love your username. It makes me think of squirrels. And frankly, like, who doesn't love squirrels? Okay, I do have one update for you. So I talked to a man about the towel car. Okay, they're working on it. All right? He has a plan. It's going to be at least, like, a few more days, maybe more. But he has a plan. Okay? There is a plan. I don't know, like, how these people are going to do this plan, but I told him that we had a discussion as a towel family. We're a towel family now. We had a discussion, and we felt that it was a lot, like, for Towel to rent cars. So I was like, you want to fix this? And they're going to work on it. I told them, like, $70 to $80 a day was a lot. And he was like, yeah, that's a good argument. Hello, it's good to see you all. We're going to let people kind of pop in. I got a latte. It's Friday night with Towel. Did you get a latte? Do you have some popcorn? Do you have a snack? Maybe you're relaxing. Listen, like, you know, we kind of ignored the aliens thing. I think we have to talk a little bit about the aliens. You know, just as a peoples. Maybe not today, but, you know, at some point we probably should talk about the aliens. You know, I kind of want to meet the aliens. I want to bring Jersey Girl. Petty LaBelle can come too, and then we'll bring Two Happy Squirrels, but they have to bring 2 squirrels with them. We'll kind of go to the aliens, and we'll be like, you know, we have a nice planet. We're not really ready for intergalactic civilization, but, like, we have a nice planet. And we'll just see, like, if Jersey Girl and Petty LaBelle and Two Happy Squirrels and I can be like, you know, out of all the things that you could do to Earth, you should just leave us alone. Like, we're just nice little happy creatures. You know, we're pretty good representations of Earth, and we'll play them some jazz music. Why jazz music? I don't really know. I just feel like the aliens would like the jazz music. Petty LaBelle's like, I'm down with it. Good. All right, we're so the Earth delegation to the aliens. Now, this isn't really relevant to Sidebahs. It's just we found out there are aliens yesterday. It kind of like came and went. No one really cared. Like, President Trump was just like, yeah, there's aliens. And then people were like, all right, bro, stop trying to distract from the Epstein files. And I was like, guys, listen. I get that the Epstein files are a big deal, but, like, we can walk and talk about aliens at the same time. You know, chew a little bubble gum, do the Epstein files, walk, look at the alien files. I kind of feel like the world was just like, you know, who cares about the aliens? That's really saying something about the impact of the Epstein files. If, like, you're like, listen, bro, to, like, all the people of the world, there are aliens. And the people are just like, yeah, shut up, man. Like, we're trying to pay attention to the Epstein files. Okay, listen, bro, that's a problem. That's like a big problem for the powers that be. That's why they had to arrest Prince Andrew. They tried to drop the alien files, and people were still like, nah, bro, like, no, just absolutely no. Like, we are really just trying to talk about the Epstein files. So they were like, well, shit, man. Like, if even the aliens didn't work, you got to have them arrest Prince Andrew. It's really the only reasonable approach to any of this. So my point is, like, we probably should talk about the aliens just because, like, I don't think it was really rational for, like, the people of the world to just be like, well, you know what? Fuck it. Like, the aliens are real, but, like, the Epstein files, you know? And that's, like, a perfectly reasonable reaction to Savannah Guthrie's mom being kidnapped, you know? Like, just saying, like, listen, we don't really want to focus on that because Epstein files, you know? But, like, if someone comes out and they're like, you know, bro, like there are aliens, like, we kind of have to be like, okay, we'll talk about the aliens, but we'll still talk about Epstein. Like, it kind of rises to that level, you know, like, the aliens are not Savannah Guthrie's mom. Like, Savannah Guthrie's mom, like, here, you know what I'm saying? Aliens, bro, like, I realize the Epstein files are, like, you know, like, up here, right? Savannah Guthrie's mom, Epstein's file. But, like, aliens, I mean, they're at least, like, 90%, like, of where we are. And then Two Happy Squirrel says, your analysis is spot on. We can totally walk and chew on aliens at the same time. Oh, no. Okay, I think my metaphor here has gotten a little mixed. But, okay, the intent was not to eat the aliens, but I totally get where you're going with that metaphor. I just think you should probably not eat them. It's kind of like Peep Bunny Towel. Even though he's a stuffed peep, I tried to, like, ask him if he was edible one time. He got really mad. He was like, you cannot eat me. I'm not an animal or a peep. So I don't think we should eat the aliens. What if Peep Bunny Towel is an alien? I never really thought about that. Anyway, if you're just joining, this is the intro where I'm waiting for people to join. So then I start the Sidebahs, and I don't have to do the Sidebahs like 4 times. We're starting. Oh, I should get you the Sidebah link too. That's kind of like the kickoff to all this. But I also want to thank Jersey Girl for being a super towel. We are doing really good on our weekend towel like donation fund because of Jersey Girl and other super towels. So hello, Mr. Monk's understudy. Yes, Petty LaBelle, listen, if you're telling me that you and Peep Bunny Towel, like, have been talking and Peep Bunny Towel told you about the aliens, I'm not going to, like, deny it, but, like, I have no comment on what Peep Bunny Towel knows about the aliens. Hello, Knae, Nay Taylor, it's very good to see you. All right, we are starting on, let me get you the document. You actually need the link to the Sidebahs, huh? All right, we are starting, ladies and gentlemen, on page 2816. Now, this is a lot of Sidebahs. Apparently, like, the reason I stopped and went and got coffee, well, one, I had to go do things. I didn't really have to get up, but it's snowing, by the way. Did you know it's snowing? I had to go, like, get my coffee after my thing that I had to do. And I went outside, and it was snowing. We're supposed to get a foot of snow. By the way, we're going to get a lot of towel this weekend because we're getting a foot of snow on Sunday night into Monday, so I'm not going anywhere if there's a foot of snow. There's still so much snow on the ground. I don't know where they're going to put the foot of snow, but, you know. No, so someone asked earlier if I could set up the ability to do like an X space. I think it was one of the towel friends from the South. And she said, oh, can I call in or can we arrange that? And I said, I will think about the best way to do that. I thought about maybe doing it tonight, but what I want to do is, like, do that on an X space, I think. So I need to like set that up, and that takes like at least 24 hours of planning. X spaces are not like the way that you think they are, to put it lightly. Like I have to like run the X space on a desktop browser and like broadcast it through the like software. I have to like really think about what's going on. I have to click a lot of buttons. I have to interview different people. I need to like have my voice. So maybe Saturday. All right. You want like maybe Sunday. Maybe when it's snowing, we'll think about it. I also like to throw people off and never let them know when I'm coming. All these other channels are used to like being like, I'm going to stream at this time or this time, like, or put it up ahead of time. Bro, no, I don't let them see when I'm coming. I just kneecap them. I just like throw them all off. Like I'll give them like 15 minutes notice. They got to like react to me. I don't give them no time. But yeah, I will think about it this weekend. Hello. Hi, Cat. Listen, hi, Cat. The 5-hour energy drink. I learned my lesson. It was too much. I couldn't get anything done. I did not like 5-hour energy. Now, listen, I'm trying to like figure out different ways to have caffeine, because just drinking lattes all the time, it's a lot of like coffee. And I thought a 5-hour energy was just like a coffee in a little bottle. It's not. It is not at all. Magic, yes. Well, so Collins, as much as I'd like to say like a Twitter space with Towel is a break for me, it's actually like more cognitive load. Like a break is kind of just scrolling documents. Like a space is like I need to be on and to be like very in the zone. Yeah, Magic 7098. I learned my lesson. Trust me. Does Pete Bunny Towel like the snow? Yes, Mr. Monk's understudy. Now that you ask, I mean, it's kind of funny. But like, so Mr. Monk's understudy, before we get to Sidebahs, asked if Pete Bunny Towel likes the snow. And, you know, I just want to show you this picture because, you know, his name's Pete Bunny Towel. And like, how often do you get something this cool? You ready? Are you ready for this? Now listen, Mr. Monk's understudy. Yeah, a shot of espressos are good. I might try that Petty LaBelle. Mr. Monk's understudy, are you able to handle the cuteness? Are you going through cuteness overload right now? You asked me if Pete Bunny Towel likes the snow. That is a picture. Yes, you are not you are not hallucinating. That is Mr. Pete Bunny Towel himself during the last 3-foot snowstorm or whatever. I took him outside. I didn't want his paws to touch the snow because he'd get like a little wet, you know, and then I'd have to dry him off. So I got him a coat. I got him a Pete Bunny coat, and I laid the coat. I'm a gentle towel. I laid the coat on the snow. Now that's like a foot of snow. That's like a green ruler. That's a foot. So it was in the middle of the snowstorm. I had to put Peep under kind of like the canopy to like keep him safe from the snow. But anyway, I put his little jacket down. He really likes the snow, and I took him out in the snow. And then I sat him down, and then you see that's like a 12-inch ruler. So he's like sitting on a foot of snow. He's kind of just surveying his domain. He's like a feudal Pete Bunny Towel lord. He has a lot of like land. So he just sits there and he's like, wow, this snow's nice. He didn't say anything. I think he was a little baffled by the whole thing. But, you know, he's a stuffed Pete Bunny Towel, so he just does what I want. So I took him outside, and I put him on the porch. And he hung out in the snow. Yeah, he was a very happy Pete Bunny Towel. Yes, Petty LaBelle Chivalry is alive. He got a Pete Bunny Towel coat so his paws didn't get all wet. It's also because he sits on a nightstand near my bed, so he couldn't have like, you know, wetness. It would like get on the nightstand. I had to just make sure he was like dry. So anyway, he does, like Mr. Monk's understudy, it was asked the question, does Pete Bunny like the snow? Yeah, the answer is yes. Like, he made me take him outside, and then I put him, like, he's part of the towel skits, you know, and so he wanted to go see the snow in a skit. So we literally, like, went outside, and I posted it to Twitter. I don't know. He got pretty famous on social media. He got, like, 2,000 views. I mean, it's not as much as the Demon. So, like, I think I shouldn't tell him this. Peep, cover your ears. He's not as famous as the Demon. Okay, the Demon got like 2 million views, bro. You don't understand. But like, you know, like I'm just saying, like Pete Bunny Towel is like pseudo famous. Like he's more famous than like most people on the internet. You know, he got like 2,000 views. That's impressive for him. He was very happy. 3 Clerk Monty, aren't you thrilled? You came in just at the right time. You thought you were going to see Sidebahs. Nope, surprise. That's a stuffed Pete Bunny towel in a snowstorm on a jacket. Now that I think about it, it's a little absurd. How old is Pete Bunny? Oh, goodness. I don't know. I got him for Mother's Day one time, but my mom rejected him. She said he couldn't fit on her shelf. It was kind of hurtful. So I took him in. I adopted him. So I don't know. I used to get her Mother's Day gifts, but she was very unappreciative, so I stopped getting them. She would like just turn them down. So anyway, I don't know. He's like 10 years old, 9 years old, probably like 2017. He's in pretty good shape for an old Pete Bunny towel. He didn't really do anything for the first like 7 years of his life. He just kind of sat on like my big bookshelf. He was kind of like hanging out with the books. And it was like a nice space for him. He was near a window. But then like one day, I don't know if it was Bunny or somebody else was like, Grant, like they were talking about like bunnies. And I was just like, wait a minute. I have a stuffed bunny. And when I went and got him from the shelf and I brought him out, and now he sits next to the bed. He doesn't really go in the bed. I did let him sit on the bed one time, like on the pillow, but I was like, I don't really want him to sleep in the bed. That's a little weird. So I put him on this little like nightstand, and he just kind of sits there. He's like an ever vigilant Pete Bunny towel guardian. If that demon had got in the other day, he would have had to get through me, but really like Pete Bunny towels, just kind of like hanging out. He would have helped me. Is it a puffy jacket? Yeah, I gave him a pretty puffy jacket. It was like the jacket wasn't meant for him to wear. He just like, I didn't want him to put his paws on the snow because he'd be all wet. He's made of fur, like he's a like stuffed Pete Bunny. So I put him on like a jacket. It wasn't really a nice jacket. There was a Canada Goose jacket, but I was like, I shouldn't throw that on the ground. So I threw some other random jacket on the ground. I didn't really care about it. You'd be surprised. I have like 40 million jackets. Like everybody just left this house except for, you know, some other Tao relatives. Tao just keeps an eye on it. There's a lot of shit in the house, like just random shit. So I had this jacket. Anyway, it was not a puffy jacket. All right. We're not having another 5-hour energy night, but I do love Pete Bunny Towel in the snow. I'm going to keep him up on the screen. I'm going to bring him up randomly during the screen and just be like, hello to a random person and be like, want to see Pete Bunny in the snow? All the people over on X must be so baffled because they don't really participate in the comments. So, like, they're just like, why are they talking about this Pete Bunny? Like, where did he come from? Why isn't he reading Sidebahs? Well, I mean, frankly, it was an intro, and I wanted to talk about Pete Bunny Towel. Petty, I don't know whose jacket. I think that was my sister's jacket. It was like right after Christmas, and I think I texted her actually, and I was like, I think you left your jacket. And she was like, that's not my jacket. So I don't know whose jacket it is. I thought it was my sister's jacket. It's kind of a mystery jacket. All right. Needless to say, I did keep the jacket safe. It got a little like snowy, but it's a jacket, so it'll be fine. I don't know. Somebody will come get the jacket eventually, I'm sure. I didn't really like think too much about the jacket. It seemed kind of like cheap. It was not a nice jacket. All right, we have a sidebar. Now remember, they probably think Pete Bunny is code. No, listen to me. People on X, Pete Bunny is an actual stuffed bunny you don't understand. He really exists. That's Pete Bunny Towel. You see him? He is real. I promise you. He is a stuffed Pete Bunny. He's kind of like a mascot of the channel. He hates the communists. All right, so to get you orientated, this is the Sidebahs from the Friday, okay, June 20th. So it's the day after June 19th. That was a holiday in America. Judge Canoni had to correct Alan Jackson because he didn't know June 19th was a holiday. And then he like tried to make up for it. He's a Republican, but like you can tell he's kind of like socially liberal because he kept trying to make up for it by being like, it's June 19th. It's June 19th in the middle of the fucking Sidebahs. And I was like, Alan, don't worry. I understand you now respect the holiday of June 19th. Frankly, I don't think President Trump cares that much or anybody really cares that much. Some people do. But like, he didn't know at first, and Judge Canoni like corrected him, and then every time after that, Alan Jackson would jump in and be like, "Don't forget about June 19th, Juneteenth." Hi, C-Star. In Limonene, I didn't. Wait, are you telling me Attorney Melanie Little went over towel reporting? If anyone gives me a timestamp, we could watch it. We can't watch the whole thing, but we could watch a few minutes. If she's reacting to my footage, she's allowed to use my footage. Anyone's really allowed to use my footage. You just have to give attribution. I release things under a Creative Commons Share and Share Alike 2.0 license. I should disclaim that more. I do put it on most of my content. But anyway, the point is, you can use my content as long as you attribute to me that it is my content. That's the rule. It's a general rule. The only people who ever get in trouble with me are the people who try to use my content without attribution. You can use my content freely in part or in full, but you must attribute it. You cannot modify it without, if you modify it, you must, say that you've modified it, and then you must re-establish that you are attributing it to me. Otherwise, it must be retained in its original form when you share it. Like, you can, zoom, or you can put it as, a full screen or not. But you have to attribute the material to me, and then you're fine. That's the general rule. Somebody used to, crop my shit. People ask me, why do you put watermarks, in the middle of your fucking pictures and videos? Well, we had a problem. Not Melanie Little. Some other people on X were all, they were taking my content, removing the watermark. I think it was Andy Dufresne. I don't remember who, some account. Somebody was doing it maliciously. I forget who it was. And so to troll them, I was like, bro, you need to stop cropping my attribution out of my content. So I just put it on everything. I was like, listen, you want to play that game? Fine. I can't stop you. I'm not going to be like the forensic room and going around ridiculously copyright striking people. If you use my content without attribution, I will retaliate by just putting a watermark on everything I ever do forevermore. And then when people complain about it, I'm going to tell them it was your fault. She called you smarter than Robert Cosgrove. She said, go give Grant a follow. Oh, I love that. That's so nice. And she said, I'm doing the Lord's work. That's wonderful. I am thrilled. Super Obama's like, oh no, we got to talk about the aliens. Yes, President Trump said there were aliens and the world just didn't care. They were just like, we don't really care about the aliens. She said I was smarter than everyone. Oh, goodness. Listen. I was not ready for that one. Thought she was going to say, I did a good job, but Christina Rex is a super towel. I didn't know she was going to proclaim me to be the smart one. I'm just a little towel. I casually kneecapped rhetorically Robert Cosgrove with the question about, what word did I use again? Oh, possessory interest. He looked at me baffled. Then I, went for the kneecap. I was like, isn't the possessory interest, controlling, what word did I use? I think I said overriding. And then he just kind of mumbled and was like, guffaw, how dare you, sir? And I was like, I gotcha. It was kind of funny. I had to say 3 words. Well, 5 words across 2 questions. One question was 2 words, one question was 3 words, but it was a repeat of the first 2 words and then one more word. And then this man was just like, you have beaten me. I am in checkmate. He didn't say that, but that was basically his reaction. Oh my goodness. It's Bunny. Oh, Bunny, how are you doing? So, hold on. Now, there's only one way Peep Bunny Towel actually makes an appearance. Peep, come here. All right, hold on. Now, you can get Peep Bunny Towel to make an appearance a few ways. One, by being named Bunny. So this is Peep. See, he's real. I showed them the picture of Peep in the snow. Yeah. So here's the problem. We do educate, inform, and entertain here. And sometimes when people start chatting about bunnies, I get a little excited. And we do some Monty Python skits just as a disclaimer. And this is Peep Bunny Towel. He's kind of mad that I'm saying he's a Monty Python skit. But anyway, the point is, he hates the commies. And, he just shows up, and sometimes Bunny just goes crazy. I think, Bunny dog, he's a really nice dog. I forgot, oh my goodness, Bunny, I forgot his name again. I don't know how this happened, Bunny. I really have to commit his name to memory. It's because we don't talk about doggos as much anymore. I know Allie's dog is Roo. But anyway, my point is that Bunny in the chat, whenever Bunny shows up, sometimes if I'm in the mood, I'll go get Peep. And he doesn't like the communists, but he loves Bunny very much. Yes, Peep, Peep is real. It's true. Yes, Kofi. Oh, that's right. All right, Bunny, I have to play the word association game. Remember, Bunny's dog, all right, Pete, Bunny's dog is Kofi. And Kofi is Mr., the guy at the library, the guy who was the guy's dad. So that's Kofi's dad who I worked with. So just remember, Bunny's dog, associate him with the guy from the library who was the dad of the WWF guy. That's who the dog's named after. He won the WWF title. His name's Kofi. Kofi Kingston, but that's not his real name. I know his real name, but I won't share it. So anyway, everybody loves Peep, yes. Now you are... Peep is a real bunny. Hashtag Peep is a real bunny, says Miss Upper Thigh. Now listen. I guess I'm an upper thigh towel then. By all means, you could be any kind of towel you want. I still think it's hilarious that Petty was like, Peep is real. Yes, hi, Lynn. We were missing you earlier, Lynn. I hope you had a wonderful day. I'm a towel. Yeah, so anyway, when Lynn, you're wonderful. When Bunny shows up, occasionally Pete Bunny Towel comes over and he rants about the commies, and he's just my general protector. Like he's the Lord Pete Bunny Towel. He just kind of looks out on his domain and he protects Tao. I mean, he doesn't really do anything. I mean, he kind of is just an inanimate object. That is a Pete Bunny Towel. But he's kind of fun. All right. That's what I'm saying. You could be, and my dogs are Ernie and Ray. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to keep a list. All right, so let me make a list. So, all right, I got this. Bunny's dog equals Kofi from WWF. Okay, he's a wrestler. And then Petty's dogs are Ernie and Ray. They are poodles, the little doggos that are fluffy. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm making a list. Yes, you tell me your pets' names. I mean, this is going to extend our streams. I'm going to have to take some time here. But you tell me your pets' names. I'll make notes of them. I'll keep a whole list. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll just cross-reference my pet list, you know. That's what we need more of on YouTube. Like, everyone's got to know all their subscribers' dogs and cats and birds and various other animals. I'm a little concerned that some of you are going to own, like, elephants and stuff, and I'm going to have questions. But, you know, if you have an elephant, I'm willing to remember its name. All right. And then I got Miss Upper Thigh. Yes, Peep does make people smile. Miss Upper Thigh's dogs are named KJ. Hello, KJ. How you doing? KJ's a pit and a dachshund mix. And Sophie. Hello, Sophie is a Shih Tzu. My Nana had a Shih Tzu at one point. It is very nice to meet you. So I'd like to say hello to Ernie and Ray. How you doing? They are poodles. They're probably a little confused because they're poodles and they're being talked to by the man on the TV. Then I'll say hello to Kofi. He knows me. He likes to hang out by the TV when I'm talking. So how you doing, Kofi? That's Bunny's dog. And then I will say hello to Miss Upper Thigh, and their dogs are named KJ, who is a pit and dachshund mix. How you doing, KJ? Are you being all nice and friendly tonight? I hope so. And then Sophie, who knows KJ. Sophie's probably a little confused because she's a Shih Tzu, and I don't think she's used to the TV talking to her. But anyway, how you doing, Sophie? None yet. I know you're under deep cover. You can't tell us your pet's name. And Lynn Britton's like, no one told me elephants were a possibility. And by the way, yes, like if your pet's name would give away your identity that you don't want given away, don't say your pet's name. Make up a name for them and we'll just call them that name. But also, like, yes, pet names are adorable. Oh, Ambush. So A-M-B-S-H. So Besh, it might be Amb. So we're going to go with Amb. You tell me how to pronounce your name phonetically. And Lola is Amb's pit bull. Hello, Lola, how you doing? And hello, Dixie, who is a Great Dane, and Sagan, who is a bully pit. So first of all, Lola is probably looking around like, did the TV just say my name? And then Dixie's like, wait a minute. That person didn't just say Lola's name, they said Dixie, and then they also said Sagan, who's a bully pit. and then Sagan, they're all just probably looking around like, I'm pretty sure the TV man is talking about us. But they're dogs, so they're like, I don't know what to do about this situation. You know, like, they can't really do very much, but they don't get talked about on the TV, you know? So they have to kind of have a meeting. They're going to be like, listen, do we have to, like, do anything? And, like, or is that just TV just, like, talking about us? And they'll probably be like, no, we don't have to do anything. I think it's meant to be, like the humans' way of, like, saying that they, like, love us by remembering our names. And they're going to be like, I don't really understand the whole concept of a TV. Like, that's going to basically be the dog meeting. So... Hello, Standing Stones. Listen, yes, of course, cats are allowed. Hi, cat, appropriate username. We're having a bit of a introductory session before we begin our sidebars. We're talking about people's pets. They're telling me their names of their pets if they want to, if it won't identify them, or they're making up names of pets. And I think Lynn is just going to tell me she owns an elephant when she doesn't, just to see if it will become a reality. She wants penguins and elephants. You know, she likes animals. Okay. Oh, we have a lot of pets here. So, Robin J's pet is an orange tabby cat named Cricket. How are you doing, Cricket? I don't know if cats speak TV. I think Cricket probably understands that, like, we're talking about Cricket. But, you know, I don't know if cats speak TV the same way that doggos speak TV. But, yeah. Nicola Cox is Lua Buna. I don't know. So, hello, Luabuna. Are you a dog? If you're a dog, it's very nice to meet you. I mean, I don't know what you do. I hope you have a very nice life with Nicola. Luna, my Luna Buna. I don't know what you and Nicola do, but I'm sure it's really fun, and it's very nice to meet you. Yes, I like a lot of pets. You do have a good time feeding the pups outside. You have fun, Miss Upper Thigh. And I'm going to wait for a hi cat, but obviously Bunny says they're playing with a feral cat. They're trying to befriend a cat. That's nice. Oh, Luna Buna. My Luna Buna is Nicola's kitty. Well, it is very nice to meet you. I am a Tao. My name's Grant. I hope you're a wonderful kitty. That's Aaron. It's so good to see you. Yes, absolutely. Once we get to the end of this document, Lynn is going to have a penguin. Now, I don't know. I think Emily C is going to have to be brought into this equation. I don't really just like have penguins. Emily C has this like connect with the animals. I don't really understand how it all works. She just has a lot of animal friends. I think you just like call the zookeeper. I don't know. She either like knows a zookeeper or she is a zookeeper or she just like speaks to animals. But the point is we're going to get Emily C involved in this because otherwise I don't really think we can get a penguin. We can talk to Boozy Beauty, who is actually Baguette Beauty now. She's the president of France and she's 400 feet tall. We can talk to her, but I don't think she has any penguins. Like, if we're going to, like, Kyle has goats, but those aren't penguins. So if we're going to actually get penguins for Lynn, like, we got to talk to Emily C. And frankly, I don't really understand how she got the penguins to begin with. I didn't ask too many questions. Like, you just show up around Emily C. She's got, like, various type of, like, aquarium-based, water-based animals. It's kind of like a Pokemon trainer who has a gym that's like a water gym. You show up, she just has all these animals around. And they're all water-based. It's a little perplexing. There's like an octopus. Where she got an octopus? It's like with the penguin. You start asking too many questions about where Emily C gets these animals, and then it just turns into this like conflagration. And then you find out about the submarines. Then it's like talking about like underwater explorations, and then eventually you get to the aliens. We don't have time to go down that like rabbit hole. I just want a penguin for Lynn. So. All right. I'm thrilled, Nicola, that you and the kitty talk. Let's do our sidebahs. I think people are ready for sidebahs. Yes. So listen, Emily C is wonderful for lots of reasons. Like, I don't mean to say like Emily C doesn't have other wonderful qualities. She does. She makes fun videos. She does like, you know, drama free. She's like a towel, I think, you know, secretly. Maybe she's openly a towel. I think she said that before. The point is, it's like specifically her knowledge of like aquatic marine animals, and in particular like the subgenus of penguins that I'm interested in, because I want to give Lynn a penguin. I don't really want a penguin. I just want Lynn to have one. So we got to talk to Emily C. She's the only one who knows how to get a penguin. I'm sure there are lots of penguins in the world, but like, I'm not just collecting one. I think that's illegal. There's probably some treaty about it. Like, you can't just gather penguins from Antarctica and give them to Lynn. Damn it. I'll tell you, there are too many regulations if I can't just go collect a penguin. You want to talk about cutting red tape? I should be able to go to Antarctica and just select a penguin. Why is that not legal? But seriously, no, it's like very illegal to land a plane on Antarctica. Some guy got like in serious trouble for it. Like, I don't know what court prosecutes in like a penguin-based fucking court. But like, bro, you cannot land a plane in Antarctica. Like, forget about grabbing a fucking penguin. If you're not on like a C-130 coming from Christchurch, I'm pretty sure like the F-45s or whatever like scramble when you get anywhere near Antarctica. So I don't know, like, what is our plan to infiltrate the ice sheet? Aaron. Bizarre bitch, I'm glad you like my laughter. Okay, but Aaron, listen. Before we can just like get Lynn this penguin, now we have like 50 people involved in this. We have to like think a little bit about this. We either have to like go to Maduro Station, like in Antarctica, under cover of being a scientist, and then like escape and then steal the penguin and go back on the military plane to Christchurch. Otherwise, like, you can't take a boat there. Like, the biggest icebreaker in Finland is not going to get you to fucking Antarctica, bro. I'm not going to Antarctica on a boat. Like, if we're going to do this, we're taking a plane. The problem is, I looked up this case one time where this dude, like, flew a plane over Antarctica and got in a lot of trouble. No, listen, okay, fine. We're going to have to learn about this. Man lands on Antarctica and gets arrested. Okay, this actually happened. I just want to read the Sidebahs. All right, it's Friday night with Towel. Okay, but listen. The man's name was Ethan Guo. Okay, and you can't just, like, fly to Antarctica, bro. Okay? It turns out that's, like, extremely illegal. So I have this article from the BBC, and they're British, you know what I'm saying? So, like, take it with a grain of salt, because, you know, they used to, like, try to own us. But, like, I just want you to listen to this story about the man who, like, you cannot fly to Antarctica without permission. There's some, like, global treaty that says, like, if you land a plane on Antarctica and you don't have permission, you get arrested. Now, again, I don't know who arrested this man. It's Antarctica. So, like, I don't fucking know why there's a church there. Maybe for the penguins. But my point is, okay, so this is going to be our reconnaissance work. If we're going to get to Antarctica, this is clearly a skit, disclaimer. If we're going to get to Antarctica, which is illegal, you cannot just go there. Here's what we're kind of like looking at. You could kind of like breach Antarctica by boat if you get close enough. And then, but you kind of like, it's just immediately like ice, bro. You're not really like getting very far. And it doesn't look like there's any penguins like around the humans. Alright, so I made the mistake of reading Bizarre Biatch's comment. I just was trying to explain that the British used to own the Crown Colonies. But anyway, my point is, if we're going to invade Antarctica to get a penguin for Lynn, you don't understand how much effort we're going to put in to get you this penguin. So anyway, if we're going to get Lynn her penguin, first of all, like, I think we have to bring Emily C in to kind of like scout the area. She's going to be the recon. We're just going to send her in trial channel in a plane and see what happens. I feel like trial channel could figure it out. Just send both of them towards Antarctica in a plane. You can call them... No, I don't want to say Amelia Earhart. You can call them the better version of Amelia Earhart, who actually made it. Okay, so we send them to Antarctica in the plane. They do the recon. Okay, now their goal is to figure out, like, the penguins are not right here. They are somewhere in Antarctica, but they're going to be a little more inland than here. Therefore, we have to fly a plane. Now, here is the problem with this whole situation. I did my research. I just happen to know about this case because I have an encyclopedic knowledge of all human history. So anyway, this guy, right, like Ethan Guo, he wanted to go to Antarctica. I don't know if he wanted to see the penguins, but like we should not replicate his plan. Like I cannot emphasize this enough. If we're going to get Lynn her penguin, we cannot just fucking fly there. Like, we have to think ahead of time. You can fly over it, bro. You cannot land on it. This dude was okay until he fucking landed on Antarctica. Now, here's the problem. Like, if we can't land the plane on Antarctica, how the fuck are we supposed to get the penguin onto the plane? Right? You know what I'm saying? Do we skyhook the fucking penguin? Like, you know, the CIA skyhook thing, you, like, throw a line up in the air and it, like, picks them up really quick. How do we teach the penguins how to operate the skyhook? Like, there's no... We could use, like, a giant claw, like the cargo bob from Grand Theft Auto. You fly over it. You go down. It's like a claw game for penguins, and you just scoop the penguin up. Anyway, here's why you can't fly to Antarctica. Like, we cannot do this. There's lots of effective ways to do this. Flying to Antarctica is not one of them, okay?
Charges dropped against teen pilot detained in Antarctica. King George Island is the largest of the South Shetland Islands, located off the coast of Antarctica. Charges against an American influencer and teen pilot who has been stranded on a remote island in the Antarctic since June have been dropped. Ethan Guo, 19, is alleged to have illegally landed his plane in Chilean territory after embarking on a solo trip to all 7 continents to raise money for cancer research, according to local authorities. They accused him of providing false flight plan information to officials who detained him and opened an investigation. A judge has ordered him to leave the area, pay a $30,000 £22,332 donation to a children's cancer foundation, and is banned from re-entering Chilean territory for 3 years. Mr. Guo made headlines last year when he began an attempt to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents and collect donations for research into childhood cancer. Having already visited 6 of 7 continents, in June he flew his small Cessna 182Q aircraft from the city of Punta Arenas, near the southernmost point of Chile, to King George Island off the Atlantic coast, which is claimed by Chile and named after the UK's King George III. He was taken into custody after landing on the island, which is home to a number of international research stations and their staff. Authorities said he submitted a plan to fly over Punta Arenas, but not beyond that, according to CBS News, the BBC's US partner. He was charged on the 29th of June with allegedly handing false information to ground control and landing without authorization, but these were dropped by a judge on Monday. I remain in Antarctica awaiting approval for my departure flight, Mr. Guo told the Associated Press, AP, news agency following the judge's ruling on Monday. I sincerely hope they give it to me soon so that I and my plane can continue with my original mission. Mr. Guo has been staying at a military base on the island for the last 6 weeks, AP reported. He was told he could travel to other parts of Chile, but because of frigid temperatures was unable to leave the island, it added. Mr. Guo is hoping to become the first pilot to complete solo flights across all 7 continents in the Cessna aircraft, and has already spent 140 days in the air on his travels. He decided to raise money for cancer research after his cousin was diagnosed with cancer. He is aiming to raise $1 million for cancer research at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay. So, a few things. One, that's really nice of him to do. God bless that man. But the other thing is, okay, just for our purposes, okay, if this man, who's doing a really good thing for kids with cancer, like, come on now, he's raising money for kids with cancer. If even he could not go to Antarctica, I'm telling you, brother, they're not going to let us go to Antarctica. Like, this is going to be really difficult. Like, I've thought about this a lot now, like, especially with the knowledge. The man, his brother got cancer. He just wants to fly. Like, it's a simple thing. You know, some people want Greenland, the Dallas Cowboys. Some people want to make Clark Margaret the Commerce Secretary. You don't understand. This man just wanted to fly to all 7 continents. Is it really that much to ask? and the Chilean government arrested him. You don't understand. Island Girl OG, you didn't really miss very much. So basically, Lynn wants from chat, wants a penguin. And, I've started to think about the practical reality. Outside of, asking Emily C. to give us a penguin, I started thinking about the practical reality of getting Lynn a penguin. And it turns out, after some extensive Tao research, which really involved just me, thinking about how to get a penguin, I have determined that we cannot go to Antarctica. It is apparently very illegal. I don't understand why. It makes me wonder what's in Antarctica. You just can't go there. So I don't know how we're going to get her a penguin. Three Clerk Monty, if you tell me that Jeffrey Epstein went to Antarctica, I'm going to freak out. Oh no. Oh no. He did not get the penguins. How did this man get the penguins? Oh, what have you done? What have you done, Jeffrey Epstein? He did not go to Antarctica. No, he did not. Oh my goodness. Did he actually go to Antarctica? They went to Antarctica? You can't just be going to fucking Antarctica. Oh my goodness. They went to Antarctica. Oh my God, they fucking went to Antarctica. Oh my God, Lynn. Lynn. Oh no. Lynn, listen, we have to talk. Lynn, I think I found out what happened to the penguins. Oh no. Lynn, you don't understand. Epstein got the penguins. Oh, damn it. Three Clerk Monty. Oh no, Three Clerk Monty, what have you done? What have you done? Oh no, I just wanted to research penguins. Oh, what have you done? Oh no. Oh no, you don't understand. You don't understand. You can't just be going to fucking Antarctica. Bro, that's not cool. They just let Jeffrey Epstein go to Antarctica. He was a sex offender. Oh no, you can't. Lynn, Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak, the former PM of Israel, and Lawrence Krauss, they went to Antarctica. Now let me tell you what they did. They went with the Origins project director Lawrence Krauss for an exclusive 10-day cruise to Antarctica aboard the luxurious Silver Explorer. They experienced Antarctica with the Origin Project's expedition cruise, and they discovered a frosted wilderness of glistening white. Our Antarctic cruise will transport you to the wonders of this surreal landscape. Marvel at calving glaciers. See iceberg sculptures like enormous works of avant enormous works of avant-garde art. Visit historic whaling sites. From seeing seals sunbathing on slow-moving ice floes to hearing the calls of penguins, damn it, by the thousands, astounding animal encounters found nowhere else on Earth are yours to experience with the Origins Project. Krauss, also foundation professor in physics at the School of Earth and Applied Space Exploration at ASU, will lead you on trips throughout space and time as our ships explore the beauty of this southern continent. Topics covered will include science at the South Pole, what we're learning about today's biggest telescopes, and what the Antarctic is telling us about climate change. No. I mean, it's public. Is it still up? Oh, they took that shit down? They took that shit down? Oh, I bet it's on the Wayback Machine, though. How dare you? How dare you? What the fuck, bro? Bro, what the fuck? Ice sculptures? What the fuck you talking about? Ice sculptures. Penguins? I mean, the penguins are the least of our worries. Wayback Machine. Let me see if I can find this link. It might be saved. Because they're kind of dumb. They probably didn't run a script to stop the scrape. Because they're dumb. Show me the money. Yeah, they dumb. They dumb as fuck, bruh. Yo, how you gonna be an educational institution and be dumb? Don't you get paid to not be dumb? That's what the page looked like on September 7, 2015. Oh, dude. So, how about the... Oh. How about it... How about, let's see if the brochure is saved. Hey, nice. FUASU. You think you're so smart? All this shit is still up. Because you suck. Hey, this is the exact trip that Epstein was on. Hey! Winner, winner. Wait a minute. December 12th through 2nd. Is this the same trip? Do. Yep. Money. Winner, winner. All right. So does it change? Does the internal description for the rich people differ from what they said in the public brochure? Let's find out. Well, we're doing Epstein after all. Lynn, all I'm saying is you saved our life. Wait a minute. There's nothing about fucking ice sculptures, bro. Oh, yeah, there are. It's just a copy of this. Wait a minute. He charged for this? Oh, bro, they got to return all this money. They got to return all this money. Yeah. They got to return the money. Well, it doesn't look like Epstein went. He just coordinated Barack going. Krause definitely went. Yeah. Three Clerk Monte. Lynn, all because of the penguins. I love the penguins. Alright, Krause went, huh? Oh, that's what the thing for sharing a meal was. I don't think a meal was just food. Yep, well, they were definitely in Antarctica. So I guess Jeffrey didn't go with him. But, like, he coordinated it. And they took this down. But, like, it was up. This is the trip. That's the boat. There's a beauty salon, a fitness center, a library, observation lounge, a theater. You can have a grand suite, 618 square feet, a silver suite, a medallion suite, or just a cabin. Dude, this is about making money. Dude, they privatized access to Antarctica. Trip insurance. Wow. That's not a good thing. A lot of sick stuff in here. I mean, there's... Like, they were public about this, but, like... Just feel like Epstein's involvement makes it, like, really strange. Like, what is down there? What are they doing in Antarctica? Why are they privatizing access to it? It is a lot. Alright, Sidebahs. Is it all inclusive? I would imagine so, Petty. Let's check. If you buy the owner's suite, you get like a vanity, bathroom amenities, flat screens, afternoon canapes. I don't know what a canapé is actually, bro, so I'm not like I was around money growing up, but I don't know what a fucking canapé is, bro. It sounds like a fucking aperitif, like a fucking like pre-dinner drink. Dinner at the officer's table is included, and you also get 5 hours of internet with the best package, and 2 hours of worldwide phone use from your suite per voyage segment. Very similar on offer at the Grand Suite. It looks like it's almost the exact same. The only difference is laundry, dry cleaning, espresso. It's actually the exact same. The Grand Suite and the Owner's Suite are exactly the same. You just get a little more space in the Owner's Suite. And if we look at kind of the room layout here, it looks like the Owner's Suites are in teal and that. So which ones are these? Where are these Owner's Suites? We're looking for like dark green and like that. So which desk are they on? It's actually kind of like hard to find them. Where is the Owner's Suite? Oh, it's all the way up here. It's on the 7th deck, and it is facing the back. It looks like it's facing backwards. So why is the Grand Suite? So it looks like this one, even though it looks like the Owner's Suite is bigger, like the Grand Suite is actually like preferable. Like the Owner's Suite is right next to, it looks like it's right next to the viewing deck. So it goes like Owner's Suite and then Medallion Suite. But like the one that people would want, it looks like, is 701, which is the Grand Suite. And so like this one looks like it's a little bigger, which doesn't really make sense because like these ones are bigger. So I'm a little bit confused about how this is labeled. Because like by this designator, like the Grand Suite should be the biggest one. Excuse me, the Owner's Suite should be the biggest one, which is 728 square feet. And like by size, that is room 700. So like something doesn't make sense about this. I think this is an error. Like, how are you going to make an error in a document like this? Like, the Owner's Suite is the biggest one, so it's clearly, like, this color gray. And then the Grand Suite, it looks like, is the second biggest, so that's going to be 704 and 705, and that's not green, that is gray. And then the Medallion Suites are light blue. That's the only color that's right. So these colors are swapped in this. How are you going to make that kind of error, bro? Like, quality control, man. Do I just have to, like, check everything on the internet everywhere? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just wanted to look at this, and I was interested, and they made a fucking error, bro. Like, this is just... I know, Hi Cat, I know. But, like, come on. The reason I'm so good at sidebars is I'm meticulous. And, like, you know how James Joyce wrote Finnegan's Wake? Well, like, I just read, like, documents and I find obtuse errors, and that's how I get really good at it. All right, sidebars. Let's do it. Although, you know, in my defense, an hour introduction about penguins, like, it's not the most, like, off thing ever. All right, actual sidebar time. I'm ready. We are starting on page 2818. Remember, this is Friday. It's just after the voir dires of the two experts from ARCA, Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf, and then also Dr. Russell's voir dire. Now, Alan Jackson was, like, offended at the concept of Dr. Russell even having to do a voir dire. So, like, this could be an intense sidebar, but just to get you orientated. Sidebar. All right, we're finally ready. The court, good morning. Mr. Yannetti, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Lally on Tuesday provided basically a list and the documents that he intends to introduce or use through Trooper Garino. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, there's one entry in particular that we are objecting to. The court, do you have it with you? Why don't you grab it? Mr. Yannetti, he has it. I'll just get my reading glasses up here. The court, okay, maybe you keep them in your pocket. Typo. Pocket is not an item. A pocket is not a thing. Now, let me go back to my last comment. I haven't commented in a while. Where's the sidebar link? When was my comment? I thought I commented recently. No, dear word. Oh, dear God. All right. Here's your sidebar link. I'm going to pin it to the top. We have a typo. It's on page 2819. I have to keep track of these typos. Typo, page 2819. There should be a typo bounty program. There's not. Line 13 should say pocket. All right, let's go. All right, Mr. Yannetti, I should, yes, but then they'd get crushed, Your Honor. Dude, gem right off the bat. Right off the bat. Absolute gem. I present to you the following exchange between David Yannetti and Judge Cannoni. Sorry, Peep. I got to post something. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the following sidebar exchange between Judge Cannoni and David Yannetti. I should have called him Lawyer of the Year, David Yannetti, but that's a little bit gratuitous. I'm not even commenting on this. I'm just going to post this verbatim, and you all can talk about it. That's hilarious. And there's a typo, which makes it even better. At least Mr. Yannetti's name is spelled right in this one. In the previous transcript, they kept spelling Yannetti's name wrong. Mr. Yannetti as like Mr. Yanetti. It got really annoying. There was thousands of typos. Like Control F, bro. Control F. Find and replace. That was a pretty good way to start off our sidebars. I mean, like, you always never know. They could just be, like, talking about what they're going to do tomorrow, and then just out of nowhere you get, like, Mr. Yannetti, can you bring your glasses? Well, yeah, let me get them. Why don't you keep them with you? Your Honor, they would get crushed. Judge just fucking moves on. It's absurd. It is absolutely absurd. I just want to be very clear. Like, you're not, like, losing your mind. That's just a ridiculous way for Judge Cannoni to respond. Like, at least be like, oh, that's a good point, counsel. She's just like, screw you. I mean, it's actually, like, ridiculous. Like, I'm telling you, Judge Cannoni hated the defense. Even David Yannetti, who you're, like, supposed to be nice to if you're a judge, she's just like, I don't care. I've got a typo on my screen. Oh boy. I do. I love it. Listen, hi Cat, I am all about it. You found a towel typo. You should get a towel typo bounty. Oh my goodness. You don't understand. Hi, Cat found a towel typo. Hi, Cat. Excellent job. I'm very proud of you. You can't be the smartest person in the room. Do you understand? If I'm the smartest person in the room, I can't be any better than myself. You're smarter than me. You found a towel typo. Good job. I'm very thrilled. Oh. New York is the only place where penguins and polar bears live next to each other. Oh, all right. So I guess Lynn has to go to New York. All right. Thank you for finding that typo. All right, back to... I just can't believe it. We get like 2 lines in. It's absurd already. Mr. Monk's understudy is like, I think Judge Cannoni was just starstruck. Like, yeah, I think Judge Cannoni was a little bit protective of... Now that I've seen the sidebars, I think Judge Cannoni was a little protective of very specific witnesses, like certain state police witnesses, like certain McCabe's and Alberts. Like, it's one thing to speculate on it based on her tone in open court, which she's trying to like kind of like hedge. This is different. This is like seeing the raw, like, I am mad at you, Mr. Yannetti, and I don't like that you're asking questions of certain people that you shouldn't be. Now, the glasses thing has nothing to do with that, but that's the tone. All right. The court. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you tell me what this is? Mr. Lally, well, Your Honor, essentially, the court, you need to keep your voice up. Mr. Lally, sure. The court, especially flipping the pages near the microphone. It drives the court reporter crazy. Mr. Lally, no, my apologies. Your Honor, what this is part of the extraction report from the defendant's phone with a web search history. In particular, there are web searches that the defendant does at 1 p.m. on the 29th in respect to the one in particular that I'm looking for is essentially DUI lawyers near me. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so what I had done is I sent this to counsel into the court just to flag it because I wanted to avoid a lengthy sidebar conference with the jury in the room, understanding that I think it's admissible. I think it goes, as far as what the court has to consider is whether it's more probative and overly prejudicial than overly prejudicial. And that's a 401, 403 balancing test. And assuming that counsel would object to it, I just wanted to raise it for the court before we got to this point. We're going to find out that Karen only did this search, which Kate Peter tried to manipulate people about. Karen only did this search because Michael Proctor called her. Proctor called her at like 1:04, being like, I'm coming over to your house. And then the only thing Karen searched after that was DUI lawyer, which is actually incredibly strong evidence for Karen, because what it shows is that, like, even when she got called by Proctor, the only thing in Karen's mind was like, oh shit, I was drunk driving. She didn't Google, like, homicide lawyer. She didn't Google anything else. Literally, DUI lawyer. Do you realize, like, when that was presented to me, people asked me why I was so propagandized. Bro, I was told that, like, she just, like, sua sponte was Googling for DUI lawyer, like, right that day. Just on her own. And then I was told she, like, confessed to one of the lawyers or something. Like, they were propagandizing me. And they were like, what they were doing is like a modified limited hangout. They would like take information, the state, and then like hand it to Kate Peter or somebody else. And like they would have like their minions go out and like tell all the influencers who were talking about the case that were on the state side, like, oh, did you know Karen like said, like, we can't show it to you, it's in the files, but like Karen apparently like Googled a DUI lawyer that afternoon. Then what they don't tell you, because it's a modified limited hangout, is that Proctor had called her 5 minutes earlier. That's how I got manipulated. I'm telling you. Hello, Sue, Rhode Island. It's so good to see you. Free the First Amendment. I love your username. Free the First Amendment is like, you should check out caffeine pills. We'll try it. If it's better than 5 Hour Energy, I'll try it. I did not like 5 Hour Energy. Too much physical energy. But my point is, listen, you have all, like, a lot of you have asked a similar version of the same question. Like, we have listened to your brain grant now for a very long time. How is it possible that even you got, like, manipulated by these people? Well, I'm telling you, this is how. 10 seconds. I'm telling you how. Sorry, I was playing my own voice in the background so my headphones wouldn't go off. This is how. Like, think about if you were presented out of context for years. Karen Googled, like, DUI lawyer, sua sponte, in the afternoon on 1/29/2022. Like, that's incredibly damning. But if you're then told, oh yeah, so like the actual truth is like Proctor called her at 1:04 and then she Googled DUI lawyer 5 minutes later. Okay, I was lied to. Like, she did not just like Google DUI lawyer. Proctor called her, and what looks damning out of context, which is like the state's whole like approach to this, like, which is why I think now was so manipulative. What looks damning out of context is actually like very beneficial to Karen, because what it shows is that when Proctor called her, she Googled DUI lawyer. The only thing on her mind was, oh, I was drunk driving. I mean, it's wild. It's wild that they presented that to me as, I'm talking about the state's propaganda people. Oh, Karen Googled DUI lawyer on her own out of nowhere. And how would I know any differently? I mean, until this stuff started to come out. Because it was all at Sidebahs. The illusion has fallen. All the world's a stage, and I burned half of it down. Rhetorically. It's like that mission in The Witcher. If you've ever played The Witcher, bro, that's such a good game. The Witcher 3 specifically. There's this mission where you have to go like infiltrate a theater company and then like take them all down. It's really fun. And like that's what I did. I infiltrated the world's theater company and I burned half of it down while making Shakespeare references for fun throughout. Mostly James Joyce though. Shakespeare's okay. Joyce is better. Joyce is kind of pompous like Nietzsche, though. It can't be accessible writing, but because he's such a pretentious douche, it's hard to actually read Finnegan's Wake. Like, he was too douchey about it. Like, Nietzsche listened to too much fucking Wagner. Bro, you can't help the working class, or any class, understand industrialism if you're fucking encoding it in, like, epic operas. You can't do that. Nobody understands. Too esoteric. It's good philosophy, not good, like, practical political philosophy. Gotta be direct with the people. Alright. So the point is, I already know where this is going, and I already just want to point out, because I'm going to do a write-up of this, that, like, this is a perfect example of how I was manipulated by the state's people because of how the state, like, intentionally, I think, leaked, well, the Norfolk DA's office information out of context to make Karen look like guilty. You know what I'm saying? I could take some vitamin B1. Standing Stone, we just got to, like, sit down for, like, coffee, you know, and you can, like, tell me what I should do and I'll listen to you. Just don't poison me, you know. We got to meet at, like, a public place. I got to feel the vibe. But I think Standing Stones is cool. My one request is not to poison me. All right, here we go. Mr. Lally. So what I had done is I had sent this to counsel and to the court just to flag it because I wanted to avoid a lengthy sidebar. Oh, we already said this. With the jury in the room, understanding that I think it's admissible, whether it's more probative. Just wanted to raise it for the court before we got to this point. The court, I appreciate that. What's your objection? Mr. Yannetti, so my objection, Your Honor, is in part based on the timing of this search, because no such search was done until she received a phone call from Trooper Michael Proctor. Once she received a phone call from the state police, she didn't Google criminal defense attorneys or murder defense attorneys or homicide. Hey! Dude, listen to me. I promise you, I have not read this. Who's saying this? Is this Yannetti? Hold on. I just want, listen, I swear, I'm a Tao God, and I don't do that very often, but on everything I believe, I did not read that argument. I didn't know what he was going to argue. I had no idea what he was going to say. I knew, like when I said I knew about the context, someone had posted on Twitter a statement that Karen had gotten a call 5 minutes before. I had no idea. Yannetti made the argument that, like, it showed she didn't Google certain things. Like, I didn't know that. That's very cool. I feel really smart. I feel so smart. I've never felt this smart. Mr. Yannetti's really smart. He's very, very smart. So I made the right argument. I feel so smart. I did it. So, like, I would have made the right argument at Sidebahs. You know what I'm saying? I would have made the right argument. I would have done a good job. Mr. Unetti would be like, good job, Mr. Towel. That is what I would have said, little towel. See, I'm a little towel compared to Mr. Unetti. He's a big towel. He probably identifies as a towel. Some kind of fabric. We'll have to ask him. I bet if you asked him if he identifies as a towel, he'd be like, I don't know about a towel, but like maybe some kind of fine linen. Call from the state police. She didn't Google criminal defense attorney or murder defense attorney or homicide defense attorney. She Googled DUI defense attorneys after having heard from the police. It did not lead to her hiring me. She didn't find me in that search, and it was only done after she got contact from the police, which you got a call from the state police. Not only is it your right to be represented, but anyone with have a brain would. The court, I'm familiar. Mr. Unetti, of course. The Judge Canoni was a defense attorney. The court, all right, so I'm going to keep it out in your case in chief. Miss McLaughlin, Your Honor, if I may. The court, yes. Miss McLaughlin's kind of like the intellectual assassin. I do have cases to support its admission as to probative value. This is under the 401, 403 balancing test, just so you know. I do think in this case it exceeds the prejudicial value. It's not a typical case where the defendant claims they committed an accident. The defense is that the defendant's vehicle never struck John O'Keefe. It goes to rebutting the Bowden defense. This is McLaughlin picking up that Judge Canoni had opened that door during prior sidebars. Use the fact that Judge Canoni says we can rebut Bowden to argue anything should come in. It goes to rebutting the improprieties of what the defense claims of the investigation. Well, what are your cases, Miss McLaughlin? It goes against the allegation that the defendant has been framed. Yeah, I would have interrupted her and said, give me a case on each of those. In these circumstances, the probative value does exceed the prejudicial value, and I do have 2 cases to support the admission of it from the Commonwealth standpoint. Okay, give me the cases. Further, at the time of the search, the defendant is legally intoxicated that morning. It goes to her state of mind that she begins to sober up in the afternoon, perhaps understanding what may have occurred. Oh, Laura McLaughlin does not drink. Bro, that is not how alcohol works, Laura McLaughlin. Do you understand half-life? Okay, Laura McLaughlin, think about what you just said, dear. Okay? Think about what you just said, dear. I want to be very nice. I like Laura McLaughlin. I'm not being pedantic. I think she helped the feds. Think about how stupid this argument is, and I'm being very generous. This is the harshest I've ever critiqued her. Laura McLaughlin, the retrograde BAC analysis shows that at 8:52 to 9 a.m. on January 29, 2022, Karen Reed's BAC was 0.08, the legal limit. The retrograde BAC analysis back to 12:30 a.m. puts it between 0.19, 0.27. Bro, okay, Laura McLaughlin, 0.19 to 0.27, 110-pound or whatever female, 5'1". Have you looked at the BAC chart? Remember from college when they would teach you how to stay in the blue zone, not the red zone? Right? The reduction perfectly lines up with a decrease over 8 hours from a 0.19 to a 0.27 to a 0.08, okay, give or take. What do you think it takes to burn a 0.08 even as a 110-pound, 5'10 female? 1 to 2 hours, Miss McLaughlin. So no, Karen Reed was not sobering up. She was sober the second that she got to the hospital. She was had no alcohol in her blood whatsoever by at the latest 9:45 that morning. You're talking about later in the afternoon after the call from Proctor and arguing she's sobering up. That is just medically, factually, and intellectually wrong. Every bit of the argument is wrong. It's not how alcohol works. It's not what the facts show. If her BAC was so if she blew a 0.5 the night before, she would still be sober, probably by first of all, she'd be dead if she blew a 0.5, bro. 50% of your blood. I've heard of reports of a 0.52 in Mexico, but you can't have 50% of your blood be alcohol or you're gonna die. So even if she was at a 0.38, okay, she still would have come down probably by to zero by at the latest 11 a.m. She was at like a 0.27 at most, like 0.19 to 0.27. She was at a confirmed 0.08, which we can use like not as a retrograde analysis, but the actual number by like 8:50 in the morning, 9 in the morning. So I'm just telling you right now, like it's very clear that like her, if she had, and the funny thing is, she was really smart. She must have delayed that BAC as long as she could. If she had waited like an hour and a half, it would have been 0. You understand? It would have been 0. You can't do a retrograde BAC analysis from 0. But they got her at a 0.08 at like 9 in the morning. Still, it undercuts Laura McLaughlin's argument because what it does is like it shows that Karen was sober by like 10. She was probably sober by 9, but she had no alcohol in her system by 10. So this argument is just stupid. The drunk driving charge, I mean, like the only reason she got charged with that is because, according to the jurors from the second trial, there was the 0.08. If there was no 0.08 reading the next morning, she does not get guilty on OUI. But this is just a disingenuous argument from Laura McLaughlin. No, Karen Reed was not sobering up. She was sober by, at the latest, 10 in the morning. And by sober, I mean medically sober. 0 blood alcohol level. So, but yeah, like she was, when you say legally intoxicated that morning, like that's like very disingenuous. She was legally intoxicated maybe like before 9 a.m., but like 0.08 at like 9 a.m. I'm sorry, she's wrong. It goes to her state of mind. She didn't begin to, so this is actually like really offensive to the facts. Like I'm hurt that Laura McLaughlin was willing to manipulate the facts like this because I expect better of her. I'm serious. Like this is not true to the factual record. It's just manipulative. It's not playing fair. Makes me think less of her. Perhaps understanding what may have occurred. So I do think it's relative and highly probative to her state of mind at the time the search is conducted. Further, it's prior to her having sat down and voluntarily given that interview to the state police. Yeah, but it's after Proctor called the court. That's a different argument. Mr. Unetti, not really. What relevance is it that somebody intends... Remember, relevance and admissibility. You can have relevant evidence that is not admissible. Relevance is one part of the test. It still has to be admissible. It has to be more probative. It has to be relevant and admissible. Relevant is one test, and then it has to pass the 401, 403 balancing test. It has to be more probative than prejudicial, more probative than tending to confuse the jury, more probative than cumulative, more probative than like a waste of judicial resources. Like it has to both be relevant and admissible. And what that means is like relevant to the case as one prong, and then on top and separate, it has to be more probative than prejudicial. That's a very broad way. Prejudicial means like offensive to the rights of the accused or like the character of the accused in a way that renders relevant evidence inadmissible. And the court's like, I don't think anyone's arguing that it's relevant. Although Mr. Unetti's like, I don't think it's relevant. Like, even if it's relevant, it can't come in. It's very prejudicial because it's out of context. And if it's coming in, you got to tell the jury, listen, Proctor called her 5 minutes before, and like she has a right to call a lawyer. So Lally is not bringing in that she Googled this as a result of Proctor calling her. Like she has a right to call a lawyer when the state police like call her. So... Mr. Unetti, Mr. Monk's understudy. Later, can we go over the math of OJO's alleged BAC? I haven't looked at John O'Keefe's BAC in a while, but yes, we can look at it if you have the documents, or I can Google it. It's relevant to our Sidebahs, so at the end of this Sidebah, if you have it, we can look at it. Robin Hood might be talking to me. Not sure. Standing Stones, they might be talking to me. I didn't understand the question. Might have been a comment. Mr. Unetti, not really. What relevance is it that somebody intends to defend the presumption of innocence? Oh, that's a good argument. What is the inference that the Commonwealth is asking this jury to draw? They're asking this jury to draw that the police contact her. She was out the previous night, and they're asking her to infer guilt or consciousness of guilt by virtue of the fact that she seeks representation. And that is not allowed. Like, you can't use silence or the seeking of counsel against a defendant. Miss McLaughlin, I can give you citations. The court, go ahead and continue, Mr. Yannetti. Ms. Giannetti, well, no, I'm just reading over the bench here, and I noticed first of all that at least one of the cases deals with the standard of a substantial risk of a miscarriage of justice in terms of how they decide the case. I would like an opportunity to review those cases. The court, sure. All right, so we can address this at the morning break. So again, Ms. McLaughlin, tell me the reasons. Rebutting the Bowden defense. Remember, Judge Cannone, signaled this, so Laura McLaughlin's making that argument thinking that Judge Cannone will give that to them. Rebutting the Bowden defense, tell me the reasons you think this is, because, as you know, under the footnote in Samia 1, I have to make a little bit more of a record here. Ms. McLaughlin, yes, Your Honor, I think this is an unusual circumstance where the defense has been that the defendant's vehicle never struck John O'Keefe, that she's been being framed for these charges, that there is no evidence of any type of motor vehicle offense or any intent to commit any of these crimes. The court, slow down. Ms. McLaughlin, essentially, someone else, what the defense has represented is that she's being framed, and perhaps the dog is what inflicted the injuries. The Google search rebuts the defense of one, she's been framed. It goes to her state of mind. Her state of mind that the police called her, so she Googled, that makes no sense. And also rebuts the Bowden defense that, as the defendant has claimed, that the police did not do a proper search, that they did not search and investigate any other individuals. It goes to the fact that there is a compelling evidence that the defendant is the only one culpable for John's death and her state of mind after the hours of becoming aware that John passed. That makes no sense. The court, so Ms. McLaughlin, what I would like from you is a proposed instruction as to what I tell the jury. Typically bad acts, I tell them that can only be for this particular purpose. You're asking me to tell them, and I've not decided yet whether I'm going to. Mr. Yannetti, if I can have an opportunity to be heard, if I were Yannetti, I would die on this hill. This is not coming in like that. Bro, I would literally go to the mat on this, and that's what he's about to do. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. 3 Clerk Monty says, my comment was about Karen and the team adding the charge strategically. The extrapolation was BS and shouldn't have been allowed in. Yeah, I think the DUI charge was tactical for sure. It gives the jury something to convict on that's a misdemeanor. What you want to avoid is a felony. Misdemeanor OUI. I mean, I hate to say it. People should stop doing it, but it's dime a dozen, bro. It's probably the most common offense in the justice system. I don't know of anything charged more often than that. Because they do so many field sobriety checkpoints. If you drink and drive, you're really dumb. I'm sorry. I hate to say it, but, they're going to catch you. They're just going to catch you eventually, no matter what. It's not a good idea. Plus, it's a risk to people. It's actually a risk, and you should not do it. People are I can do it. No, you can't. No, you cannot. There is a per se limit. Do not drive drunk. And it's not just, set Karen aside. Do you know how many stories I read every single day about drunk drivers hurting people? That's why I'm set aside any one case. Just please don't drive drunk. Look at the signs on the highway. It's not about any one person. It's just please don't drive drunk. It could save lives. Please don't kill people. And come on, it's 2025, 2026. If you read the papers, it should be a lesson every day. On every major highway, there's some horrifying crash because someone was driving 70 miles an hour drunk. That's horrifying. Mr. Yannetti's got to win this, though. And I think he does, if I recall. But you have to win this. He knows this. He does. You notice in other sidebars, he preserves, his reputation with the court by, he doesn't fight the little battles. Even though he's kind of pissed at some of the rulings, he just is fine, I don't care. It's not tactically important. This is big. He's going to the mat on this, I can tell. If I can have an opportunity to be heard, the court, of course, I want you to read the cases. I'm familiar with KEOWN, but I want to read the other. Mr. Yannetti, sure. The court. So this isn't something any of us should rush into. Duh. So I really appreciate you flagging it, Mr. Lally. So I'd like you to tell me what specifically you would like me to tell the jury that they can consider this for. So you're not even saying consciousness of guilt at this point, right? They lose the consciousness of guilt instruction, by the way, in this trial. Ms. McLaughlin, I am. It does go to her consciousness of guilt. Dude. Stop coaching the prosecutors, Judge Cannoni. You are making arguments for them that they did not make. This is very bad. She's done that like 3 times. She saved Lally, and now she's trying to like dig McLaughlin out of the hole. But McLaughlin's like not going to win the consciousness of guilt instruction, so this ends up being fruitless. The court, if I give this instruction, and if I say it goes to consciousness of guilt, I'd like the defense to let me know whether they would like me to give a consciousness of guilt instruction at the same time or later. So this is what I want you all to do so we can have another discussion on this. Mr. Unetti, sure, but listen. The consciousness of guilt instruction is never something that the defense asks for. It is, like, I learned about this, I think from a judge. I don't remember. It was in class. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. A consciousness of guilt instruction is technically a limiting instruction that the defense, like, on paper would want, okay? Like, a limiting instruction is where the judge tells the jury, you are only to consider this evidence for a certain point, like, for a certain reason. But the consciousness of guilt instruction is not a limiting instruction. It is not a defense-friendly instruction. It is basically only used by the prosecution. Like, no defense team ever wants the consciousness of guilt instruction. Like, it is only used by the state against the defense. So when Judge Cannoni is like, oh, yeah, I'm thinking about letting this in, you know, and if Ms. McLaughlin wants consciousness of guilt, you know, Mr. Unetti, you better think about a consciousness of guilt instruction. Like, Unetti's saying, sure, but the reality is the burden is on the state to move for consciousness of guilt. Like, the defense should never ask for consciousness of guilt. That is not a defendant-friendly limiting instruction. Mr. Unetti knows it. They do not get it. The state does not get consciousness of guilt here. But it almost feels like Judge Cannoni's laying a little bit of a trap to be like, Mr. Unetti, like, nudge, don't you want a consciousness of guilt instruction? And they're, like, just so you know, they're pinning this. They're being like, we're going to come back to this specific discussion. We have to remember that they're going to come back to it. But it's like, really, really bad. Robin Hood US calls it a liminal guilt test. Yeah, it's a bad instruction for a defendant. You never want it as a defense lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I'm a tarot. All right. Great avoiding it by Unetti. That's a fucking trap. I think Judge Cannoni may actually, like, my opinion, my analysis, like, she was like, these sidebars were never supposed to be public. Like, she was very, like, not calling her in the bag for the state is an understatement. She was like coaching Lally and McLaughlin. Like, she was like a prosecutor on this case for all intents and purposes in some of these arguments. She's not calling balls and strikes. She's helping, like, push Lally and McLaughlin to specific arguments that will give her the ability to establish a record to rule in the state's favor and against the defense. That's not calling balls and strikes. She was trying to help the state. That's my reading of this after like 2,826 pages. And like in open court, you'd never tell. You could. Now I see why Alan Jackson and David Unetti were so mad. Because she was really unfair during the first trial. Like, very unfair. Not unfair. That's an understatement. She was, like, what's the word? Like, intentionally pushing people on the prosecution, Lally and McLaughlin, to the arguments that Cannoni would need to give herself cover to rule against the defense. Not okay. Like, so not okay. Like, it's not, like, this is like when the NFL wants to, like, rig a football game. They're like, ref, just, like, make sure you call the ghost PI, bruh. Call that PI. And then, like, oh, yeah, tell the quarterback, like, bro, on the hot route on the right side, have your receiver curl, and as long as he curls, like, if the defender gets within a yard, I'll call the PI. Throw it to him. Well, Good Trouble Studios, you just earned yourself a towel wrench. You don't actually do anything with it because I check the ban list every day. You just kind of are in the towel fold, and now you have a blue username. You should feel proud. Too late, Aaron. I know the rule is generally not asking, but like even in the towel club, as long as they're not like coming in, and being ridiculous, I'll give them the wrench, and then I'll just ban them if they're mean later. I don't think our this good Treble Studios is going to be mean, but I'm a ever vigilant towel. You can call me the towel on the mountain with goats and baguettes. I'm protected by the goats and the baguettes. Alrighty, let's do it. I'm thrilled to welcome you, good Treble Studio. See, I just got a vibe thing, Aaron. I just look at people and I sense their vibe through the screen, and I'm like, yeah, he's got a good vibe. He's cool. Thank you, Lynn. I should check my phone in case I got to update the donation totals. Sometimes I look at the end of the stream and I'm like, oh no, I should have done that, and I didn't look. So I'm going to look now. Did we get a donation? No donation on the Cash App. You got to check each one because sometimes they don't actually send notifications. Hold on, I'm checking. And yes, we're very close to our weekend goal. We got wonderful kind donations earlier. This is a public information service. There's no sponsors. It's just you all. And then I check the donations, and if I get one, I will update it on the screen. But yeah, we're just going to try to get to like a weekend total, like to let me pay my cell phone bill. Because you'll find out I'm on the spectrum, and I'm really smart analytically, but I'm not very smart with like social skills. And yes, social skills, but also like life skills. We're working on it. So God bless you for all of your support. I appreciate all of you. All right, let's begin with the next section. Remember, they're going to loop back, okay, to the consciousness of guilt that Yannetti is not going to fall for. He's not going to ask for it. And then we're immediately moving to a new topic. Same sidebar. Sure. The court. And this is the extraction of the phone. So the defense has had this. Ms. McLaughlin, the defense has had it longer than the Commonwealth has had access to this. So I'd say they've had the information for about 2 years. Ms. Giannetti, we haven't raised that issue in our objection. So it's not about like when did they get access. The court, no, that's what I was wondering because I was told it might have been a discovery violation that we would be here on. Different issue. So what is the date and time of the search? 129, but what time is it at? The court, right, but what time on January 29th? Ms. McLaughlin had said 1:29. Mr. Lally, 1:24 p.m. Okay. And Mr. Yannetti, you can, this is the part I saw. You can say this is after Proctor had called her. Mr. Yannetti, I believe it's about 5 minutes later. Boom. The court, when he called her or he showed up? Mr. Yannetti, no, he calls her at 1:19. I believe that was the time. The court, all right, so we get all of this for me. We can take more time. We can take a break or, an issue break. I think this sort of falls on Ms. Little and Ms. McLaughlin to just go through everything. You seem to be the ones that have immediate access to the records to find these things out, called it. So if you could just find that out, the time that Proctor called her, I don't know if that's an evidence. Mr. Yannetti, not yet. The court, about Proctor calling her at that time. Mr. Yannetti, correct, not yet. It's not an evidence, but it will be. The court, through who? Mr. Yannetti, through Garino. The court, okay, so you're going to touch upon that anyway, regardless of what this is. Mr. Yannetti, only for the purpose of the time of that call, and there was no Google searches prior to him calling. The court, even if I don't admit this, you're going to do that. Mr. Yannetti, not if it causes the court to admit that. The court, no, it doesn't cause me to admit it. Mr. Yannetti, even if it humiliates, ooh, I love that fucking word. Oh, yes, Mr. Yannetti is a gentleman. See, he doesn't talk that much, but look, you want to hear that word?
Militate.
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 Be a powerful or conclusive factor in preventing. So, like, I thought it was like mitigate, but it's militate.
Militate. Militate.
Like, it's a, like, powerful mitigating factor, like militate.
Militate.
But why militate? What's the etymology? What's the etymology? Let's see. It's from Latin milis, millet, soldier, to Latin militate, to Latin miliata, served as a soldier, to late 16th century militate. It's very odd. It's actually like a 18th century term that has reduced in usage like considerably over the past couple hundred years. Fascinating. No wonder why I'd never heard it. Dude's reading text from like the 1800s on the regular. David Unetti must love obscure 1800 Supreme Court decisions. So it's like the reason why it means it's a powerful force or factor in preventing something is it originates from the Latin root for soldier. So it's like to militate something is to like use like strong force to prevent it from happening, or like it's the crux of your defense, kind of like from something. You militate your city with an army. You know, like it's a verb. Like it's like the active form of like putting an army around a city, but it was transliterated in the 16th century in Latin to mean like fortifying, or being like a strong dispositive factor in the outcome of a battle in like the legal sense when you're like arguing a point. This like militates like that from coming in, you know, like it's the strongest argument against a piece of evidence coming in. This chat is always hilarious to me. Scott, you are funny. I like to talk to Scott. Scott was always suspect of me, but like Scott's a nice guy. I'd like Scott. How you doing, Scott? Towel, Emily C, Fake Lally, Siggy. Towel, have you eaten the grain millet before? No. And Emily C's Fake Lally, Siggy. I thought you were an impersonation of Emily C. I have not eaten the grain millet, but apparently that like could also come from this Latin root. But anyway, like I just want to know what this word means. Even if it militates in that favor, I don't see why it would. So like militates like is like even if it like is the most dispositive argument against introduction of the search, like it's like I don't want to talk about it because not talking about it could militate the search coming in. It could fortify my position against the search coming in. I love it. He's a very smart man. When you use a word that is so complicated that like the word itself has like all these like nuanced like hooks in it that you have to understand legally what the word means, bro, his brain is like a super brain. That's hurting my brain. I'm getting smarter just by reading these people talking. David Unetti's the smartest person in the room. Alan Jackson is second. Eliza Little is third. Judge Cannoni is fourth. Laura McLaughlin is fifth. Adam Lally is sixth. In that order of the lawyers. Sorry. It's just how it is. All right. It is a milieu. I knew the word milieu because it's like an amalgamation or a cultural kind of like mosaic, like a milieu. But I didn't know militates. I do not think Judge Cannoni had any idea what David Unetti just said. Bro, like that is even in like I've read a lot of court decisions and argument. And listened to a lot of argument. I have never heard the word militate. First of all, you've been with me for like 5 days reading this. I look up every word I don't know. I have known every word over 2,828 pages, except for de bene, which is not, it's a Latin word. So, I mean, come on, bro. I can't know like every fucking term. I knew a fortiori, like a fortiori or whatever they said. Fortiori, like a fortiori because of Kant. I knew everything up until this fucking word. Militate. So no, she had no idea. I truly believe out of all the people at the sidebar, they were like, afterwards, they were like, David, what is militate? What were you saying? No. David, I think Al Jackson thinks David Unetti is the smartest man in the room. I think David was happy to let Alan Jackson play the part of the smartest man in the room. It's easier to get shit done when you don't take credit, but I think everyone thinks David Unetti is the smartest man in the room. I think every lawyer in Massachusetts voted him as like the best lawyer in Massachusetts because he's the smartest man in the room. Like he's like the old man on the Tower Mountain. He's David Yannetti, you know? He's very smart. Like if one word is so complex that it's like smart, makes you smarter than everyone else at the table, you are the smartest man in the room. He's very smart. I've never even heard that word ever in anything I've ever listened to. I've heard the word military, but never the verb militate. I want to just like, every time I learn a new word, I'm so happy. You don't understand, when I listen to audiobooks and I hear words I don't know, I look them up. And so I just have this lexicon that is quite vast and expansive. And I know all these words. I love words. Dude, you don't understand how much I love words. I've never heard that word. I'm just having a towel moment. Like, you teach me a word I don't know, I'm a very happy man. Most of the time it's esoteric, like words that I've just like, I don't need to know some of these words, okay? Militates, bro, I need to know that word. I want to use it. I want to weaponize it. I want to militate my positions against the ingress of subversive syntactical predispositions. You know what I'm saying? I like to just wax poetic randomly in oration. So I need the word militates in my lexicon. Everyone on the same page, okay? It's a personal thing. Yes. Hello, pick a handle. I love words too. It is it's Boozy Beauty. It is the 400-foot tall, baguette-based Queen of France. It is Boozy Beauty. How you doing, Boozy Beauty? Yes, it's the simple things indeed. Okay, Sidebahs, page 2828. I just learned a new word, and I'm like proselytizing my love of rhetorical, like syntactical, like refined predispositions. Which, I mean, the position juxtaposition of using like obscure esoteric words in a southern drawl is fucking hilarious. And then throwing like Boston slang and the car and the fucking Sidebahs. Bro, it's like, is this like a fucking like show where a dude from like fucking Boston just talks about how like the world is weird? Or is this like some dude waxing poetic because he's read the entire canon of Western literature and philosophy and he thinks David Yannetti's really smart? Or is it some combination of both? Am I in Bizarro World? What am I watching? Is this like a modern variety hour? We don't even need TV. We could just watch this band just say things. Apparently that's what people do. I don't really understand. I'm still trying to understand the scope of my influence. I walk around now, people just look at me like that's the man on the TV. And I'm like, I know. It's me. What do you expect? Do you expect me not to be me? I'm just a little terrible. So anyway, I don't know what that has to do with any of this. I was just kind of like waxing poetic. I think it's fucking hilarious. Yes. Oh, okay. Hold on. We can do it right now. Okay. I have to wax poetic to Mr. Yannetti, and I have to tell him that you all told me to do that. Okay. So I have to wax poetic to Mr. Yannetti. Okay, hold on. I got to get my picture that I made of Mr. Yannetti. That I have to wax poetic to him. You want to watch me wax poetic? I have to use it correctly in the sentence, though. Okay, I'm going to wax poetic. Okay. Okay, ready? Okay. While reading Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial Sidebahs, Boston Defender taught me a new word, and I am very happy. In turn, I would like to militate my syntactical predisposition against the ingress of subversive and superfluous. That is not how you spell any of those words, Grant. Vacuity, in perpetuity. How great is that? I just started saying words and they all make sense. Sometimes I like write sentences and put poetry in the sentences. I was able to correct every word but perpetuity. Perpetuity is kind of a hard word to spell. I don't use it that. I got it right. I don't even use it that often. Okay, I got to get a screenshot of him using the word militate. You know what I'm saying? I got to get that. I'm so thrilled. I just want to let Mr. Yannetti know that I learned a new word. He's going to be like, oh, that's nice, Grant. It's like your kid comes up to you at the table, except your kid's like this 30-year-old guy with like millions of people that read him every week. And he's like, hi, I learned a new word from you. And you're like, oh, that's adorable. Like, okay, go talk to all those millions of people now, modern Walt Whitman, and try to like keep democracy alive. Like, try not to burn everything down. Good luck, little towel. You'll be fine. I feel like that's how me and Mr. Yannetti would interact. He'd be like, you'll be fine. It shouldn't be that bad. I feel like, the world's okay. You kind of got Kathy Rumler fired. I'd be like, yeah, but she was kind of like dirty. And he'd be like, I know. And I'd be like, well, what are you going to do about it? He'd be like, yeah, that's true. I'd be like, it's kind of too late anyway. I didn't really think about what I was doing. I was just like, fuck it, she should get fired. He'd be like, that was kind of funny. I know. I'd be like, I know, that's fucking hilarious. He'd be like, I don't know if getting Kathy Rumler fired is hilarious. I'd be like, nah, bro, she did bad things. She was in the Epstein files like 10,000 times. She had to get fired. He'd be like, yeah, that's true. I'm just like speculating, if me and David Yannetti talked, ideally in a McDonald's with Alan Jackson so I could troll the fuck out of Alan Jackson. You don't understand. I like this man. I like Mr. Reed too, but like I'll have dinner with Mr. Reed and Miss Reed if they would ever give me the like distinct honor and privilege. I would have dinner with them in a nice restaurant because I want to be respectful of Mr. Reed. He's a very erudite man. And he was an academic, so I have to have a nice dinner with him. Alan Jackson is a lawyer and a rich man, and I respect that, and he's very smart, and he teaches me some new words, and he uses words like anteroom. Oh, Mr. Jackson, if you're listening, or someone relay this to Alan Jackson. So, Alan Jackson, I told the court officer, the nice court officer, the very nice man, I was talking to him in the media section of court, and he was like commenting on my tattoo on my head, and I was talking to him about Stingray, and then I was like, oh, court officer, I have a question. Alan Jackson wanted to know if you have an anteroom. He was like, what is an anteroom? He was like, I don't think we have one of those, Grant. I was like, I don't know what the fucking anteroom is. That's just how Alan Jackson talks. I was like, court officer, I was reading the Sidebahs, and Alan Jackson wanted to know if you have an anteroom. He was like, wow, Grant, I don't know if we have an anteroom. I don't know what that is. I was like, yeah, me neither. It made me realize Alan Jackson spends a lot of time in fancy places. He was like, yeah, it was kind of funny. You don't understand. Then he was like, Grant, like, you smell like weed. And I was like, yeah, but I walked like 3 blocks away before I smoked my blunt. And he was like, Grant, like, listen, if you want to be baked in, like, Superior Court, that's cool. I was like, no, it's not about that. I just want to eat some chips, and, like, it hurts my belly. And unless I eat, unless I smoke. And he just kind of like, okay. And then he turned around. I don't understand. I am the most hilarious person in court. The best part is Clerk Margaret's in charge. So everyone's just like, Clerk Margaret, what should we do? And she's just like, oh, it's great. You don't understand. Like, the best part is that Clerk Margaret's in charge now. She loved me, and Clerk Margaret's wonderful, So, like, before, like, when Jim was in charge, like, I had to be relatively like a towel, I would just sit there and be like, Jim, can I do things? And Jim would be like, no. Now it's Clerk Margaret. I love Clerk Margaret. You don't understand. So Clerk Margaret's in charge, and then I just go in there, and everybody loves Little Town. And I'm just like, I'm here now. What do you want to talk about, my people? It's really funny. Oh my God. So anyway, Mr. Jackson, I asked the court officer whether they had an anteroom, and he didn't know what it was. I told him I didn't know either. It was really funny. Oh, you don't understand. I have the best interact. Like a few years ago, they realized I wrote the cannabis law with my friends, and that I know all the politicians with the cannabis law. You know, it wasn't like I was on the Cannabis Control Commission. I just like helped draft the regulatory codification, like vis-a-vis the statutory framework. So I know a lot about cannabis, but like not from like a stoner perspective. I'm kind of like a weaponized librarian stoner, where it's like, oh no, like that dude like didn't just like write the law, like he codified it at 935 CMR 500.000 and 935 CMR 500.001, and then he kind of like sat and monitored its regulatory implementation for so many years that he took down a corrupt power structure that helped the state make $9 billion in like 5 years. He has a lot of friends. And then they were like, okay, but he smells like weed like all the fucking time. And then I think they had a meeting and they were like, listen, like he wrote the law and he's a medical patient, and if we like complain about this, he's gonna go fucking nuts. He's gonna like go to the cannabis people and be like, you don't understand, the state court won't let me smell like weed in court. And then they're gonna write a law that says he can smell like weed in court, so we should just drop this right now. So then I just got to smell like weed in court all the time, and I was like, I'm gonna normalize this so everybody could smell like weed all the time, because they can't treat people differently. So if I smell like weed all the time, then everybody could smell like weed all the time. It was my genius plan. You don't understand. I was like, listen, people deserve to go into court and smell like weed. It is a right. It is a right in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I'm going to make it happen. And I did, at least in Norfolk Superior Court. You don't understand. I brute forced it. I was like, we did. And then one of the court officers was one time would be like, Grant, you smell like weed, but we can't really do anything about it. I was like, I know, I wrote the law. It was really funny. Oh, you don't understand. The little things in life, like smelling like weed in Norfolk Superior Court, and the court officer just being like, well, you know, this is the way of the world now. Yeah, damn right it is. And he's like, he was like, I don't, like, it's your right to be baked in Norfolk Superior Court. And I was like, well, I don't know if I'd necessarily say I'm baked. I just wanted to eat my chips. It's like, I gotta face like 20 blunts if you want me to actually be buzzed. Like, what are you talking about? I did not get baked and go into... I just smell like weed. I'm not actually inebriated. He was baffled by the whole exchange, but I loved it. My point is, I just kind of go in there. It's kind of just funny. Oh, I'm so happy I could share that with you. Good Treble Studios, you don't understand. Like, Towel in Court, it's just wonderful. I just kind of like, now that Clerk Margaret's in charge, oh my goodness, you don't understand. I don't go there that often, but I think Clerk Margaret should run the Commerce Department. She's wonderful. Like, we could just make her, like, the head of the government. I just feel like Clerk Margaret is a saint. Now, a lot of you could be like, Grant, you don't know Clerk Margaret. That's true. I've never talked to her on a personal level. I have just decided, after 3 years of observation, that Clerk Margaret is the exemplar of public sector service. Okay? You don't understand. So, therefore, she can run the Commerce Department. Those two things don't seem like they're related. I promise you that they are. I'm thrilled, Good Trouble Studios. If you want to learn more about my cannabis reporting, you can read patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis, where you will find an archive of hundreds of articles that saw me chronicle the usurpation of a regulatory agency I cared a lot about, then this very long court fight between Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg, and then Judge Gordon wrote about me in his decision. See, the Cannabis Control Commission banned me from the press conferences in like 2023, and they like got really mad because I was exposing how these powerful men were abusing women at the commission, and I was kind of a little like hell-bent on like bringing them all down. And so, you know, I was like bringing them all down, and then they were like, Grant is a racist. And I was like, what do you mean? I'm not the government can't just be calling me a racist. They wrote an official governmental promulgation. You don't understand. Like, I made the government so mad that they wrote like a formal like governmental promulgation about me. Hold on. You don't understand. They're never going to take it down because then it would be spoliation. So, but anyway, all these people resign. But like, I don't know. My point is, if you read my cannabis reporting, like, I made the government really mad. Like, they actually submitted like a press like statement about me. And see, they were a little bit like, I don't know, petty against Towel. Now you might be saying, Towel, the government agency did not like write an entire press post about you. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, you don't understand. Mary Alice was very mad at me, and I was very mad at Mary Alice. We had a number of political disputes. It involved like leaked emails about like this complex federal investigation about sanctions on Roman Abramovich. You don't understand. It traced to Bill Barr and like this company and all these crazy things, and you don't want to know. And they like leaked me. The CCC released me like this released to me and my colleague like an Excel spreadsheet with like 22,000 names of all the people that ever worked in the dispensaries and all their private information and why they got fired and bad stuff. So like I deleted it. But the point is, they also like sent me these emails and Teams chats where like the CCC was talking about like the Russians and how they were going to like hunt the Russians and get the commies. And then they were talking about the oligarchs, like the internal team being like, we got to get these damn Russians. I was like, damn right, you get the fucking Russians. But the point is, it caused a bit of a scandal because Little Towel then was like, you know what, like, I'm a little bit sketched out by some of these powerful men at the CCC who are abusing women. So I wrote all these stories, patreon.com/@GrantSmithEllis. It took like 3 years. It was from like 2023, the spring, until like, I don't know, the fall of 2025. That was my other life. I have like my Karen Reed reporting and my Sandra Birchmore reporting and my Epstein reporting and my Kathy Rumler reporting and like all of that. And Sandra Birchmore too. I think I mentioned that. I have all of that reporting, and then I also like do the CCC stuff. Now, a lot of people just think that's a charity. Bro, it's not a charity. The CCC is a governmental body. I was never on it. Okay, I like wrote the statute with my friends, and then we updated the statute of the chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, and then there's a regulatory codification, and the regulatory codification is for adult medical use, and they update it sometimes, and over like 7 years, I oversaw the regulatory codification, okay? And so now while doing this, eventually found all these like bad men who were doing bad things to the women at the CCC. Now, as you know, I don't like bad men who do bad things to women or like children. I don't like anyone who does bad things to the vulnerable. But like in this situation, I was mad at like the people who were doing the bad things to the women. Now, I was just being a little towel and publishing my reporting and, you know, getting the, like, OIG involved and the auditor and the legislature. And I was really ruffling some feathers. But what it really was like Deb Goldberg, the treasurer, she's a Democrat. She had sent Shannon O'Brien into the Cannabis Control Commission to be a change agent as the chair. The Cannabis Control Commission has 5 commissioners, like the chair appointed by the treasurer, and then there's 2 other commissioners, one appointed by the governor, one appointed by the attorney general, and then there's 2 other positions, so 5 total commissioners, and the other 2 are appointed by a majority vote of the 3 constitutional officers. Okay, so at the time, the orientation of this commission was Chair Shannon O'Brien, and then there was Commissioner Kim Roy, and then Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, he came over from the Gaming Commission, and then Commissioner Concepcion, she's gone now, and then Commissioner Camargo. Now there was this like convoluted political fight where like Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion wanted me to ask questions to to Chair O'Brien when she got the job, and then like they kind of set me up, they manipulated me a little bit, and like they used that question that I asked Chair O'Brien as part of this like larger plot to take out Chair O'Brien. Now it turns out that was because Shannon O'Brien was sent in by Deb Goldberg to be a change agent at the CCC, but the problem was like she was not supposed to change too much, and like she ended up, I think, finding, according to Judge Gordon's ruling, like some really bad corruption with like Deb Goldberg's people at the CCC. So, you know, I like went to the mat for the people who were being harmed, and the government got really, really mad at Little Towel, like really mad. And so they banned me from the press conferences, and then they called me a racist because they said one of the stories that I described about the men who was accused of bad things, because I described him slamming his fist on the table, that was racist. I said that's ridiculous. I'm offended by the allegation. But the point is they called Little Towel a racist, and I was offended, and it was the government. So then what I thought I would do is, you know, I kept covering the story. So I stayed on it. I wrote hundreds of articles. I don't know. There's a lot on the Patreon. And you can see it kind of escalates. And the biggest thing was they disrespected Little Towel. They called me a constituent. I'm a reporter. Now, this becomes important. Now I'm back as a reporter with them. They lifted the ban. I got vindicated. I almost said vindicated because I'm hilarious. So anyway, it kind of jumps forward a few years. There was this whole big lawsuit. You can read about it in the news between between Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg. Basically, like, Shannon O'Brien got suspended, and then she, in like the fall of 2023, and then she got fired, and then she appealed. Well, what happened was she got suspended, and then she filed like procedural due process challenge, which is different than substantive due process. And she argued that Goldberg's like employment hearing that Goldberg was going to have was not proper in form, because Goldberg was going to be the only arbiter of the decision whether to fire O'Brien. And Judge Squires-Lee ruled against Chair O'Brien. And so Goldberg spent about a year doing the like firing of O'Brien. And then Goldberg fired her in the fall of 2024. And that caused O'Brien to file a petition for a writ of certiorari under 30A in the Superior Court in front of Judge Gordon. And then Judge Gordon heard all these papers on whether Shannon O'Brien should be ordered back into her position, because in effect she was taken out by a group of staff that were close to Goldberg, Treasurer Goldberg, that O'Brien was trying to like get out of the agency because they were bad people. So anyway, Judge Gordon wrote this 50-page ruling. I would say it was like sometime in the past year. I don't remember. A lot has happened in the past year. I cared a lot about Judge Gordon's ruling. You could read about it in the paper. But anyway, I was in it. He called me a journalist in the ruling when Shannon O'Brien got her job back. I'm like in the 50-page ruling, and it's like a journalist calling me a journalist. I was so honored by Judge Gordon. And I was like, see, Cannabis Control Commission press staff, if you mess with me, I'll take 3 years, and Judge Gordon will call me a journalist in a formal court ruling. And then we went up to Beacon Hill. Well, not me. I talked to some people. They talked to some people. It's not really my job to like determine how a regulatory agency and its constitutional officers should be structured. I just kind of like tell the people in the room what I think about it all, because I watch all the regulatory hearings. And I was like, you know, I think we should have a bill to like address this whole situation. And now up on Beacon Hill, you can look, they're in compromise committee right now. They're going to shrink the agency to 3 commissioners, and they're going to remove, guess who? Treasurer Deb Goldberg in terms of her appointment power over the Cannabis Control Commission. Oh, well, you know, but I'm just a simple little towel, you know. It's much easier if people think I'm just a simple little towel. I'd much rather you think, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Do you understand how beneficial that is to me? I like that. Please underestimate me. Please, I beg you. Please. You don't understand. The Cannabis Control Commission has brought in $9 billion of revenue for the state. Not like in tax revenue, but like $9 billion in economic activity over the past like 7 years. They've made so much in tax money for the state that it can literally solve the budget gap every year. You know, me and my friends, we did that. So, you know, I'm just a little towel. I appreciate you, Scott. Your takes are interesting, too. Scott says, I have to say that Grant being in court lately has been something I oddly look forward to. I'm always awaiting Grant's takes, even if it is perplexing and mind-blowing. Well, he's got, the best thing is let little Tal figure it out on his own. And also, I do a lot of things. I got a lot of, things I juggle up in the air. And I just got to pick my spots. I learn new information. I figure things out. I don't like being manipulated. Oh, that reminds me. I got to make a video and yell about, not KPETA, but I just want to yell about how I was manipulated about this search. Okay, I just want to say that. We got to get to the end of the sidebar before I make my video, though. All right. So are we done with that sidebar? They then start talking about the discovery violation. All right, so we can get all of this for me. We can take more time. We can take a longer break, an issue break. I think this sort of falls in Miss Little. We already read that. It's not in evidence. It humiliates, right? All right. I wanted to clarify whether you intended, you said it's not in yet, Mr. Yannetti. If I can just talk it over at the court, yes. Mr. Yannetti, I will defer to my co-counsel and report that the only reason we would need this in is if they try to get in the search. Court reporter, they try to what? I'm sorry, Mr. Yannetti, to bring the other search in, the 1:24 p.m. search in. The court, you banged that while you said that. Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry. The court, okay, so that's a different angle, and your co-counsel caught it. Mr. Yannetti, yes. The court, all right, so we will address those, not before the break. And how much longer do you have with them? Mr. Lally, I have roughly an hour. The court, okay, so make sure we take the break. Mr. Lally, I'll alert the court if I have nothing else but that. The court, okay, this is a slight possibility, maybe more than slight, that what I have scheduled tomorrow afternoon, it's a sentencing, might have to be continued, and we can maybe get a full day in, which would be great. So we don't know, unless your witnesses can't, based on what we have. If there's a single juror who made plans, then we won't. Miss Little, I think we'll need a ruling. We'll probably just need a ruling in terms of our experts, because that's a large bulk of our witnesses, to see who we can get in tomorrow if that's the case. The court, did you plan on having anybody here tomorrow? Miss Little, no, we did. We can have Rick Green here tomorrow. He's our second witness. Mr. Jackson, if I may. The court, yes. Mr. Jackson, as it pertains to Dr. Russell. All right, so hold on. I need to pause for a sec, because we're going to go back to 2827 or 9, but I just want to yell about this, because people don't understand how manipulated I was about this, and it's a good example of how being manipulated by the state can lead to extraneous in characterizations of Karen, and this was one of them. All right, so let me start here. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a reporter. I've been covering the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial Sidebahs. We're on, I think it's Friday, June 20th, 2024. It's the morning sidebars. There was a voir dire on Wednesday of the defense witnesses, Dr. Marie Russell, and the ARCO witnesses, Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf. This is a sidebar on Friday morning. Looking forward to an evidentiary issue that Mr. Lally wants to bring up. Two things to point out here. One, this is a perfect microcosm of how information was selectively leaked by people around the prosecution to manipulate certain influencers, me being one of them. I hate that term, but it's they totally manipulated me about this, into thinking that Karen Reed Googled for a DUI lawyer sua sponte on her own accord in the afternoon of January 29, 2022. In reality, 5 minutes, Karen made that search at 1:24 p.m. In reality, 5 minutes before that search was made, Karen got a phone call from Michael Proctor informing her that she was under investigation. Now, as David Yannetti goes on to so eloquently argue, this, in the context that is appropriate, is actually a positive for Karen. Because this shows that Karen, when she got the call from Proctor, did not Google homicide attorney, did not Google anything like murder attorney, did not Google anything like that. She Googled only DUI attorney. Therefore, showing her state of mind, was only really thinking about, I might have been drunk last night. There was nothing that, in context, that is damaging or inculpatory that makes Karen look guilty, because she Googled for a DUI lawyer 5 minutes after Michael Proctor called her. Now, come to find out, we never hear about this, because the defense wanted to keep out the 124 search, and the only way that the defense was going to talk about Proctor calling Karen was if Lally got the 124 search in. Lally never got it in, so the defense never opened the door to getting this in by asking Guarino whether a call from Proctor to Karen at 119 was in Karen's call logs. Therefore, this sidebar, which was not made public until last Friday via a public records request and lawsuit by Corey A. Hopkins, who's known as Marbury v. Madison, on X, the excellent business litigator from North Carolina, okay? I never would have known this. So eventually we got to the, like in the recent weeks, I figured out the Sallyport video, the manipulated evidence from 5:38 p.m. on 1/29/2022, the clearly edited video that shows the mystery man who's the prime suspect, in my opinion, in John O'Keefe's death, still unsolved. Okay? But this is one microcosm of how someone even like me, who knows all the facts, who's well-versed in the case, if you present to me Karen Reed, if you're a state prosecution propagandist, or state police propagandist, and you tell me, someone like me, who back in the day was supporting the state, hey, Karen Googled for a DUI lawyer out of nowhere on January 29, 2022, okay, that looks damaging. But if you tell me that Michael Proctor called Karen to say he was coming to interview her, and then 5 minutes later she only Googled for DUI lawyer, that's actually very positive for Karen. But I would not have known that because this was sealed evidence that the defense obviously did not raise, and it never came out except for at sidebar. So in short, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Don't insult my intelligence, you state police and state prosecutor propagandists. Do what's right, and maybe I then won't uncover the mystery man who potentially could be responsible for John O'Keefe's death. Like, it's 6 degrees of towel Kevin Bacon there, but you get what I'm saying. And the reference here is my sidebar packet that you'll find linked in the post that you'll see this video attached to. And it starts page 2820 and runs to 2821, a few pages after that. I think it runs to like 2827 or 2828. They talk about like this issue for a while, and it ends up being redundant because the text, the call from Proctor to Karen at 119 and the 1:24 p.m. search don't come in. But yeah, like Judge Cannoni tries to bait David Yannetti into asking for the consciousness of guilt instruction that then Laura McLaughlin is never able to get in the first trial. There's a lot of interesting parts. Also, I learned the word militate from David Yannetti in the middle of this sidebar. The word militate is really, really good. Turns out like the word militate is to kind of like, I don't know, like ward against like the strongest piece of evidence, like preventing another piece of evidence from coming in, or the strongest argument from presenting for preventing another piece of evidence from coming in this context. But also like Judge Cannoni like clearly tries to like coach Laura McLaughlin and Adam Lally a lot through these sidebars. She tries to make them argue here that like if they can just lay a record that like the search they want to show from Karen at 124 is like furthering like a counter to the defense's Bowden defense, which is the idea of like a not unknown third party culprit did it, not Karen, then like they should argue that and give Judge Cannoni a record, because if you look at the footnote in Samuel 1, you need more of a record to rule for the prosecution. Then when that doesn't really work, Judge Cannoni's like, hey, David Yannetti, don't you just want the consciousness of guilt instruction here? He catches it and is like, no, I don't want that because it's bad for the defense. But then in the end, none of this comes in, okay? My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and that's my analysis. Find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis. Support independent journalism, raising money from my rental cars. I have a lot of stress right now. I had a home invasion a few weeks ago. Some man showed up at my door on live stream. I'm using rental cars. There's a lot going on. My towel mom kind of was tormenting me a little bit. It's a long story. Like, she's been hanging out with Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law, which apparently a lot of people didn't know. So if you're wondering, like, why would Grant's mom torment him for his positions on this case, now you know. So there's a Cash App. You can support me. Money sign Grant Smith Ellis. It's right up in the corner. There's a Venmo at Grant1. And for our international friends, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. We're trying to get to 300 for the weekend because my cell phone bill came in. And I'm going to be -80. Well, I'm not going to be -80 tomorrow because we got a donation. But, like, I have to get that to get through the weekend. And it's the end of the month. So support independent journalism. 2,824 pages through the Mount Everest of court documents. And God bless you for listening. I'm Tao. I'll be back soon. That was a good recording. See what I mean? You got to do the recording live. That's what we like to do. Yeah, the demon invaded. Like, you know what I'm saying? I tried to ask some like professionals whether they thought it was reasonable, like that people thought it was a demon, and the professionals were like, Grant, like, like in short, like, yeah, it might be a demon. And well, they didn't say that. They were like, I don't know. And like saying I don't know to me in that context, bro, I mean, like, come on, man. You're basically telling me it's a demon. Well, here's a very good example from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Sidebahs, newly public, that demonstrate how easy it was for the state propagandists to manipulate people, even little Towel, regarding Karen Reed's Google search on 1/29/2022. That happened because of a call 5 minutes earlier from Michael Proctor. And as David Yannetti pointed out, the only thing Karen searched for was DUI lawyer. And in turn, that evidence in context, it actually shows Karen was not at all thinking she was involved in John O'Keefe's death the morning before, or earlier that morning. All it took was a modified, limited hangout, and people close to the state, to the prosecution, to the Norfolk DA, leaking the existence of Karen's search out of context and without information about Proctor calling Karen 5 minutes earlier, that allowed a lie to run around the world before Karen and her truth could even begin to put on their robes, and their defensive robes. I needed to, I didn't want it to be sexual. I wanted it to be like humiliate. Ooh, let's put humiliate. No, I'm using it too much. I used it in the last post. You can't just be using a new word in every fucking post. Like, I know you want to use it, Grant. I know you want to make it popular again. But, just saying militate in every post, people are going to be like, bro, I'm not using militate just because you say it all the time. You got to be subtle with it. You just got to insert it from time to time in random posts, and then people will just be like, militate, This is how the government shapes words, I'm sure. No, Mama D, someone showed up at my house while I was streaming. That's what, I really should have explained this more to people. My journalism got to a point where some dude got into my house, came up to a very secluded area, and got to my door of my office and started asking me for a man-to-man. And I have it on film because I was live, thank God. Thanks, Scott. If I'm Rain Man, Scott, you can bring the umbrella. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's like the Rihanna song, Scott can be my umbrella, Ella, Ella. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. All right, I have to get this page number. 1 second. I think it was 2820. 1 second. Source. Starts page 2820. 5481. All right, there we go. Oh, Good Trouble Studios. I have actually never seen the movie Rain Man, so I get Scott's. I think that's a term of endearment from Scott, so I took it as such. You know what I'm saying? I've also adopted a Southern accent. So I think all the people from Boston are just a little confused because I'm not from the South. So they're just I don't know what's going on with Grant. I think he's become a Southern man. Oh, you are very kind, Robert. Robin Hood. Good Trouble Studios, I entirely understand. Good Trouble Studios is like, no, I think Scott was generally correct. It's just a pet peeve. And I'm like, that's cool. Like, generally correct is good. I got what Scott was going for. I was cool with it. Yeah, I don't actually know. I've never actually, like, watched Rain Man. I've heard a lot about it. I've never watched it. I told someone today, like, my life's closer to, like, a combination of, like, Forrest Gump, and then, what was the other movie that I used? It was a pretty good, like, amalgamation of movies. What did I say? I don't remember. It was, like, Forrest Gump, and there was another, like, the other one I used was, like, an incredible analogy. I just don't remember. It wasn't that important. But yeah, like, it definitely feels a little bit like Forrest Gump sometimes. Like, I just show up places and, like, you know, there's an astronaut. Oh, hello, Mr. Astronaut. How are you doing? I'm a tag. And then they're just like, what? Okay. Like, you want to talk about, like, the Van Allen radiation belts? And they're like, how do you know about those? Well, I was studying them, and I'm very interested in, like Einstein's, like, theory of special relativity and, like, the paradox about, like, traveling close to the speed of light and what happens is to, like, reducing, like, the, like, way time ages the body when you're traveling faster to a relative object than a relative object. And they'd be like, oh, I'm an astronaut. I understand that. I'd be like, I know. That's why I asked you, Mr. Astronaut. You think I can just ask fucking random people about that shit? They just are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'd be like, I know. It's so frustrating, bro. And to find an astronaut, and you're that fucking astronaut. So let's go. That I need to basically, like, I'm ready to meet an astronaut. I have my question, like, ready. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. All right, we're going to the next part of the Sidebah. Are you all debating Rain Man? Let's just remember if we talk about, like, sensitive medical conditions that, like, you know, people are sensitive. So let's keep it in good faith. I think it is. But, you know, I don't know. I can't see every part of the conversation. All right. Rick Green's our second witness. As pertains to Dr. Russell, says Mr. Jackson, she'll be right after that, so that's the only thing that the court... So Mr. Jackson, we can make arrangements to get her quickly. I just need to sort of know. The court, well, she's local now, right? Mr. Jackson, in New York-ish. The court, all right, what is New York-ish? I have a question. Mr. Jackson, like, Mr. Jackson, I know that, like, you're very precise, but I don't understand, like, what New York-ish means. Like, she's around the state of New York. She's like, how she's standing on the line between New York and Vermont. She's just kind of hanging out. She built a house there. She wanted to be in 2 states. She thought she could avoid the property tax. So she's in New York-ish. Like, it's technically Vermont. It's kind of like Kansas City. There's a bridge in her house. I can't explain it, Your Honor. She's relatively in the orbit of what you know as New York, okay? That's the best I can do, Your Honor. Yeah, exactly. Like, she's on the border between Western Mass and New York. She, like, didn't understand that, like, mob territory is not actually a border. So she drove into, like, Western Mass and was like, oh, this is New York. You know? That's, I think, what Alan's hinting at, clearly. Just like with Hank Brennan, the time traveler. That's the only explanation. Like, New York actually owns part of Massachusetts. They just didn't tell us. You know? Clearly. Like, that's why you can't, like, let me, like, do too much interpolation. Because I'll be like, obviously what Alan Jackson means is that... Dr. Russell went into the western part of Massachusetts, which actually secretly belongs to New York, which it actually does, but don't tell anyone. Shh. They get really mad. You can't just be telling the people in fucking Western Mass that they belong to New York, bro. Shh, that's a secret. Nobody knows. Listen, Alan Jackson gave away all the secrets. He's like, listen, she's in New York. Judge Cannoni's going to be like, do you mean Worcester? She should have said that. Oh, so like Worcester? Oh my goodness. No. Well, you're very kind. Scott says, I have to admit that Grant's intelligence can be amazing to me. Grant has some amazing aspects, so that's my sometimes fascination into his thinking mind. I'm always respectful and courteous to Grant. That's true. For a while, Scott just used to glare at me, but to be fair, so did Erica. So now they don't do that anymore. They're very nice. Have you read A Prayer for Queen Mary by John Irving? I have not. Would you like to read it? We can't read it right now. We can read it at the next document break. That's going to be our towel voice break. We're going to listen to A Prayer for Owen Meany. I probably should listen to it first or read it in case it's vulgar. Did LS come in? Hi, LS. Okay. Wait a minute. Why must I do that? LS, why must you tell me things? Oh, someone sent me. Let's see. Hold on. Interesting. Thank you very much. Amate. All right. So, but I got to focus on Sidebahs. And then we will read that poem, Mr. Monk's Understudy, as our next break. Okay. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh, it's because I selected your text. Hold on. All right, let's go. No, I don't want to do that. All right. Where are we? Oh, the New Yorkish line really threw me off. All right. So I will say just briefly what my rulings are now on what happened with the voir dire. Ooh, this could be interesting. I'll do that in open court now. Oh, okay. And then we can just line the jurors up. Are we all set? Mr. Lally, yes. The court again. I appreciate you flagging it. I appreciate you giving me copies of the cases, and we'll take a decent morning break. Mr. Unetti, okay, sounds good. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, I don't expect a ruling right now, but I'm going to ask the court pretty quickly the parameters of closing argument. We're going in that direction, and I just need to know for my purposes kind of how much time we're going to have. The court, an hour. No more than an hour. No more than an hour. I've never done more than an hour. Massachusetts, 1 hour is the time limit, it seems. The jury has heard it. Mr. Jackson, even in a case this complex, I wasn't going to ask for 4 hours. I was going to ask for 2. Wow, he wanted 2 at first. The court, not 2 hours, 1 hour. I have had cases that are more complex that have been 1 hour. 1 hour. It's a challenge for you, but Mr. Jackson, it is. In this case, it is. The court, I know these lawyers can do it. That's where I'm at. So we can discuss it again when we have the charge conference, but that's where I'm at. Is the Commonwealth looking for 2 hours as well? Mr. Lally, no. The court, because you're used to an hour. Mr. Jackson, you're not helping, Adam. Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. The court, all right, so we'll make it quick. I'm going to line the jurors up. I'll let you know where I stand. Mr. Jackson, okay, good. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. The court, we can line them up. Little banter there. Because if Adam Lally had been like, well, Your Honor, normally I would say, I'm used to the 1 hour, but in this case, one of my experts, I want to spend a little more time. So, Mr. Jackson's 2 hours might be a little long, but how about 1:30? Then you have both sides asking, then he can win. But because Lally won't go along with it, Jackson's like, Oh, listen, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it, Scott Treble, Good Trouble Studios. No problem at all. I appreciated the question that you asked myself. I'm autistic, so you just know that you are appreciated, and I appreciate you. So you stick around. But yeah, I'm grateful that you asked because I learned something. Maybe I'll even watch that movie. All right, end of sidebar. So they're going to make the rulings. This is where Dr. Russell was allowed to testify. All right, and then some limits on the ARCA witnesses. All right, page 2837. And now we're moving to the next day, or the same day, which is, it's Thursday, June 20th. For some reason, I thought the holiday, June 19th, was on Thursday and they were back Friday. I guess the holiday was Wednesday, so we went Tuesday to Thursday. You get the point, though. Like, we're in the middle of the week. So this is Garino for 140-something pages. All right, we're listening to the poem first. I appreciate that. All everyone can be is just who they are, Scott. And I think that's a good way to be. All right, so I want to read this poem, A Prayer for Owen Meany. I don't know what it is, so I have to screen it, but it seems nice. We got a nice recommendation. And that is from Mr. Monk's Understudy. Oh, it's a novel. We cannot read it. I thought it was a poem. Oh, thank you, Mr. Monk's Understudy. I'm going to read about it now. We can use this as a towel needs a voice break, so we're going to learn about this book. I'm just going to have the summary read to us, okay? Would you mind? I don't think you'll mind. Saves my voice while I prepare
A Prayer for Owen Meany. A Prayer for Owen Meany is the seventh novel by American writer John Irving. Published in 1989, it tells the story of John Wheelwright and his best friend Owen Meany growing up together in a small New Hampshire town during the 1950s and 1960s. According to John's narration, Owen is a remarkable boy in many ways. He believes himself to be God's instrument and sets out to fulfill the fate he has prophesied for himself. The novel is also a homage to Gunter Grass's most famous novel, The Tin Drum. Grass was a great influence for John Irving, as well as a close friend. The main characters of both novels, Owen Meany and Oscar Matzroth, share the same initials as well as some other characteristics, and their stories show some parallels. Irving has confirmed the similarities. A Prayer for Owen Meany, however, follows an independent and separate plot. Plot summary, edit. The story is narrated by John Wheelwright, a former citizen of New Hampshire who has become a voluntary expatriate from the United States, having settled in Toronto and taken on Canadian citizenship. The story is narrated in two interwoven time frames. The first time frame is the perspective of John in the present day, 1987. The second time frame is John's memories of the past, growing up in New Hampshire in the 1950s and 1960s alongside his best friend, Owen Meany. Past, edit. Early childhood, edit. John Wheelwright and Owen Meany both live in the fictional town of Gravesend, New Hampshire. The boys are close friends, despite the fact that John comes from an historical and wealthy family, as the illegitimate son of Tabitha Wheelwright, and Owen is the only child of a working-class granite quarryman. John's earliest memories of Owen involve lifting him up in the air, which was easy due to his permanently small stature, in order to make him speak. An underdeveloped larynx caused Owen to speak in a high-pitched voice at all times. During the course of his life, Owen develops the conviction that he is God's instrument. 1950s, edit. As John and Owen move through their schooling, it becomes clear that Owen is advanced in his intellect and self-awareness. He expresses frustration with his parents, over whom he appears to have complete control, and favors John's mother and grandmother, choosing to spend the majority of his time at John's house on Front Street. John's mother, Tabitha, eventually marries a drama teacher from a local private high school, Dan Needham. Dan wins the affection of the boys by giving him a stuffed armadillo to play with. Owen is particularly taken with the creature, and he and John take turns playing hide and seek with it. Although John likes Dan, he and Owen speculate about who John's biological father might be. Tabitha refuses to tell him. Owen is also fond of baseball. Despite being a poor player, he curates an enormous collection of baseball cards. At a Little League baseball game, he unexpectedly gets up to bat and hits a foul ball, which strikes Tabitha in the head, killing her instantly. John is distressed, but he and Owen remain friends following a nonverbal exchange facilitated by Dan. It is at this point that Owen reveals that he feels that he is an instrument of God. In order to express this to John, he removes the claws of the stuffed armadillo, just as God has metaphorically taken command of his hands. Later on, he appears as the baby Jesus in a nativity production at the Episcopal Church he and John attend, and as Ghost of Christmas yet to come in a local performance of A Christmas Carol. During the latter role, he becomes convinced that he saw his full name, Paul Owen Meany Jr., and the date of his death on Scrooge's gravestone. These events reinforce Owen's ideas about his connection with God. Because John is held back in school, Owen repeats the 9th grade with him so that the two can attend the Gravesend Academy together. There, Owen Meany earns a reputation as an intelligent, sarcastic student. He is known for his heavily opinionated editorial column in the school newspaper, under the pen name of The Voice, in which he writes in all capital letters to reflect his shrill voice. He also earns respect by dating John's college-age cousin Hester. While Owen helps John with his schoolwork, John assists Owen in practicing a basketball maneuver they call the shot. This involves John lifting Owen above his head so that he can dunk the basketball. Owen does not reveal why they must practice the shot. It is not legal in any basketball game. However, they continue to rehearse the move so that they can complete it in under 4 seconds. 1960s, edit. Because of a feud with the headmaster of Gravesend Academy, Owen is expelled in his senior year, squandering his chances of going to Harvard or Yale University, both of which had offered him full scholarships. Instead, he chooses to attend the University of New Hampshire while undergoing ROTC training so that he will graduate as a second lieutenant and assume active duty following graduation. This is received poorly by both John and Hester, who oppose the Vietnam War. Despite his insistence that he must join the military himself, Owen helps John avoid the draft by amputating John's index finger with a stone saw. Following graduation from university, Owen works as a casualty officer, bringing the bodies of Arizona soldiers home from California, recalling his work carving and selling tombstones from his father's quarry. Eventually, Owen tells John and Hester that he has had a recurring dream in which he saves many Vietnamese children, but he sustains wounds that kill him. He believes that this will happen on the date he saw on Scrooge's grave, and he sets out to realize the dream by going to Vietnam. John and Hester are distraught, and attempt to convince Owen that it was only a dream. However, at this point, the novel flashes forward a few years to Owen's funeral, which confirms his premature death. At the funeral, Owen's father reveals to John that he considered Owen to be like the Christ child, due to the fact that he and Mrs. Meany never performed intercourse prior to Owen's birth. He also tells John that he told Owen about his apparently miraculous conception when Owen was a young boy. In the flash forward, it is also revealed that John has discovered the identity of his father, a man whom he has known all his life. He is frustrated that it is Reverend Lewis Merrill, the meek married minister of the Gravesend Congregationalist Church. The novel returns to a chronological sequence as John relates visiting Owen in Arizona as the predicted date of his death approaches. Owen delivers a body to a poor, dysfunctional family that expresses contempt for the military. At the wake, John accompanies Owen as he confronts Dick, the nihilistic, violent brother of the deceased soldier. Dick expresses a desire to kill Vietnamese people as he shows off the lethal weaponry his brother smuggled in from Vietnam. John and Owen then return to the airport, where Owen almost concludes that his dream was, after all, nothing more than a dream, as he has reached the date of his death and he is not in combat. However, a large group of Vietnamese children arrive at the airport, and Owen recognizes the circumstances of his dream immediately, although he is still not immediately sure about how exactly the final events will play out. Dick, whom John had seen skulking around the airport, attempts to murder the children using a grenade. John catches the weapon and tosses it to Owen. Together they complete the shot maneuver in order to quickly remove the grenade from the vicinity of the children. The detonation fatally wounds Owen. As he dies, his voice and physique calm the frightened children. He dies satisfied that he has fulfilled the will of God. John is left with the memory of his friend, and the firm belief that Owen and his life were a miracle. The last words of his narrative are an impassioned plea. "Oh God, please bring him back. I shall keep asking you." Style, edit.
Wow, that's really good. I mean, I didn't actually read it, but I get the point. That is, I mean, absolutely, like, that was a great read. I'm glad I learned about that. I'm glad. Who suggested that? Was that Mr. Monk's understudy? I mean, you are wonderful. Petty LaBelle. Also, yes, I did realize that it's a law novel, and I will say Mr. Monk's understudy. Here's my opinion. So many of the great archetypal works of modern society are just the story of Jesus retold in a secular framing to trick people so they don't think they're reading about Jesus. If you watch Being There from 1978, which is probably the archetypal exposition on the screen of like a secular sort of like propaganda that is designed to teach like modern Western secular people about Jesus. I love Being There from 1978, and I love the movie Forrest Gump from 1994. And what's great about Being There is it was more set in the 70s, so it was designed to like teach like people alienated by like, I'd say like Nixonian republicanism, that like, listen, you could still believe in Jesus even if you think like, like the whole Richard Nixon thing went a little overboard. That was kind of the point of being there. What I like about Forrest Gump, it was kind of like a reaction to the Reagan era. And it was kind of like, listen, like we went a little overboard in the 80s too. It was the cocaine, I think. But like society went a little overboard. So the film people were like, listen, we'll just make a little film about Jesus. And we'll tell people like, just think about this man. Like, they kind of made him dumb, which I did not like. Like, Jesus was not dumb. Like, I don't like that, like, the movie Forrest Gump mocks Jesus. Like, it's meant to be, like, simultaneously a chronological, like, sort of encoding of the Jesus myth, like, story. It's not a myth, it's a mythos. Like, the Jesus story into a modern secular format. What it does is, like, mocks Jesus. It's kind of like heathenistic. Like it's weird how it functions. Like Forrest Gump looks like a movie about a guy who's simple and like wants his girl, and like he just ends up at like these weird places in history, and it's just like on TV playing ping pong like with the president. But that's not what Forrest Gump is about. If you look at the like explication of it from like a film like perspective, what it is like a Jesus retelling with like, the woman being like Mary Magdalene, whatever her name is. And then, the Tom Hanks character being Jesus. But that's not really what it is if you actually think about it. It's like kind of like a derision of Jesus. It's like, Jesus was a moron. That's what Forrest Gump is trying to say. And I don't like that about it. I hate how anyone would frame like the teachings of Jesus as like a simple-minded human walking around just inadvertently being able to like teach people moral lessons. Ridiculous. Like, listen to what Jesus was saying in the Bible. He was like complex as a human. He was complex in the retelling of his beliefs. Like, Jesus is just a very complex individual if you study the Bible. So to frame him as this simple man who just kind of like walks around and inadvertently ends up at places, and then like things happen, and he gets taken advantage of, but he's a simple man. That's not really an appropriate retelling. It's more derision of Jesus. I like what this story did. Like this, like the story we just listened to, I thought was, it was A Prayer for Owen Meany. I thought that was kind of like, it reminded me of Maniac Magee a little bit, which is a book I read, I'd say back in like 1990. Let's see, it had to be when I was, fifth, sixth, so it was when I was in third grade. So 1997 or so, I remember reading Maniac Magee. And as an 8-year-old, I thought it was like the archetypal like structure for like a class divide. And I remember reading that book and just thinking, there is something special about the ability of something I was an 8-year-old, like something I can hold in my hand to reflect like the like symbiosis of like culture. I was so like engrossed in this idea that this book Maniac Magee could represent like the two different sides of like a train track being like a metaphor for the division like in society and like the way we live our lives like in the same place temporally on the earth, but like just based on where we are, like a train track, which is like a really good metaphor for like how like highways and trains like cut communities up in the 50s post-urbanization in the US. I didn't know that when I was 8. But I was just fascinated by Maniac Magee because of its like archetypal commentary on like American like society and how towns and cities are very like orientated in one place geographically but divided, and people can be within like 100 feet of each other but maybe more like 1,000 and live two very different lives in the same city or town. Okay. I love that book as an 8-year-old. I love this book you just showed me. For like, I don't love Forrest Gump because it degrades the Jesus story. I love A Prayer for Owen Meany because I think it does justice to it. Like, it does justice to it in a very, like, unique way. Like, it's kind of like the movie Being There, where the reveal is at the end. And I love the recursive motif of the shot. Like, it's a little cliche to, like, develop the shot, completely drop it, and then bring it up at the end. But it works so well there, tying in with, like, the foreshadowing of his death and the allusion to A Christmas Carol, the Dickensian foreshadowing of the ghost of Christmas future. Bro. You don't understand. That is a beautiful literary work. It's like somebody read James Joyce and other works like that and was like, listen, we can like tell this secular narrative, but we can layer it in the like motif, like a very simple language, but that is actually highly complex and tells the Jesus story. And then we just have to reference a bunch of literary works. I saw Hester in there, Hester Prynne, hello. And then I saw like references to Dickens, like overtly. I'm sure if I read the text, I would pull out all sorts of different references, which I may do. I don't really need to read it. I understand what it was doing culturally in context, but I should read it if I want to learn some new words, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, my point is, I know a lot of things, and I like books. Can you just imagine little 8-year-old Towel just like sitting there and being like, this book, like I remember telling my 3rd grade teacher, like, I think this book is a very interesting commentary on how like cities and towns are divided based on things we can't see, and they divide us and make it harder for us to communicate even if we live in very similar places. And the teacher was like, I just remember him being like, how? First of all, I don't know why I had that book as an 8-year-old. I don't know why I understood it as an 8-year-old. I've never read it again. I've only read it once. I still remember. Now that I think about it, it's kind of weird that as an 8-year-old, I was reading Maniac McGee and was like, oh, I understand this perfectly. And now that I think about it as an 11-year-old, it was kind of weird that I was reading Black Mass. And I was like, oh, I understand this perfectly. I'm starting to wonder, like, if I was a little bit smart when I was a kid. I don't really remember. I didn't really, like, ask, like, my teachers. They just kind of seemed to resent me. Like, some of them smiled, but a lot of them, like, resented me. So I didn't ask. But now that I think about it, it was a little bit weird. Like, I was, like, in elementary school as an 8-year-old. I just could not get enough of books. Like, by the time I got to 5th grade, like, the only thing that, like, I could really read that was challenging was Black Mass. And then by that point, like, I just, like, the curriculum wasn't for me. Like, I could do the work, but, like, I wasn't interested in the curriculum, bro. I was, like, really just trying to read everything on the face of the planet. By 6th grade, I was reading Webster's Dictionary, and I was fascinated. I remember in 6th grade, the most important thing to me was that anti-disestablishmentarianism was on page 58 of the edition of the Webster's Dictionary that we had. And I really needed to make a point to my teachers in 6th grade when I was 11 that anti-disestablishmentarianism represented opposition to the disestablishment of like the British church in England in the 1600s, and they were very fucking confused. And I was like, no, that word is very important, and you need to know that it is on page 58 of this dictionary, and I'm going to remember that forever, which I did. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like, it was a little weird to be, like, young and, like, adults would be, like, jealous. And I'd be like, I don't know why. I'm just a child. I'm very interested in Black Mass. I'm 11. And they'd be, like mad about it. And I'd be like, don't you want to encourage me to grow? And they would hold me back and be all mad. They'd be like, go do your worksheet. I'd be like, no, I'm not adding 6 plus 2. Who gives a shit? They'd be like, great, you have to color in the lines. And I'd be like, I don't want to fucking color. I want to read Black Mass. What the fuck? I used to get so mad. I'd be like, why the fuck do you want me to color? And then if I color and I don't color in the lines, you think that's a problem? Who gives a shit, bro? No one's ever going to see this fucking shit. I was like, I remember I was in 1st grade and they were mad about me coloring in the not coloring in the lines. I was like, bro, first of all, it's a fucking polar bear. Who fucking cares if I color in the lines or not? Who gives a shit? Why does this fucking matter? Like, I remember saying to the teacher as a 6-year-old, no one's going to see this. It does not matter if I color in the lines. And she was like, no, like, this is very important. Like, if you don't color in the lines, you're going to get in trouble. And I was like, I don't care, lady. I think I called her ma'am, but I was like, I do not care. I do not. And she was very mad. I was like, I just want to read my book. I was like 6. It was kind of funny. I don't know why she gave a shit about the fucking polar bear being colored in the lines. Who gives a damn? What is the use? Like, why are we teaching children that? I hope that's changed. You don't need to learn how to color a polar bear in the lines. And if you go outside the lines, who cares? I am hyperlexic, most likely. I don't know what that means. And your teachers, thank you for telling me about it, though, Good Trouble Studios. And your teachers didn't know what to do with you. As a former teacher, let me tell you that it's not your fault. They will shame you for it if they don't know what to do. Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Good Trouble Studios. I want to look up what hyperlexic is, and then we can go back to Sidebahs. I'm learning things. A hyperlexia is a syndrome characterized by a child's precocious, self-taught ability to read words well before the age of 5, often accompanied by an intense fascination with letters and numbers. While they progress advanced decoding skills, these children often struggle significantly with reading comprehension and verbal language. It is frequently, though not always, associated with autism. Yeah, that sounds about like me. So when I was like 2, I could speak like 4 languages. I could only count in them, but I could speak Russian and French and Spanish and English. And so I don't know about the other languages I could count in. It was very important to my mom that I count in all these different languages. So anyway, I think she kind of like treated me like she would just show me off. So anyway, I just remember just reading. Like, that does sound like me. I would just read things, and I knew what all the words meant. Like, I remember when I got to kindergarten, I was very, very frustrated. I remember the dream I had the night before kindergarten. It was like some big gates were opening, and I was like, oh, this is cool. I'm excited to go in the big gates. And I walked in the big gates in my dream, and I was happy. So anyway, the next day I went to kindergarten, and I remember being incredibly frustrated as a 5-year-old because I was like, this is stupid. Like, I am so incredibly bored. I don't want to play with blocks or Hot Wheels. This is stupid. Just give me things to read. And they didn't want to give me things to read. Like, they wanted me to play with the Hot Wheels, and I didn't understand. I was very mad. I was like, just let me read things. And they didn't want me to read things. So I would just start reading at home. That's how and then we had lots of books at home. That was very nice. When I was like 8, my parents would just like give me legal books. I would like read transcripts of Supreme Court opinions when I was like 8 in the morning before school. That was the only thing that really interested me. Like reading things. I like to go to the library. Then my mom got mad because I found out how to get books with swear words at the library. She tried to tell the librarians to like not give me books with swear words or CDs with cuss words. And they were like, ma'am, we're a library. It doesn't matter that he's 8. Like, he has a right to have material with cuss words. And they had a fight about it. And the librarian sat me down and they were like, listen, your mom's really mad about you getting these like books with cuss words, but we're librarians and we think you have a right to access the material. Like, it was like books. It was not like pornographic material. It was like books with like cuss words, like Catcher in the Rye, like just adult books. But I was like 8. I would walk to the library and just get the books. And like, they sat me down and they were like, okay, you have a right to obtain this material. So like, we'll get you the books and you can just come to the library and read the books here so she doesn't yell at you. And then I would just go to the library when I was like 8 and just read the books. It was kind of fun. I don't know. I was a young child. Yeah, I learned a lot, and the librarians were very nice. Maybe that's why I love librarians now that I think about it. I spent a lot of time at the library, and they would just give me books. And, like, I'd be so interested. I knew how to use the card catalog. On the old system, you had to go to the drawers and pull the thing out, and you had to, like, look up the index. When I was, like, 8, I was just hanging out at the library. I kind of lived at the library in Belmont. It was a nice library. Yeah, I got a little bored in school. I got very bored. I didn't like it. It was okay, you know, like, for what it was okay. But, like, it wasn't challenging. I didn't like do great. It's not like I got the best grades and everything, but bro, like I didn't have to read anything after like I don't know, like probably junior year of college. I never had to like read an assignment in class again because I had read by that point, like I had read everything by the author we were assigned, every secondary commentary on like that material, their other essays, like their son, their daughter, their father, like their great uncle who was an academic. I've read secondary scholarship on them and them and them. I just got like, I just want to read all the time. So anyway, I never had to like do a lot of work in school after a certain age because like they'd ask me to read shit for a grade and I'd be like, bro, I have read this like 14 times. What do you mean you want me to like read it again? Like just I'll write you the fucking paper. Let me do something else. Like why do you want me to read it again? And they'd be like, well, you can like do like an explication of a topic in a secondary source or something and like take like one part of it and like make it into a thesis. And then I'd just write theses about like the development of Western civilization. They would think it was very interesting. My professors and I had a lot of fun. It was just very boring. There was no one who could give me a curriculum that was something I had not seen. I was so frustrated by the end. I didn't know what to do. I got very bored. That is awesome, Standing Stones. I am thrilled. Your grandson is a little towel, a washcloth. You can let him know he's a washcloth. He's going to be like, I don't understand. But it's okay. You're a little washcloth. I imagine that's what you do. I have a little towel nephew. He doesn't live in America. He only comes over for the holidays. But I give him, we have a tradition. I give him a paper towel every time I see him. He loves it. He runs around with the biggest smile on his face. He's the easiest little washcloth to please. You give him a paper towel, one, not a roll of paper towels. That would be way too much. Not even like a few. He doesn't even want to pull them off the roll. One single, like, piece of paper towel. You just rip one off at the seam. You give it to him. This man, this little child, it is like you have given this little towel like the greatest gift you can imagine. It's like you gave him a car. I don't know. He's so happy. He runs around. Now, each year he got a paper towel from me. He kind of like adjusted what he did with it. When he got the first one, he was just beaming. It's like I gave him a sock like he was a house elf in Harry Potter. It was like I freed him. He just ran around with it, like smiling, like someone gave me something that's mine. Then the next few years, he kind of developed like an ability to use the paper towel. So like when he was 2, he just kind of like walked up to the wall with it or something. I don't remember. By like the last 2 years, he takes that paper towel and then he knows exactly what to do. He goes over. Now, I don't understand why he picks the garbage disposal we have down there, but he goes over to like the cabinet of the garbage disposal with the paper towel and then he's just rubbing it. He's not really cleaning it. I don't think he understands. You can't just like rub the paper towel on a surface. I mean, in his mind, I think he thinks he's helping, but he just takes the paper towel, he just rubs it on the surface, and he just looks at me with this big smile. He doesn't say anything. He's kind of Dutch, so I don't know. He speaks a little Dutch, little English. We don't really communicate. I tried to talk to him about the Peace of Westphalia from 1648 one time. He had no fucking idea what I was talking about. I was like, oh, you're just a little towel. He just looked at me baffled. I was like, okay, bye. He was like, bye. So anyway, I give him the paper towel. He runs up to the little like garbage disposal. He just wipes it. And then he looks at me very happy. And then he keeps wiping. I'm like, okay, I'm going to leave now. And then I just leave. It is, though. That is wonderful, Scott. I think, like, grandparents, I don't have any grandchildren. I have a little towel nephew. But even just the fleeting interactions I have with my Dutch towel nephew, they're very endearing. Him and I don't speak the same language, literally and figuratively. Like, he speaks Dutch. He does speak some English, but, like, he speaks Dutch. He's a Dutch man. And I kind of look at him, and I just don't understand him. And he does not understand me, but we speak the language of towel. You don't understand. I give him the towel. He's happy. He smiles. I have no fucking idea what he thinks this towel is for. I don't really know what he thinks about. I don't really understand, like, what he's asking for most of the time. Like, I kind of get what his toys are for and, like, what means what and what he's supposed to do with the toys. But I don't really watch him. I can't be responsible for little babies. Imagine if you left me with a baby. I could figure it out with, like, a lot of training. But I'd be like, little baby, like, do you want to, like, debate politics? And it would be like, what are you fucking talking about? And it'd be like, would you like a cookie? Like, I don't know what to do with you. Like, I'm very baffled. Where is your mom? Like, what have you done? Like, what am I doing here? You're a little baby. I don't speak baby. Like, I don't know how to communicate. What if it wants something? I don't understand. And it has this code it speaks with its mom, and it, like, would be, like, asking for things, and I'd be like, what the fuck are you trying to say, little baby? You don't understand. I don't do well with things that don't use words. I can kind of be nice to them. But if they don't know how to use words, them and I are not going to be able to communicate. Obviously, it's a bit of a problem. Like, just crying at me does not really tell me anything. So me and babies really don't, like, communicate that well. But I can give them paper towels, I suppose. The point is, like, babies are wonderful. I'm glad you all are, like, raising them. We need them to populate the earth. But I really don't understand, like, how you communicate with them. Like, you just kind of pet them on the head, I guess. I just kind of, like, pet the baby on the head. Like, you're a nice baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. Yes, no, we won't be doing... Listen, I don't think we should leave. I know everyone's going to be like, but towel... You're so nice. Like, you could do it. No, we need, like, a chaperone for towel to, like, chaperone, you know? Like, I, like, don't do well with life skills. So, like, if you're like, Grant, this is a baby. Like, it's great if its mom's there. So I can just be like, oh, that's a wonderful baby. And I'll look at it for, like, a few minutes and kind of, like, pat it on the head. And, like, I don't know. Sometimes they kind of, like, smile. And that's kind of cute. But I don't have anything to say to the baby. It's not gonna, like, what the fuck is it gonna be able to, like, what am I gonna tell it? Like, listen, bro, I was researching this shit in the Epstein files. You don't understand. I'm trying to help all you little babies. Like, I can't. Like, the baby doesn't understand. So I don't know how to talk to it. So if its mom's there, we're good. Because I could be like, listen, that's your problem. Like, I'm glad you're here. I have no idea what to do with this thing. It seems adorable. I'm glad that you're, like, populating the earth, but good for you. Then I gotta go back to, like, reading documents. I can't deal with that. I don't know how to deal with it. I'm not gonna lie. It's really, really difficult. I'm not saying that, like, I couldn't learn how to do this, but, like, right now, like, outside of a baby being with its parents, like, you know, I'm kind of useless. I'm just kind of like, what are you and why are you here? Like, I understand what a baby is, but I don't really know, like how to tell it things. Like, international relations and babies are just do not mix. Like, that's the only thing I know how to do. Like I read court documents. I understand the government and history. What the fuck am I supposed to talk to a baby about? I've really had this. If you can't tell, I've thought about this for like 15 years. It really frustrates me. I don't meet a lot of babies. Frankly, I don't want to. If, like, my sister has a baby, I'll say hi to the baby. If someone who's my friend has a baby, I'm thrilled for them. I want to know how their baby's doing. I hope the baby's okay. Maybe I'll meet the baby one day. But, like, babies are not a big part of my life. I just want to make that clear. I don't run into a lot of them. So, like, I don't know. I've probably spent, like maybe, like, 30 minutes over the past 20 years with babies. And they just kind of baffle me. I don't really understand them. Like, they're very nice, I suppose. Like, but they're just a lot of work. Like, what do you, like, how do you do that? They, like, you just gotta monitor them all the fucking time. How are you supposed to read shit? How are you supposed to, like, get your coffee? And I don't know. I couldn't handle it. I'd be completely overwhelmed. I just want to be very clear. I'm good at some things that I would, like, you people who are moms and dads, I'm so impressed. Like, the people who raise children and stay in their kids' lives and do it for like 18 years and like help the children live and like fly like little birdies. I don't know how you do it. Like, I cannot figure that out. We got to start, like, no pun intended, we got to start with baby steps for me on the whole, like, babies thing. I need to understand, like, what you're supposed to do with the baby. Like, you just, like, monitor it. It's like, why? Like, all the time? You just kind of sit there and you're just like, are you okay? And it, like, cries and tries to tell you things. It is so beyond my ability to understand. Like, you all think I'm really smart. No. You start talking about, like, how to, like, set up a, like, college fund for a baby. Bro, I am out of my depth. You don't understand. You can't tell me it needs a fucking college fund. How do I fucking know what to do for it? I'm just supposed to know? Oh, you don't understand. It's really hard. I don't think I'm going to be very good at that. I have to find another way to find happiness in my life. Not saying it's ever going to happen. I just think, I don't think we want me doing that. I just need to read things. Like, I'm thrilled you all have people you love. I want you to have families. I just don't know if I can handle all that. I think you all need me to do other things. Would you even want me to be like your dad? Don't you think that would be a lot? Like, you'd be like, Dad, why are you smoking cigars and reading court documents online? Like, why? I'm like, well, I can't really explain it to you right now. Maybe like in 10 years. But then he'd be like, but the kid would be like, but I'm just watching you on YouTube. Like, I know what you're saying. And I'd be like, yeah, but I just don't know if I'm ready to have that conversation with you yet. Yeah, I think the more that I think about this, the more I realize I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, the kids would watch the YouTube and be like, Dad, you are why are you trolling the government? I'm not trolling. You're trolling. Listen, do you really want me to raise more me's? Are you sure that's a good idea? Yeah. Mr. Monk's understudy. I think Mr. Monk's got it. I think Pete Bunny Towel and I, like, we are fine. He's not very like, all I have to do is move him around. And even that, like, I'm worried I'm not going to do a good job at keeping him on his nightstand. So and he does it. He's an inanimate object, and I struggle with that. Yeah. Me and Pete Bunny, we'll be good. He's very low maintenance. So there's people who think they're low maintenance, and then there's a stuffed animal who's inanimate and does not move. Cost-benefit analysis. No, I've thought this through extensively. The GI Bill, yes. Well, God bless the GI Bill. That I support wholeheartedly. I am not feeding Pete Bunny with a bottle. He eats lettuce. What are you talking about, Scott? If I tried to give Pete Bunny a bottle, he would be offended. He only eats lettuce. He's a bunny. Alright. So we're going to start Garino's testimony. We're going to try to get to, I don't know, somewhere in the 3,000. It's only 9 p.m. Oh my goodness. I don't know when we're going to get this done. Probably I'd say sometime next week. So if you're on air towel. We're not taking a cruise to Antarctica. We are more like flying around the earth on a blimp. It is very slow. And occasionally, I just feel like giggling. So I'm like, oh, fuck it. You know, this is the longest court document ever. I'm just going to take a little detour. We're going to talk about how I can be a father to Pete Bunny Towel. That's true. Mr. Monk's understudy. I have brought Pete Bunny Towel outside once. That was very high maintenance. He needed a jacket on the ground. I had to put the ruler. I don't know if that's ever good. I mean, he likes the snow, so I feel bad. But, like, that was a lot of work. He was very high maintenance that day. That was the most effort I ever had to put into him. Listen, you want to know how you know that I really care about someone? If I'm willing to do more than, like, put a jacket on the ground and take a picture of a stuffed animal, like, if I really, like, do things and, like, take time away from my work and my reading, I really love someone. I don't do it for anyone or any reason, really, but there are exceptions. They are few and far between. But, like, if you take me, like, my love language is not reading court documents. Do you understand? Like, you should all know, like, just, I want you to understand this. Some people's love language is, like, physical touch. Some people's love language is, like, watching, like, trashy TV shows. That's really cool. I know a lot of people like that. You know, I like that too sometimes. I've never done it, but I heard it's okay. I would do it. My point is, my love language is when I don't read court documents and I do things, okay? So, like, literally, you can ask yourself, it's a very binary equation. Is Grant reading some kind of court document or researching some kind of, like, declassified file? Like, yes, okay, he's doing what he loves. Is Grant not doing that? Yes, he's doing that for someone he loves. Like, there's only two boxes. Like, reading court documents, okay, that's, like, the only thing I care about doing. Or I will make an exception for, like, Pete Bunny Towel if he wants to go out in the snow, but then I have to take a picture of him and put it on social media. It's part of the deal. He knows that. We talked about it. This is a skit, obviously. It's Monty Python. Now, I just want to be clear, though. Like, if I do not do this for anyone. Like, have you called me? Have any of you ever been able to, like, have lunch with me? People try. I'm always like, yeah, we'll do it. No, it never happens. Why? Because, like, I will do it if I'm, like, going to something that is related to court documents, like a court hearing, and you're like, Grant, want to go get lunch at the court hearing? Well, okay, I have to smoke on the way over, and then, like, I have, like, 20 minutes, and then we can sit for lunch, and then I'll go, I want a sandwich. Okay? That works. But, like, I don't, like, take time away from reading court documents. So if I do that, I really love you. You know, like, Pete Bunny Towel gets, like, 10 minutes a month. Bro, if you get any more than 10 minutes a month, do you understand how much I love Pete Bunny Towel? He's literally in my office. He sits on a little nightstand in my office. I spend more time with Pete Bunny Towel and the people on the stream than anyone else. Okay, if I do something for you and you're not named Pete Bunny Towel, it's because I love you. But I don't do that very often. You know, I don't have a lot of time. Hi, Loretta Jenkins, how you doing? Grid Trouble Studios is like, I am absolutely thoroughly enjoying this, and all of you in the chat, thank you so much for the warm welcome and for being so awesome. I haven't laughed this much in a long time. Oh, I love it. I love it. Laughter is medicine for the soul. What could you want on a Friday night other than laughing with Towel and just being a little Towel? It's really funny. If you haven't been laughing a lot, laughter is really good. We laugh a lot here. It's kind of like watching Dick Cavett cross with Andy Kaufman. Like, sometimes I'm like, I want to be in Walter Cronkite, Dick Cavett Towel mode. And then sometimes I'm like, I want to be in Andy Kaufman mode, but also like Monty Python mode. And it really depends on the moment. I also have adapted a Southern accent. So a lot of you are like, Grant, you are not a fucking Southern man. I'm like, well, you know, sometimes you just become a Southern man, you know? Like, a lot of people evolve over life, you know, it's a natural sort of evolution of every man into a Southern man. It was very subtle, though. You don't understand. I kind of like just sprung it on you all. Like I was very slow with it. And then all of a sudden, it was not, every once in a while, I was just talking like a Southern man all the time. No one noticed. Yes. Hold on, Peep. Peep, can you come here? Peep, someone asked you if your name is Peep. His name is Peep. Peep, well, so we have to talk a little bit about Peep Bunny Tao. So, Peep, we've been talking a lot about you. I know you were kind of getting, like, excited. Especially, like, someone wanted me to feed you food. That was not lettuce. But this Peep Bunny Tao. Now, he is a stuffed peep. So, he's not edible. We've gone over this before. So, he is very big. He's probably, I don't know. If you stand him on his hind legs, he's probably like 2 or 3 feet tall. He's bigger than my head. His head's about as big as my head. So he's a pretty big Peep Bunny Tao. Now, he is obviously modeled after the candy, the Peep. But he is not edible, nor is he made of sugar. That would be kind of bad. He probably wouldn't look like this after 10 years if he were a Peep Bunny, like an actual Peep. I think he would have probably deteriorated. But anyway, his name is Peep. I mean, he goes by Peep Bunny Towel, but Peep is okay. I mean, Peep Bunny Towel is an important part of this because he is a bunny and he's a towel because he's like, fluffy and he absorbs water. But anyway, the point is, he doesn't like communists. So occasionally, if like Bunny shows up or if you just say the name Peep Bunny Towel, it depends on my mood. I'll just grab him. And like, if I'm upset about the commies, like in particular, if I'm mad about like, I don't know, like some communist country, mostly China. It tends to be China. There's some other communist countries like Venezuela, but we kind of took them over, you know what I'm saying? So I don't have to worry about them. But like communist China, I get pretty mad about them. I want to make them the People's Republic of Taiwan. I want to teach them a lesson. They're going to be mad about that, But then someone's going to be like, yeah, but it's satire. They're going to be like, yeah, but he can't talk like that about the commies. And I'm going to be like, it's not me. It's Peep Bunny Towel. So anyway, my point is, Peep Bunny Towel doesn't like the communists. He is indeed a giant stuffed Peep Bunny, and occasionally he comes over if you mention his name. It's kind of like saying Beetlejuice, except Peep Bunny Towel. He just kind of hops over, says hello, and then he goes away. So anyway, that's Peep Bunny Towel. Well, yeah, sometimes my southern accent just comes out. You know what I'm saying? Scott's like, I never know where Grant's going, so I suppose my rapt fascination, I'm oddly now engaged in this for unknown reasons. Yeah, Scott, that tends to happen. People start watching, and then they're like, wait a minute, you get to listen to the sidebars, you don't have to read them, he tells you the context, and this random stuffed animal just shows up, and he starts telling stories. Like, this is great. You get to laugh, you get to, like, figure things out. Oh, it's wonderful. It's kind of like a black hole of court documents. I just, like, talk about things. You can figure things out. Maybe, like, I give hints. I don't know. I'm a little towel. You really got to, like, you get rewarded for listening closely. It's like reading Great Expectations the second time. You know what I'm saying? You look at Miss Havisham differently. Yes, Peep is very plump. I wouldn't say he's, like, plump. He's kind of, like, narrow, but also, like, tall. I don't know. He's kind of big. He's a big Peep Bunny. I appreciate you all. People need more education, information, and entertainment in their lives. The media kind of dropped the ball. They, like, are bad at life. I don't know. Like, it's like the, I don't know. The whole edifice of corporate media is terrible. I'm more entertaining than them all. And it's kind of a throwback to, like I said, like Dick Cavett. Little bit of like Andy Kaufman, maybe some Johnny Carson, Walter Cronkite, Walt Whitman, thrown to me to Tarbell, little Hunter S. Thompson, gets a little gonzo journalism in there. And then like you got to mix in like a little bit of like Memphis wrestling, that has the Kaufman element, but you got to add in a little bit of like Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South. And like a little bit of like Lance Russell, you know what I'm saying? Like I definitely have like that. announce a man persona where I can like make you feel like what I'm talking about. Well, I can demonstrate the importance of the material on your screen by virtue of the intonation of my voice. So I can change from like, oh, we're like at a lull, like, or we're building, we're crescendoing. Oh, this is incredibly important, using the intonation of my voice. So it's kind of like Lance Russell, but really, like, I'm not commenting on wrestling. Like, I'm commenting on kind of like the evolving historical mosaic painted by the interplay between governmental forces and also the legitimacy of the public sphere as made manifest in our various forms of representative democracy. You know what I'm saying? Try quoting that one back at me in the comments. Sometimes I just say things like that to see, because I feel like all of you are like, wait a minute, if I play that back, is that going to be a real sentence? Yes. Yes, it really is a real sentence. Good Treble Studios, thank you, Pete. Good Treble Studios says it was good to meet you. Are you pleased that you made a new friend? He's not a communist, no. He's a nice man. He seems very nice. He has good energy. You agree? Well, Good Treble Studios, listen, this is very rare. Pete Bunny Towel says he likes your energy, so you made a friend. He says he'll come say hi more often. He likes you. You and Bunny. You know, because Bunny's name is Bunny and he's a bunny. He says, oh, this is great. Listen, Good Treble Studios is wonderful. He says, you're perfectly peepable. That's fucking hilarious. I think you made a new friend. He says you're peepable. You don't understand. The Good Treble Studios is my type of person. Good Treble Studios, you can email me, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. You make sure you stay in touch. You don't understand. Peepable, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm so happy. I was here for someone making a pun, not just that I love, but about Pete Bunny. Oh, I feel like this is one of the greatest gifts that has been bestowed upon me. It's a pun about you, Pete Bunny. This is great. You don't understand. Like, I love Pete Bunny dearly, and, like, people love Pete, but, like, to say that he's peepable, I love it. Like, I love language. I love literature. I love lexicons and puns and alliterative sort of onomatopoeia. And peepable is just wonderful. I bet you never thought you'd hear the phrase alliterative onomatopoeia back to back, but I just did it to you. I'm fucking with your brain a little bit. All right, Peep, you want to go back to bed? Yeah, he's going over there. Good Treble Studio says that's what makes you an excellent journalist, and you'd probably be a great teacher as well. Perhaps. Thank you. Lynn, good to see you. Like, France or Greenland, like, you know, Lynn's like, I feel like I can't miss a stream because I'd be more lost when I came back. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, I don't know, it's kind of like, I guess it's a little bit like 1980s territorial Saturday, like, morning wrestling. It's kind of like episodic within, like, the stream. Like, there's, like, just chunks of different, like, segments that happen. And then they're recursive, like James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, because I love Gambetto Vico's theory of recursive e-recursive. And I just like to build them into the storyline of the stream. So I'll just be like, oh yeah, that inside joke about France or Germany or the Penguins. And then, you know, all of a sudden we're talking about Antarctica. Then we're in the Epstein files. It's wonderful. It's like living in the mind of Tao. And I get more energy the longer we go because my mind rebels at stagnation. So it's a good way to kind of like, if you're someone who enjoys watching content that is highly energetic, listening to someone speak at 280 to 300 words per minute consistently for hours is probably the only way to satiate a modern brain that requires otherwise constant flipping of content. You know what I'm saying? So the pace of my thinking is perfectly constituted to exist within a modern digital ecosystem that gives dopamine hits for rapid delivery of information at a pace that is so sustained it doesn't require you actually having to scroll through new information because my brain just is doing it for you in real time. I'm just like, yeah, let's just do it. I know, it's wonderful. It's actually faster than you could probably do it. Some people are like, I can't consume this much fucking material, Grant. Even if I was sitting there with 3 computers and a phone, I don't know how to take all this in. So I just listen to you, and it's just a lot. I'm like, I know. It's kind of fun, though. It's like an encyclopedia that talks to you and engages with your comments. And it doesn't need any latency. It just knows things. So you just say something to it, and then it just like goes off on a tangent. It's really fun. Terry, I agree. Yes, Good Trouble Studios. We have Sidebahs. Lynn says we have Sidebahs in the Sidebahs. Yes, I love it. You don't understand. All right, I have to take my Tylenol. Hold on. I have a bit of a shoulder pain. I hurt myself the other night. It's nobody's fault. I was massaging my arm, and then I hurt my arm. So I'm going to take some Tylenol. Hold on. I'll show you my Tylenol. I got this very cheap Tylenol because I don't know if you know, buying like brand name Tylenol is like very expensive. It was like $14. So I got like the Star Market brand. Anyway, I've been trying not to like eat on camera and stuff, so... Personally, I don't understand. I think acetaminophene's apparently a little dangerous. I'm going to try not to take this for more than 3 days. That's basically what it says. But, like, I hurt my pectoral muscle pretty bad. I don't know what it, or like my chest muscle. I don't know what I did to it. I think clapping there aggravated it. But I hurt myself the other day, so I'm trying to take it easy anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to do any lifting with my left arm. All I did was like kind of like massage the back of my, like I hurt my back over here the other day, and I was kind of sitting on stream kind of like absent-mindedly massaging my back, and I hurt my arm. Like, I'm getting old, you know what I'm saying? Hello, Cop's daughter. What would you like to understand? I mean, is there anything specific that you want to understand? I know I say the words you don't understand a lot, but this channel is kind of like a true crime stream that covers a bunch of court documents. Right now we're reading the second tranche of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial sidebars. This material was not previously publicly revealed until last Friday because of a public records request by Marbury v. Madison on X, who is Corey A. Hopkins, a business litigator from North Carolina. Now we're going through the sidebars, and you're basically listening to kind of an annotated commentary on them. The amalgamated second tranche across both trials is 5,481 pages. Over the past week, we've got through 2,840 of those pages. And tonight by, I don't know, between 11 p.m. and midnight, I'd like to get through like 3,000 to 4,000 pages. I want to get this done so I can go back to my Epstein files research. I'm also a journalist. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can find more from me on X. You'll find that I cover everything from the Epstein files, Kathy Rumler, the Rumsey Hall School in Connecticut, the connection between Epstein and Stoughton and Sandra Birchmore. I cover the Karen Reed case, where I've recently discovered information related to the Sally Port video showing that it was obviously manipulated, the footage from 5:38 p.m. on January 29, 2022, related to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, and a mystery man who was in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station around the time that someone clearly manipulated Karen Reed's taillight. And in any event, I cover a lot of things. This channel's interesting. Sometimes I do Monty Python skits. It's basically a public information service centered around educating, informing, and entertaining the wider public. I use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse, with no sponsors or anything but donations helping me, to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. I hope that makes sense. Oh, Cop's daughter, if you know about the Sallyport video and can answer who you think it is, you're in the right place. All right, people who speak that language, you are in the right place. Let me check the donations, because sometimes I forget, and people are like, "But Grant, I sent a donation." I know. I'm checking now. Oh, somebody sent a donation. God bless the person who sent a donation. I'm very grateful for you. And I'm going to add it to the total. We're working towards a midnight goal, ladies and gentlemen, for the weekend of 300. And you might say, why, Tao? Well, I by accidentally went negative because of my cell phone bill. There's a lot of stuff in my personal life, like my mother knows Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law, and like she kind of tormented me. I got a job, and then she took my car away, so I was working for negative money, and I'm disabled. Now I just stream and try to help people. So your donations are important. God bless the person who sent a donation on the Cash App, which, by the way, you can find this information in the chat. You'll be able to send those donations through the Cash App, which is # Grant Smith Ellis. And then there is a Venmo at Grant1. And then a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. And we are just $60 away from our goal. So God bless everyone who's been supporting Little Towel. Cop's Daughter, you can say anything you need. Don't worry, it's Friday night. You feel free to share, correct, delete your comments, whatever you need to do. By all means, you take your time, Cop's Daughter. We're here doing Sidebahs. All right, so by the way, we are in the Nick Garino Direct with Adam Lally. It is Thursday, June 20th, 2024. Allow me to open my window. It's a little warm in here. You can still hear me. I dropped my lighter, but I'm going to go open the window. Alright. I'm not really sure how it's possible for it to be so warm when it's cold outside. Anyway, I opened the window. After our visitor the other day, I made some modifications to my door. I can't comment on that, though. Okay. Cop's Daughter says, I was introduced... Hello, Kevin from South Boston. You got here right at the right time. 3 Clerk Monty says, Grant talks about important stuff. Cop's Daughter says, I was introduced to Grant when I read on Twitter, Grant calling TB things, and I now understand, and I was trying to understand both sides. Well, yeah, Towel's perspective has evolved a lot. There was a lot that Towel had to learn about different things. So all I will say is that the Sally Port video, Cop's Daughter, is probably the most important piece of evidence that I've seen recently, and it changed my perspective on a lot of things. And anyone who knows about the Sally Port, as you were talking about earlier, anyone who knows about the Sally Port knows the importance of the Sally Port video. So, I mean, you already know how it's possible for someone to have been probably you know how it's possible for someone to have been manipulated by the state. Because quite frankly, with my keen video analysis I am aware of how the state, I think, edited that video from the Sally Port. And if they were that good, where they tricked Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, the man on the mountain, one of the best lawyers, the best lawyer in Massachusetts, among them, according to his peers this year, well, I'm telling you, folks, anyone could be fooled. Interesting. So, Cop's Daughter, you'll find this part absolutely fascinating. When I was in high school, I did not know this, but Liz Syracusa was older than me by 2 years. How fascinating is it now, if you're from Belmont, to find out that her uncle is hanging around with my mom? Did you know that? Did you know Michael Proctor's, I think, brother-in-law works for the Belmont PD? Oh, yeah, no, I was never affiliated with Kate Peter. Let me be clear. If you haven't, I love that you're coming in here asking questions because I'm happy to answer them. If you've never heard the Chick-fil-A story, she tried to, count an envelope full of cash in front of me in a Chick-fil-A parking lot in probably, I'd say March, February of 2024, and I wasn't down with it. Okay, I just was not down with it. Kate Peter, to me, was obviously bad news bears, and I didn't know why. I'm slowly starting to understand why, but I'm telling you right now, no, I knew the vibe she gave off was just bad. Even when I was listening to the state, I still didn't like Kate Peter. I'm telling you, you hang around Kate Peter, you feel a dark vibe. It's not good. Interesting, cop's daughter. Yes, they deceived me, Petty LaBelle. They were very manipulative about the Total. They would send people in my orbit. They give up eventually because, like, I have a lot of friends. And that, like, Congress started retweeting me. And then I was like, I'm going to have a church committee. You know, I'm going to petition my government until they have a church committee. And now they're having a church committee. You know what I'm saying? So, like, people were like, oh, was he just, like, being a little towel? And, like, he was always, like, gonna like figure out what was going on, and then once shit hit the fan, he was just gonna tell people in a way that made sure the bad people got held accountable. Well, no, not really. Like, I really did believe the state because they manipulated me, but I was always sniffing stuff out because I thought people were being evil. I didn't know who was being evil. I always thought it was a little more complex than people were portraying themselves to believe in public or so represent. So eventually, as I figured things out, I kind of was like, you know what? I don't like some of these people, you know? So then I was like, wait a minute. Not only do I not like some of these people, they were lying to me, and they like have all these different personas, and they're working with these people, and then there were these people, and the state's involved, and then, oh dear goodness, there were brothels, and these people, and these girls doing this, and oh goodness. And then I was like, wait a minute. Was I the only one, like, not paying for sex in Massachusetts? Like, I don't understand. Like, was everybody, like, buying sex or selling sex? I don't understand. So that's how it all happened. I'm just a very naive little towel. I don't really understand why people, like, deceive me. But I think they're like, we can't tell him what we're doing because, like, he will not, like, do that. And if we tell him, he'll be like, that's sex trafficking, and then he'll get us arrested. Like, I just give the vibe, like, if you buy people, I will get you arrested. And then so people are like, we can't tell him. We have to get around him and just pretend like we're not who we are so he doesn't think we're sex trafficking. And then they're like, oh, no, he's going to figure it out. Let's just, like, overwhelm him and, like, take up a lot of his time and try to distract him. And then when he figures this out, like, let's make sure that we, like, try to emotionally overwhelm him. But we can't because he's so much bigger now, and Congress retweeted him, and he's now getting like such a ferocious pace of information, and he figured out the Karen Reed case. We're all screwed. That's basically what happened to them. And then I was like, you know what, just for good measure, I'm going to go to Congress and make sure that the CIA gets hauled in front of the Congress for a church committee, because I wanted to punish Sean McDonough for him being a bad man, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And so then people are like, oh, God, Grant, you can't do that. And I was like, well, I petitioned my government for redress of my grievances. And I have lots of questions about the money, like, and the grants, and, like, who was paying for who. And I want people audited. And then I called some of the state government people. And I was like, I'm petitioning my government. And then you just move on them all at once, you know? You just, like, set your pieces up, you get ready for the final move, and then you just move. And everybody who doesn't get moved on is cool. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if I didn't move on you, you're cool. Yeah, I don't have a problem with you. You might have been, like, in their network, and I kind of, like, overlooked some lies because, you know, I don't know, I'm a softie sometimes. But, like, even then, like, I wasn't going to, like, do anything to the girls. Why? The working girls didn't do nothing wrong. They were victimized. So, you know, I just kind of, like, figured stuff out. And, like, I don't realize, you know, I'm a naive little towel. So I'm kind of, like, dumb socially. And, like, you just get around people, and you're just very innocent. People realize you're very pure, and they're like, oh, we shouldn't do bad things to him. He's a towel. Like, he's very pure. And then I just go around them, and they give me information. And I'm like, oh, like Sean, he would just tell me things. I'd be like, why are you telling me things? And then eventually I'd be like, you better be a good man. Because if you're not a good man and you tell me all this stuff, well, you know, I don't like bad men. And then, you know, the government gets involved. I'm a towel. What do you want from me? I'm a simple man that talks in a simple southern accent. You should underestimate me. I am no one. And as I told you all before, like, clearly, it's best to just think of me as some very disarming, just irrelevant force who likes to talk. And that way, I can do my work. All right, everybody on the same page? Yeah, Tao's been in Belmont for a long time. Very long time. Then I asked Kate Peter how she liked them apples, because I'm hilarious. I turned down going to Belmont Hill. I hated that. I thought they were so pretentious. My mom was so mad that I wouldn't go to Belmont Hill, and I was like, I want to be among the regular people. She was like, no, Grant, you must go to this elite school. And I was like, no, they're hoity-toity and pretentious. Screw them. And then we beat them in mock trial. Bro, do you understand? Belmont Public, with me leading the charge, we beat Belmont Hill in mock trial in like 2006 or some shit. Bro, I've never seen a more upset group of like stuck up like rich people. I was like, what are you going to do about it, bro? Like, Belmont Public just fucking flexed on Belmont Hill in a mock trial competition. What are you going to do about it? And they kind of just like looked over and were like, whoa, Belmont Public just like beat us in like a formal mock trial, like in a court. It was in front of like a real judge, like a mock trial. But and I remember being like, yeah, like we did that. You're like worthless. Like, yeah, you couldn't even beat Belmont Public because we're just bosses. It was really me. But my point was, we flexed on the bastards. And then I told my mom, and I was like, Mom, we beat Belmont Hill. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, Belmont Public's clearly superior. And by that I mean I'm clearly superior. It's not the school. It's just me going there. You know, I don't need a school or an institution. It's just me. And she was like, whoa. I was like, yeah. And then I laughed at them. Oh, I know, Cop's daughter. It was not about that. You must understand Towel as an entity. I want to go around and preach to people in exchange for food. I don't really want a successful life because that's how you get corrupted. There's a lot of like incentives in that world to sell out. You could offer me $100 million. I would tell you to like in exchange for me not like saying the truth, and I'd be like, go F yourself. You could offer me the world, and I'd be like, I already have it. I don't want for anything temporal. You know what I'm saying? So like, even though it was a gateway to a successful life, what it was like pulling me away from my vocation, which was living among the regular people and helping them humiliate Belmont Hill in mock trial, and then laughing at the dudes in the suits and being like, you lost to Belmont Public, you're terrible at life, I hope you remember this forever. And you just have to tell your grandchildren that you weren't good enough to beat Belmont Public in mock trial. I just wanted to make that point, and then I did. All right, what is this? It's Liz Proctor's uncle. I don't know who Liz Proctor's uncle is. What is this, 3 Clerk Monty? What am I opening? What is this, 3 Clerk Monty? Who's this? Oh, my word. Wow. The Colorado bar. Did you post this yet? Should we post this on social media, or you want to like break it here? Did you all know that the Colorado bar did a case about the Karen Reed case? You all want to look at it? This is wild. They did a mock trial about the Karen Reed case. Oh, hold on. We're learning about this. Everybody ready? Do you know what a mock trial is? It's where you get like a set of facts and you have to try the case. This is the Colorado bar. I didn't even know this existed. All right, let's read it. Ah, Melanie showed it on her live. All right, let's read it. I'll happily feed you for wisdom. Good Trouble Studios, that's what we do here. People are like, oh, like how much do you, like we go day to day. I never ask for more than I need. But they're like, oh, how much do you need? And I'm like, oh, I don't have money for food. And they're like, or my car rental. It's a long story. And then they're like, okay, we'll give you money. You know, and then we go one day at a time. Right now I'm negative 80. So like I did my car rental already for tomorrow and the next day. That was 80. And then I'm negative 80. So that's 160. And then I have to do another car rental tomorrow. So that's 80 more, 240. And then I need 60 for food. So we're going until we get 300. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow morning. But we're making progress. I'm a tan. All right, Karen, let's just listen to this. I don't want to read it. I'm tired. But I'll go back to the sidebars in a second. Hold on, this is important. Let's hope it will scan in. You better make it OCR scannable or I'm going to be mad. It has to process the PDF. Hold on.
The people of the state of Colorado. 2-case summary: Karen Snow is accused of hitting and killing her boyfriend with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow. There is evidence that supports that, and the lead detective claims Karen Snow admitted to hitting him. However, a defense witness claims Karen Snow didn't proclaim, "I hit him. I hit him," but was incredulously asking the detective, "I hit him. I hit him." Moreover, there is other evidence that the victim, a police officer, was beaten up in a fight at a police sergeant's house and was dragged outside and left to freeze in the snow. And even evidence that someone at the house that night searched "How long to die in the cold" before the victim's body was ever found. Available witnesses: Prosecution 1, Kai Morrison 2, Detective Jordan Mankiewicz 3, Chase Melvin Defense 1, London Holt 2, Adrian Canning 3, Nevada Morales Exhibits: Exhibit 1 Kai's phone search history, Exhibit 2 Coroner's report, Exhibit 3 Karen and John text exchange, Exhibit 4 Mankiewicz group text exchange, Exhibit 5 Agent J temporary suspension notice, Exhibit 6 Chase Melvin CV, Exhibit 7 vehicle software logging from Karen's vehicle, Exhibit 8 Karen's call log, Exhibit 9 London Holt CV, Exhibit 10 Y. Phi tracking from Stone residence, Exhibit 11 Nevada Morales CV, Exhibit 12 strip and grid method searching. Stipulated facts: 1. The case summary is not a part of the case materials, and its contents are not admissible, and no reference to the summary contents may be entered or referenced during the trial. 2. The parties are properly before the court and jurisdiction and venue are proper. 3. A witness may be portrayed by a team member of any gender. 4. The signatures on all witness statements and documents are authentic, and no attorney or witness may attempt to deny the authenticity of the signature. 5. All witnesses are presumed to have knowledge of the facts contained in each of the stipulations. 6. All exhibits included in the problem are authentic and accurate in all respects, and no objections to the authenticity of the exhibits will be entertained. 7. Stipulations cannot be contradicted or challenged. 8. It is presumed that the expert witnesses have read each other's reports and have had access and reviewed the same data collected from the vehicle and witness cell phones. District Court, Pueblo County, State of Colorado, 501 N Elizabeth Street. Pueblo, Colorado 81003 719 404 8700. Filled up Pointing Triangle Court. Used on or about February 11, 2023. Karen Snow unlawfully, feloniously, and after deliberation with the intent to cause the death of another person, caused the death of John Murphy, in violation of Section the 18th of March 102, 1, CRS. Pueblo County, Colorado 501 N Elizabeth Street. Karen Snow, defendant, case number ____4person 2. Jury instructions. Instruction number 1. The charges against the defendant are not evidence. The charges against the defendant are only accusations. Direct evidence is based on first-hand observation. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to. Instruction number 5. The weight you give to the. Instruction number 8. A crime is committed when a defendant has committed. After considering, if you are not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant. Murder in the first degree. Kai Morrison, witness statement 1. My name is Kai Morrison. When I was 14, I moved to Colorado with my mom and two 17-year-old sister Jeanette. It was hard starting a new high school in a new state. I had trouble making new friends and fitting in, but I was lucky because I had my big sister Jeanette looking out for me. Jeanette always treated me like an equal. She never got annoyed when I hung out with her friends or tagged along when they went out. I never felt alone when I was with Jeanette. 7. After Jeanette graduated from high school, she got a job as a dental assistant aide, and that was where she met Philip Stone. He's a sergeant with the Pueblo Police 9 Department. He came in for a teeth cleaning and left with her phone number. He has a 10-killer smile. Jeanette and Philip have been married for 4 years now, and it's a great 11 marriage. Philip really loves and supports my sister, and he's like an older brother to 12 me. He taught me how to fish, how to drift in Mario Kart, and he never makes me feel 13 like a third wheel when I'm at their house. I'm super close with Philip and couldn't ask 14 for a better brother-in-law. 15. After my high school graduation, I started working as a bartender at a 16 neighborhood restaurant called Madden's Irish Pub, and I've been working there ever 17 since. I like being a bartender, and my manager is really nice. Like, if there's leftover 18 food in the kitchen at closing time, I can take it home with me, which really helps with 19 expenses. I usually bring the food to Jeanette and Philip's house so we can have family 20 dinner. Jeanette's home feels like my home, and Jeanette and Philip's friends are my 21 friends. 22. I actually met John Murphy through Philip. John is also a police officer, and he 23 and Philip worked together in the same division. Before he was murdered, John liked to 24 hang out at Philip's house on Sundays. They'd watch football, and he'd leftover onion 25 rings and fries I brought home from the pub. I joined him as often as I could, and John 26 and I got really close. We talked for hours about football, and John used to ask my 27 advice when he was setting up his fantasy football lineup. John stopped asking for my 28 help when Philip accused him of cheating because I'm that good at fantasy football. 29 I also knew John Murphy's wife, Karen Snow. Karen didn't like football very much. She mostly hung around the house while we watched the games and didn't add 31 much to the social setting. Karen seemed to think that just because I was friends with 32 her husband, I needed to be friends with her too. I didn't think so, but I played along and 33 made small talk with her for John's sake. John really seemed to want us to get along 34 and, like I said, John and I were close, so I was friendly to Karen for him. 35 On Friday, February 10th, 2023, I was bartending at Madden's Irish pub. Philip 36 was there hanging out with a bunch of colleagues and friends from the police 37 department. John Murphy and Karen Snow arrived at the bar together around 10:0038 p.m. They ordered drinks from me, and I remember John ordered a pint of beer and 39 Karen had a glass of wine. There was another bartender working that night, but I know I-40 only served Karen one glass of wine, and I never saw her drinking anything but that 141 glass. I'm a bartender, I know drunk when I see it, and Karen definitely wasn't drunk. 42 I was supposed to work the closing shift and shut down the bar at midnight. 43 few minutes before midnight, I heard Philip invite the group back to his and Jeanette's 44 house. At that point, a bunch of his cop friends and some other people left the bar to 45. Drive over and continue the party at Philip's house. A few minutes later, a co-worker 46 offered to finish closing for me. So I left the bar to head over to Jeanette and Philip's 47 house. 48 I headed out to my car and in the parking lot I saw John Murphy and Karen Snow 49 arguing. They were under a light, and I could see John's face was red and his eyes 50 looked swollen, like he was holding back tears. He looked emotional and angry. Karen 51 Snow was talking a lot and pointing in different directions. I didn't get close enough to 52 them to hear what they were saying. I also didn't want to get involved in their private 53 business, so I just kept walking to my car. I got in, turned the car on, turned the lights 54 on, and shifted into reverse. In my rearview mirror, I clearly saw John get into Karen's 55 SUV. I left the parking lot and that was the last time I saw John Murphy alive. 56 The party was already going strong when I got to Philip and Jeanette's house, 57 and there were even more people than had been at the bar. At one point, I was standing 58 by the living room window, and I saw Karen Stone's SUV pull up to the driveway. I didn't 59 see anyone get out of the SUV. At that point, my inner bartender kicked in and I went 60 into the kitchen to get a drink for John and myself. I came out of the kitchen and looked 61 for John but didn't see him. I walked around the house trying to find him, but he wasn't 62 there, so I eventually drank his drink and mine and stopped looking. I never saw John 63 inside the house that night. 64 One person I definitely remember seeing at the party is an ATF agent named 65 Edgar J. Agent J and Philip worked on a series of cases together a long time ago. 66 It was some big, joint, local federal task force. The cases wrapped up, but Philip and 67 Agent J stayed friends. Philip used to say Agent J was an honorary Pueblo Police 68 officer. Anyway, I remember seeing Agent J and feeling nervous because he's a big, 69 muscular man and he has a reputation for getting into fights and physical altercations. 70 Plus, Agent J likes to flirt and say inappropriate things. I heard the ATF temporarily 71 suspended him because he lost his temper during an arrest and beat up the suspect. 72 His suspension notice is shown in Exhibit 5. Philip assured me that Edgar is harmless, 73 and he just has a bit of a temper. What I do know is Philip and Jeanette's huge German 74 Shepherd radar seem to love Edgar. I guess if Philip and radar trust Edgar then 75 that should be good enough for me, but I'm still not convinced. 76 I left the party around 1:30 a.m., went home, and tried to fall asleep but I guess I-77 was wired from work and the party. I kept tossing and turning, so around 2:30 a.m. I-78 decided to turn on my phone and mess around on the internet. I remember opening a 79 browser to search something on the web, but then I remembered a game I was in the 80 middle of playing on my phone and did that instead. I played the game for a while and 81 then I fell asleep. 82 At 5 a.m. I was woken up by a panic call from Karen Snow. She said John 83 didn't come home after the party last night and he wasn't answering his phone. Karen 84 seemed really worried, and she asked me to help her look for John. I was also 85 concerned, so I agreed and went outside to wait. A few minutes later, Karen pulled up in 86 her black Lexus SUV and the first words out of her mouth were, "What if he's dead?" 87 What if a snowplow hit him? I don't remember anything from last night, we drank so 88 much, I don't remember anything. 89 I asked her when she last saw John, and Karen said, "I think I left him at 90 Madden's pub." I told Karen that didn't make sense because I saw John getting into her 91 Lexus outside the pub and I saw her Lexus arrive at Philip and Jeanette's house for the 92 after party. Karen seemed confused and surprised when I said that and responded, "I 93 don't remember going to the party last night," but then she decided we should go to the 94 house first and see if John was there. 95 During the drive to Philip and Jeanette's house, Karen was frantically talking and 96 imagining terrible things that could have happened to John. I remember one thing Karen 97 said that was really weird. Karen told me that morning she noticed her Lexus had a 98 cracked taillight, and then she said, "What if backed into him with my car? What if I hit 99 him?" 100 As we pulled up to the house, Karen immediately yelled, "I see him." He was kind 101 of covered by snow, and I didn't see him at all, but somehow Karen knew exactly where 102 he was. She jumped out of the car with the engine still running, ran over to the front 103 yard, and stood over John's body, which was lying lifeless in the snow. Karen was crying 104 hysterically and kept repeating, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." I called 911 and we waited 105 for the police to respond. Karen continued crying and she was shivering uncontrollably. 106 At one point she said, "It's so cold. How long does it take to die from hypothermia?" I 107 took out my phone and searched, "How long to die in the cold," using the same browser 108 tab I'd opened up at 2:30 a.m. My iPhone search history, shown in Exhibit 1. Looks like I 109 searched, "How long to die in the cold," twice, once at 2:30 a.m. and then again at 6:01 a.m. that same day. But that's not accurate. I only searched that question once, at 6:01 a.m. I have no idea why it would show a search at 2:30 in the morning, but I am 100% 112 certain that the only thing I did at 2:30 a.m. was open the browser tab. I didn't do any 113 searches, and I didn't delete any searches from my iPhone either. 114. It was super cold that morning, so after calling 911, I went inside the house to 115 warm up. I remember talking to Philip, Jeanette, and some of Philip's family who were 116 at the house that morning. Obviously, we talked about the fact that John had been killed 117, but none of us knew how it happened. I remember going in and out of the house several 118 times that day to warm up. 119 I remember that, at some point, I went outside and spoke to the detective, 120 Jordan Mankiewicz, who showed up to handle the scene. I know Jordan because I'm 121 good friends with Jordan's sister. I gave Jordan my statement and told Jordan what I 122 saw the night before. Later in the day, after I warmed up and after retelling my account 123 to several people in the house, I remembered the odd things Karen Snow said on the 124 drive over that morning. So, I went back outside and asked Detective Mankiewicz to let 125 me amend my statement. Jordan said I could make changes, so I told Jordan about the 126 statements Karen made during the drive over. The next day, I went into the police 127 station, gave a formal interview, and I told Jordan it was Karen Snow who asked me to 128 search how long it takes for someone to die from hypothermia. 129 I have carefully reviewed this statement. It is true and accurate, and it includes 130 everything I know that could be relevant to the events I discussed. I understand that I 131 can and must update this statement if anything new occurs to me before the trial. 132 by Kai Morrison 133 Kai Morrison 134. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 Detective Jordan Mankiewicz. Witness statement. My name is Jordan Mankiewicz, and I am a detective for the Pueblo County Sheriff's Department. I have worked in law enforcement for about 5 or 6 years, and I've been with the Pueblo County Sheriff for about 3 years now. I bounced around a bit before I started in this county. None of my other jobs have been the right fit. Early in the morning on February 11, 2023, I was brought on as the lead detective to investigate the Murphy murder. The Pueblo PD called in the Sheriff's Department because Murphy was a Pueblo PD officer. I'm not sure whether that was necessary or not, but that is how I became involved in the case. I had heard of Officer Murphy before this case, but we weren't close or anything like that. I had definitely heard of Karen Snow before. She is well known by the law enforcement community. She had a postgraduate degree and, apparently, she always made a point of mentioning that when she talked to anyone with whom her husband worked. More than one cop has said to me that Karen Snow thought she was better than everybody else. I got the call on the morning of the murder and showed up to the scene around 11 a.m. There were already some other police officers and sheriff deputies on scene, as well as some other witnesses, so I started my investigation by interviewing them. That morning, I took statements from Kai Morrison, Sergeant Philip Stone, and a few other witnesses. Their statements are all in the report I wrote later that day. I talked to Kai Morrison first. Morrison is a bartender but is related to Sergeant Stone somehow. I think Sergeant Stone is Morrison's brother-in-law. Morrison was also good friends with the victim. 21 Morrison was at the party at Sergeant Stone's home but had also been tending the bar 22 the group had been at earlier in the evening. Morrison was able to tell me about what 23 happened at the bar and things that happened later at Sergeant Stone's home. What 24 interested me the most though was to learn from Morrison that the defendant called 25 Morrison in a panic around 5 a.m. because her boyfriend, the victim, John Murphy, 26, hadn't come home and wasn't picking up his phone. Morrison agreed to go out looking 27 for Murphy, and the defendant picked up Morrison in a black Lexus SUV. Morrison said 28 when they were in the car together. The defendant said she didn't remember anything 29 from the night before. I was immediately suspicious about that because Morrison had 30 only served the defendant a single glass of wine back at the bar. I let Morrison go into 31 Sergeant Stone's house at that point because it was freezing cold that morning. 32 Then I talked with Sergeant Stone, briefly outside of his house. Sergeant Stone is a good 33 guy. He's well respected in the law enforcement community along with his son, who is 34, also a Pueblo sheriff's deputy. I recently worked on a case with Sergeant Stone's son, and 35. We've gotten beers together a few times too. In fact, we've done that a few times after I-36 was placed on leave. In my opinion, Sergeant Stone's son is a pretty decent guy and a great 37 cop, who reflects well on his family. 38 Sergeant Stone basically confirmed everything Morrison had just told me. However, if 39 wasn't anything new that I didn't already get from Kai Morrison. I determined that he 40 didn't have any information that was valuable to the investigation, so we didn't speak for 41 long. I guess the only thing he mentioned that I hadn't learned from Morrison was that 42 the defendant and victim had been arguing earlier that night at a pub before the party at 43 the Stone's house. 44 While I was talking to Sergeant Stone, Kai Morrison came back outside and wanted to 45 add something to their statement. Morrison told me that in the car on the way to Sergeant. 46 Stone's house that morning, the defendant said something like, "Could I have hit him?" 47 and, "Did I hit him?" Also, since the defendant had contacted Morrison by phone that 48 morning. I asked to take Morrison's phone so that we could download any text 49 messages or call logs. Morrison agreed but advised me the defendant asked him to 50 look up how long it takes to die from hypothermia that morning and that the search 51 might be on the phone. 52 With that information I went and spoke with the defendant, Karen Snow. I-53 confronted her with what Morrison said about her admitting to hitting the victim with her 54 car and she immediately broke down and confessed. She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit 55 him." At that point I placed the defendant under arrest and had her transported to the 56 detention center. That was when I noticed the defendant's black Lexus SUV had a 57 broken taillight, so I had it towed and impounded. 58 I started looking around the scene of the murder and I noticed there was some 59 blood spatter in the snow. I didn't have my evidence collection kit on me that morning. 60 So Sergeant Stone was gracious enough to give me some red plastic cups to collect the 61 blood. It had snowed that night, so I figured most of the evidence of the murder would 62 be under the top layer of snow. Once I got back from the impound, at around 11 to 3063 a.m., I borrowed Sergeant Stone's leaf blower and started clearing away the snow. That's 64 when I saw broken taillight pieces right around where the body was found. I borrowed 65 some plastic baggies from Sergeant Stone and collected the taillight pieces as evidence. I-66 know my report says 1730, but that is just a typo. 67 While red plastic cups and sandwich baggies are not traditional forensic tools 68 that you see on Law and Order or some other fictional show, these tools are perfectly 69. Capable of collecting and preserving evidence and, in the real world, you got to do what 70 you got to do to solve crimes and put criminals behind bars. 71 I already had a confession, a murder weapon, and some corroborating evidence, 72 so I didn't feel it was necessary to check out the inside of Sergeant Stone's house. Plus, 73 none of the evidence pointed to the Stones as having any involvement in the murder, 74 and they were also being so helpful by lending me all of their household supplies for my 75 investigation. 76 After I collected the pieces of the defendant's taillight, I headed over to the 77 coroner's office to see if we had an initial cause of death. The coroner gave me a copy 78 of the preliminary report she prepared as part of her duties as county coroner. The 79 report I saw is Exhibit 2. The cause of death in this preliminary report was blunt force 80 trauma to the skull. This made perfect sense to me based on my investigation. 8 When I went to talk to the defendant again, I wanted to grab a DNA sample from her 82 and ask her some more questions about what happened leading up to her hitting the 83 victim and to confirm what I pretty much already knew. I conducted my interrogation in 84, an interview room at the station. The rooms are equipped for audio and video recording, 85, and I was sure I activated the recording, but I later found out that I must not have 86 switched the equipment on correctly because there was no recording. The interrogation, 87 however, was not that long, and I made notes immediately afterward of the important 88 things the defendant said. At first, the defendant told me that the night before she and 89 the victim went to Madden's Irish pub where they drank too much. She said that 90 everyone was going to Sergeant Stone's house, but she was tired and wanted to go home 91 instead. I asked her if they argued at all about going to the party, and she denied it. She 92 was really adamant that they had a great relationship and rarely argued. It seemed like 93 a strange thing to say. So I mentioned to her that her phone was going to be searched 94 and that I had witnesses willing to testify that they saw her and the victim arguing at the 95 pub. 96. She immediately backtracked on her story and admitted that she and the victim 97 had gotten into an argument at the bar and that there was some angry text messages 98 on her phone that are shown in Exhibit 3. I asked her what they had fought about. And 99 she said that she and an ATF agent named Edgar J. had exchanged some flirtatious 100 texts and the victim had found out about them. Apparently, Jay was also at the bar and 101 the victim wanted to confront him, but she stopped him. He accused her of cheating, 102 and they fought. 103 she told me that Jay was also going to go to the party, and this was the reason 104 she didn't want to go to the Stones' house. So she ended up just dropping the victim off 105 at the house, then driving home. She admitted she had been drinking, and she probably 106 should not have been driving. She also said she told the victim to call her when he 107 wanted to leave and she would pick him up, but never heard from him. Her demeanor 108 and story seemed off to me, and I had already caught her in a lie about the fight. I 109 confronted her about the lie and reminded her that she had already confessed. And at 110 that point she said she wanted a lawyer and didn't answer any more of my questions. 111 I am aware that the Department of Justice is questioning my investigation of this 112 case, but my investigation uncovered a motive, an opportunity, a murder weapon, and a 113 confession. There are no alternate suspects or elaborate conspiracy theories to 114 investigate because this is an open and shut case. The defendant got angry at the 115. Victim after their argument, reversed the black Lexus SUV into him at high speed, 116 knocked him into the snow, and left him to die. The next morning, she panicked and 117 called Kai Morrison, so she'd have an excuse to find the body. An attempt to cover her 118 tracks. 119 No one at the Pueblo Police Department seems to have a problem with how I-120 handled this case. In fact, Sergeant Stone's wife reached out recently because she wanted to 121 give me a gift to thank me for how I handled everything. If only the DOJ and the Sheriff's 122 department appreciated me the same way. 123 I mentioned that I have been placed on leave, and we might as well address the 124 elephant in the room. I belong to a chat group with some friends from high school. After 125, the charges against the defendant had been filed and the story hit the media. One of my 126 friends from the chat group asked if I knew anything about the case. I said that I was the 127 detective on the case, and everyone in the chat group started asking me details. I said 128 that I couldn't comment on the facts of an ongoing investigation, but that Karen Snow 129 was kind of crazy. Actually, the words I used were that she was a real nutjob. I also 130 said she was a cop groupie. Oh, and I said she dresses a bit scandalous. But my 131 investigation in this case is no different than my investigation in any other case. The 132 report was already out at that point and the charges had been filed, so I thought it was 133 fine to talk about it the way I did in Exhibit 4. Also, to give some context on who was 134 involved. I described the defendant's reputation just so they'd have a sense of what 135 happened, and nothing I said was false. Unfortunately, my department found out about 136 the texts, and I was placed on temporary leave pending an investigation. I also said, and when one of my friends commented, the owner of the house where the victim was 139 killed could be in big trouble, I did respond, nope, he's a cop too. However, those 140 messages were just taken out of context. I simply meant that Philip Stone has a good 141 reputation in the community and, like I mentioned earlier, he gave me no reason to think 142 he was involved at all. 143 I have carefully reviewed this statement. It is true and accurate, and it includes 144 everything I know that could be relevant to the events I discussed. I understand that I-145 can and must update this statement if anything new occurs to me before the trial. 146 by Detective Jordan Mankiewicz 147 Detective Jordan Mankiewicz 148 Chase Melvin, Witness Statement 1 My name is Chase Melvin. I am a crime lab technician specializing in the forensic 2 analysis of evidence found on various technological devices. While the County Police 3 Department regularly consults with me for the analysis of evidence collected in their 4 investigations, I am not a police officer and have never served as one, neither for this 5 county nor any other. I now own my own company called FEA, Inc., which stands for 6 Forensic Evidence Analytics, Incorporated. 7 I studied computer science and biology at Indiana University Bloomington, 8 earning 2 bachelor's degrees in 2006. I then obtained my master's degree in 2099 from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, specializing in biological science. After 10 completing graduate school in 2009, I was hired by FAR as a full-time assistant Lab 11 technician. I worked in that capacity for 5 years, until I was promoted to Associate 12 Crime Lab Technician in 2014. After 7 years in that role, I was promoted to my 13th current position of Senior Crime Lab Technician. I was first approached by Detective Jordan Mankiewicz on February 22, 2020. Detective Mankiewicz transmitted physical evidence that was collected at the scene to 24 the lab, as well as forensic data pulled from a number of devices. The physical evidence 25 our lab examined included pieces of a red plastic material collected from the ground 26 near the victim's body, DNA samples and hair collected from the rear end of a vehicle at 27 the scene, text messages, call logs, and other metadata from a handful of cell phones, 28 and data pulled from the internal computer of the vehicle found at the scene. While 29 some of the evidence arrived in unconventional storage containers like red plastic cups 30 and Ziploc bags, that is not entirely unprecedented. My experience is that in some 31 cases investigating officers have limited resources at the time they arrive at a fresh 32 scene. The vehicle was already in the pieces, so I later went to the impound lot and was able to considering this evidence to fall to the ground and cause trace amounts of the victim's hair to be deposited 69 around the tail light housing. 70 as part of my analysis. I also reviewed the victim's autopsy report shown in 71 Exhibit 2. Based on this report, the blunt force. Considering this evidence, I conclude that, at some 66 point in time, the victim's head came into contact with the rear taillight of Snow's vehicle 67 with enough force to cause the plastic taillight housing to break, cause the victim's blood 68 to fall to the ground, and cause trace amounts of the victim's hair to be deposited 69 around the taillight housing. 70 as part of my analysis. I also reviewed the victim's autopsy report shown in 71 Exhibit 2. Based on this report, the blunt force injuries and abrasions found on the 72 victim's body are consistent with injuries I have observed in other pedestrian vehicle 73 collisions. Specifically, the lacerations observed on the victim's arm are consistent with 74 of vehicular impact. And the injury to the back of the victim's skull is consistent with a 75 secondary impact between the victim's head and the ground. 76 with regard to data available from the defendant's vehicle. Over the last decade, 77 automobile manufacturers have begun adding computerized safety systems to their 78 vehicles. Their primary function is to record data regarding the vehicle's operation when 79 certain conditions are met. These systems are commonly referred to in the industry as AT, event recorders, or black boxes. Similar systems have been deployed in airplanes for 81 decades. But they have become more commonplace in consumer motor vehicles in 82 recent years. 83 The event recorder system in the victim's vehicle is set up to record data such as 84 mileage traveled, speed, braking force, steering wheel movement, gear shifting, and 85 engine revolutions per minute when certain events, like sudden stops, occur. I reviewed 86 the raw data which I downloaded from the defendant's vehicle after it was impounded 87 by Detective Mankiewicz. This data, shown in Exhibit 7, does not allow me to determine 88 the time but only the mileage at which the events occurred. 89 The software logged a triggering event approximately 36 miles prior to the 90 vehicle being impounded at the scene. Based on information Detective Mankiewicz 91 received from Karen Snow, and using multiple alternative routes in Google Maps, I was 92 able to estimate the distance between the scene where the body was found and the 93 defendant's home address. The total distance the vehicle would have traveled from the 94 homicide scene to the defendant's residence, then back to the homicide scene, was 95 between 36.1 and 38.8 miles. 96 In the triggering event, the event recorder data showed the vehicle moving 97 forward slightly, shifting to reverse, then quickly accelerating to 24.2 miles per hour. 98 Then just 0.52 seconds later, the speed dropped to 15.6 miles per hour, and the 99 steering wheel jostled slightly. In my opinion, these changes in speed and steering 100 wheel position in that short amount of time are consistent with an impact of some sort. 101 possibly with a pedestrian. 102 with regard to data from the victim's cell phone. I examined a forensic image of 103 his phone, and the text messages actually found on the phone when it was seized as 104 evidence. A forensic image is, in essence, a complete digital copy of a device that 105 includes all text messages, call logs, and associated metadata. 106 Leading up to the death, the victim and defendant engaged in several arguments. 107 through text messages related to their relationship. As seen in Exhibit 3, a particularly 108 notable exchange happened on the night before John was killed, during which the 109 defendant asked why the victim was trying to push me away. The final text exchange 110 on the victim's phone reflects an argument between the victim and the defendant on the 111 evening before the victim's body was discovered. The defendant stated, "It was nothing 112 and you know that," and the victim said, "Things just haven't been great between us for 113. While, the defendant then says, "I'm sick of this constant fighting. It feels like every 114 week it's a new blow up with you." 115 later, at 12 hours 26 minutes and 23 seconds a.m. On February 11, 2023, the defendant texted the victim, "I'm 116 on my way home. Roads are bad, and, have a good time at the party, call me when 117 you're done, and I'll come pick you up." 118 The call logs on the victim's phone show that hours later, at 5 o'clock, 47 a.m. on 119 Saturday, February 11, 2023, the defendant began calling the victim's phone 120 repeatedly. At 5:06:31 a.m., she texted the victim, "Where are you?" Please answer. 121. Based on my analysis of the metadata on the victim's phone, I can confirm the time and 122 date stamps of the call log attached as Exhibit 8, as well as the content of the text 123 messages attached as Exhibit 3. Is accurate and has not been tampered with. 124. I also later learned that the defense had their expert witness, London Holt, download 125 and analyze data captured from the health app on the victim's phone. Dr. Holt 126 interprets the data to suggest the victim went inside the home where his body was 127 discovered and went up and down 3 flights of stairs. I respect Dr. Holt, but in my 128 opinion, the data Dr. Holt's opinion is based upon simply is not reliable. In fact, the 129 health app data also suggests the victim took several steps after 6 a.m. on 130 Saturday, February 11, 2023, after his body was discovered and he was clearly dead. 131 accordingly. I do not believe any evidentiary weight should be afforded to the Health 132 app staircase data. 133 Finally, with regard to Kai Morrison's cell phone in Exhibit 1. Dr. Holt claimed to have 134 determined that Kai Morrison performed 2 searches for How Long to Die in the Cold, 135 at 2 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds a.m. and 6:32 a.m., respectively, on Saturday, February 11, 2023. If true, 136. It would have meant that Kai Morrison, who had been at the location where the victim 137 was killed, looked into how long it would take for a person to die from exposure within 138 an hour after leaving the Stone residence and several hours before going back to that 139 residence with the defendant and finding the victim's body. The critical part of that 140 statement is, if true, because Dr. Holt misinterprets the data. More specifically, the 141 metadata from the browser on Kai Morrison's cell phone shows the first search at 142 2 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds a.m. as being deleted. That is a code that comes from Digital Forensics 143 software that was used to download the data. I am very familiar with that software and 144 have used it multiple times. It is true that, if a person were to conduct an internet search, 145 then delete the search in the browser's history, the forensics software would show the 146 subject of the search, but mark that search as deleted. However, there's a bit of lazy 147 programming that apparently went into the software, and if a person were to open a 148 browser tab, but not enter any search terms, and if that person later were to use that 149 same browser tab to perform a search, rather than show no search was performed, the 150 forensic software would attribute the same search terms to the time the browser was 151 opened and the time the search was actually conducted and would mark the first entry 152 as deleted. So, yes, it's possible Kai Morrison conducted the exact same search at 2 to 30,153 a.m. and 6 a.m. But I believe it is more likely Kai Morrison simply opened the 154 browser tab at 2:30 and performed the actual search at 6 o'clock. 155 I have carefully reviewed this statement. It is true and accurate, and it includes 156 everything I know that could be relevant to the events I discussed. I understand that I-157 can and must update this statement if anything new occurs to me before the trial. 158. By Chase Melvin 159 Chase Melvin 160. London Holt, Witness Statement 1 My name is London Holt, Ph.D., P.E. I have been retained by the defendant, 2 Karen Snow, to offer my expert opinion in forensics regarding the cause of the injuries 3 sustained by the decedent, John Murphy. I have also been retained to opine on the 4 cellular and vehicle data collected during the investigation of Mr. Murphy's death. I am a 5 biomedical engineer and private forensics expert. I graduated from the University of Colorado with a Ph.D. in biomedical engineering in 2000. While I was working towards my Ph.D., I worked as an intern at the Boulder County Coroner's Office. I earned 8 undergraduate degrees in math and computer science from Stanford University in 1992.10 after graduating from the University of Colorado. I earned a job as a full-time 11 professor for the University of Southern California and spent the first 5 years of my 12 career teaching numerous classes, including biomedical engineering and computer 13 science. While teaching, I published a study about high-speed motor vehicle and 14 pedestrian accidents in Nature Biomedical Engineering. 15 In 2006, I moved back to Colorado and started my own private forensics firm, 16, working on both civil and criminal cases. As part of that practice, I became a BOSCH-17 certified data retrieval technician and specialist. In my time as a private investigator, over the past 20, my curriculum vitae in Exhibit 9, I have reviewed the police investigation file, including the detective report and 24 the medical examiner's report. I have also reviewed the EDR data collected from the 25 black Lexus SUV, Wi-Fi tracking data collected from the victim's phone while at the 26 Stone residence, metadata collected from Kai Morrison's phone, and Chase Melvin's 27 report. The detective did not take photographs of the scene or the victim's vehicle. The 28 victim's car was no longer impounded at the time of my work, so I was unable to 29 examine at .30 based on my review of the photos and the medical examiner's report. Mr. .31 Murphy died of a skull fracture to the back of his head that caused bleeding in his brain. .32 He also suffered scratch marks and lacerations on his face and arm. He had 2 black 33 eyes and bruises on the back of his hands. However, his legs and pelvis were 34 unscathed except for a pinpoint bruise on the side of his right leg. .35 Mr. Murphy's injuries are consistent with defending himself in a fight. In 36 particular, Mr. Murphy's black eyes, lacerations to his face, and the bruising on the back 37 of his hands are consistent with defensive wounds in a fight with a large man. Mr. .38 Murphy has scratches and small wounds on his face and arms that are consistent with 39 puncture wounds. The medical examiner's report indicated, without comment, that these 40 wounds could have been caused by being struck by a vehicle. There is no way the 41 scratches could have been caused by pieces of plastic from a broken taillight, and the 42 wounds on Mr. Murphy's arm look nothing like what I would expect to see if he had 43 been hit by a vehicle. Instead, they look exactly like bite and scratch marks. The 44 location of the scratches on Mr. Murphy's face indicates he may have been on the 45 ground while he was attacked by a dog using its claws and possibly its teeth. In my 46 opinion, the injuries are consistent with Mr. Murphy getting in a fight, possibly with the 47 much larger ATF agent Edgar J., and the Stone's German Shepherd attacking him 48 during the fight. Further, Mr. Murphy's skull fracture was caused by blunt force trauma 49 to the back of the head, and it is consistent with his head being slammed against a hard 50 object, like concrete. Despite this, my understanding is that Mr. Murphy was found lying 51 face up in a snow pile. .52 Given these facts, it is my opinion that Mr. Murphy's injuries could not have been 53 caused by a vehicle backing into him at 24 miles per hour as expressed by Chase Melvin and the 54 medical examiner. If Mr. Murphy had been struck at 24 miles per hour by the SUV, then his body 55 would have shown signs of significant injury to his legs and pelvis including bruising, leg 56 lacerations, and fractures. However, Mr. Murphy's legs and pelvis showed no signs of 57 significant trauma. Moreover, the theory expressed by Chase Melvin provides number 58 explanation for the scratch marks and lacerations found on Mr. Murphy's arms and face. .59 Additionally, damage to the vehicle's rear tail light is not consistent with the 60 injuries to Mr. Murphy. It cannot be determined with a high degree of scientific certainty 61 what caused the damage to the SUV's rear tail light, or whether such damage arose during 62 this incident. This is because the police did not follow proper procedure and take a 63 photo of the rear of the SUV. Therefore, it is unclear what, if any, damage the vehicle 64 may have suffered or when. Nevertheless, damage to the taillight suggests injuries to 65 Mr. Murphy's lower body and midsection, not to his face and hands. Therefore, it is 66 highly unlikely that Mr. Murphy's injuries arose from contact with the SUV's taillight. .67. Considering Mr. Murphy's injuries, I believe it is likely he struck his head falling 68 on the floor after a fight inside the residence and was dragged outside and left in the 69 snow. And that he was not struck by Karen Snow's SUV at all. .7 I also reviewed the metadata from Kai Morrison's phone and the phone search 71 history. Based on that review, I can state with a high degree of scientific accuracy that 72 Kai Morrison searched How Long to Die in the Cold at both 2:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. on 73 the date of the incident. A search history and its associated metadata is locally stored 74 by web browsers on smartphones, which allows users to return to previously visited 75 sites and searches. When the user makes a search on a web browser, the metadata 76 records the time and search terms such that the user can easily return and reuse the 77 search terms in the future. However, in order for search metadata to be stored initially, 78, there must first have been a search because web browsers do not save the data until 79 an actual search has been conducted. .80 Thus, the collection of the metadata is a lot like taking a timestamped 81 photograph. On a camera, you can turn on a timestamp that puts a little watermark in 82 the corner of the photograph for when the picture was taken. This is essentially what 83 web browser metadata does. When you press the search engine, it is like pressing the 84 capture button on your camera. The picture, i.e. the search term, is frozen in time, and 85, there's a watermark in the metadata for when the term was searched. However, much 86 like a camera, if you do not click the search button to conduct an actual search, then the 87 metadata does not record. It would be like holding your camera up to take a photograph 88, but not pressing the capture button. In that scenario, you would not get a photograph, 89, and, in the case of a web browser, there would simply be no data. .90. Under Chase Melvin's theory, the browser was opened at 2:30 a.m. and then at 91:06 a.m., but there was no actual search for How Long to Die in the Cold at 2:30 a.m. 92, even though there is timestamped metadata associated with How Long to Die in the 93 Cold at 2:30 a.m. This theory is not consistent with how search data is locally stored on 94 the phone. If you were to open a web browsing app and type nothing, then there would 95 be no search history because the user did not search anything. However, if you were to 96 open the app and search, "How long to die in the cold," then the web browser would 97 create a locally stored browser search history for those terms with a timestamp of. When 98 those terms were searched. 99 Chase Melvin also claims the search metadata only shows deleted at 2:30 a.m. 100 and that this is consistent with opening the web browser app and then searching 101 nothing. This is incorrect. Again, if there is no search, then there is no metadata search 102 history. There is a process by which users can delete search history on their phone. In 103 requires the user to go into the web browser settings, select search history, and then 104 the user can identify specific searches they may want to delete. It is a relatively 105 extensive process, and only through this process would search data show as deleted. Candidly, my review of findings. My review of the same data shows.
Alright, so I don't want to listen to all of this. It's very interesting. The next witness is Adrian Canning. Interesting. The snowplow driver. And then you can see like each witness is like a composite of other witnesses. The snowplow driver is going to say, let's see. At 3:30 a.m. he saw a dark red Ford Edge in front of the house because he had to drive around it. But then, like, it's the plow driver saying I killed him with a question mark. Like, she has Karen saying that with a question mark. And, like, saying it was definitely a Ford Edge. And then the last one is a criminologist. And it's, like, somebody with the DOJ. Oh, this is interesting. So they have, like, a DOJ witness, like, examining it. Looks like this is, like, ARCA. But this is like an actual like DOJ person. Like they have an actual federal officer to like really make the point. And their biggest concerns are evidence and chain of custody. And the biggest issue was the failure to treat the Stonehouse as a possible crime scene and to treat the witnesses as possible parties of interest. And they say that like the ATF agent should have been like the main suspect. And like they just should have considered him as a suspect. The crime scene wasn't secure. Bizarre method, the leaf blower. Now the leaf blower wasn't bizarre really because they use it in Alaska, but it is kind of bizarre. The solo cups. The sign detective failed to arrive at the scene with proper evidence collection kit and used solo cups. Many trace evidences are fine. You need like fluid collection, HEPA vacuums, combs, brushes, vials, envelopes, binder paper, and they didn't do like any of this. And they thus had a lack of trace evidence. And then it also like impacts the chain of custody and like how things are passed along. And then, like, there's problems with the no crime scene photographer. So it just, like, rips the investigation apart. And then there's a delay in locating the broken pieces of taillight. And they didn't find them until after the vehicle had been impounded. Which, as we know, is, like, actually the key to the cover-up. And then they were just suddenly unearthed. And then they talk about the standard procedure and like how it should have been done. And this is all hypothetical, but like it's a witness. This is a witness to tear apart the state's investigation. They're more thoroughly investigated the Google search from the beginning. It's morphed into a public scandal. And then now you get this. In messages Mankiewicz posted to a group chat in the days after the investigation began. He denigrated her with inappropriate language and slurs, and also he made comments calling into question the objectivity of the investigation. He posted, for example, that it would make it easier on everyone if Snow would just blank herself. And when one of the other members of the group chat suggested that the owner of the home should be treated as a suspect, Mankiewicz responded, "Nope, he's a cop too." You should pick up from this that Mankiewicz in his affidavit did not talk about slurs and inappropriate language. So the feds found this, and Mankiewicz hid it from you. You should be thinking about that. Like everyone should have been treated as a suspect. The way they did this, like, it gives the appearance of a biased investigation. And then the gift thing about the sister, treatment, like how the DNA evidence was collected. And like doesn't really know like any specific person who did it, but like it was like no evidence of fabricated evidence or things like that. But like he doesn't even think the snow taillight was planted. But like he's deeply troubled by the investigation, but he also doesn't like conspiracy theories, and he's hesitant to conclude the police department acted in bad faith. And like he's a police procedures expert investigator with the DOJ, and he didn't get any money from Karen or her counsel. All right, and then you get the exhibits. Like you see like how they do the searches. It's a little bit different like how we have it. Okay, and then like the coroner's report, like they make up fake texts like with looks like Karen and the agent. Or like Karen and the victim. HS homies, it's Proctor's. Jordan, buddy, what's the deal with this murder cop case? I'm actually the detective in the case. I shouldn't say much. It's still an ongoing investigation. But the murder happened at my buddy's place. Uh-oh, the owner of the house where the victim is killed could be in big trouble. Nope, he's a cop too. That won't happen. What about his wife? That Karen Snow is a real nut job. She's always hanging around like some cop groupie. It's actually called the Badge Bunny. Plus, she dresses a bit scandalous. You have our attention. Man, the whole thing would be easier if she just blanked herself. Brutal. Okay, bro, come on, bro. I realize it's for high schoolers, but he was looking for her nudes. Like, tell the high schoolers he was looking for her nudes. And then the ATF guy actually got suspended. I don't think Higgins ever got suspended. Maybe, I don't know. And there's the CV, okay? And then the vehicle data report, the calls from Karen to John. And then the CV of the other expert. Okay, what's this? Oh, and then like the Wi-Fi of the home, like the overlapping map, and it's showing him on the first floor stairs. A little bit different than like the way they did the... Like, it's fake. Like, the actual map had to do with his phone coordinates, like, touching the outside of the house. For the students, they're like, look, the Wi-Fi signal shows him halfway up the first floor stairs. Okay, and then the, like, expert from the DOJ. Looks like this guy, yeah. And then this is, like, the proper way to search a crime scene using the grid method. That's a strip method. Okay, so, now... Yeah, there's a lot. Good evening, Aaron. Welcome back. Okay, so let me just teach you what to do with this. So you all might be saying, like, okay, that's really interesting, but, like, I don't understand why they did this. Like, was someone just, like, making stuff up? Like, I don't get it. So I'm going to show you, like, what you would do with this. We're going to do it very quickly, and then we'll get back to Sidebahs. Like, we did good Sidebahs today. We're going to get to, like, page 3,000 by the end of the day. Then I'll be back with you in the morning to do more Sidebahs. Maybe we'll do some Epstein files tomorrow. But let me, like, show you what you do with this, okay? You might be saying, like, I have no idea. Like, I don't even know where to start. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I just have this, like, you just, like, read me, like, this, like, fake, like, it's kind of like the Karen Reed case, but a lot of the experts are, like, combined, and there's only 3 witnesses per side, and that's, like, a lot of material. Like, what do you want me to do? Well, I'm going to tell you, like, if you were in mock trial, here's how it would work. You kind of have to be, like, a junior or a senior in high school. You really shouldn't just, like, do this. But, like, they will let you if you are a younger student, but you really shouldn't because, like, you're just going to be very confused, and, like, it's more for juniors and seniors. But anyway, so you can do it in college too, but it's much harder. This is the easy version. Some of you are going to be like, what the fuck do you mean this is the easy version? Bro, you don't understand. Like, in high school, mock trial is hard, but, like, it's not that hard. Like, that was their whole, like, fucking year of mock trial, bro. They would spend 9 months on this shit, and they would, like, really, really tear into it. And, like, it would take them a long time, like 3 months just to read those pages, like to get through all that. I was doing it towel speed. Now, what you do is, like, you have, like, college mock trial is much harder. It's like 500 pages. And, like, law school mock trial is, like, really being a trial. But anyway, so the point is, in high school, it's like the building blocks to being a lawyer. And they'll be like, okay, so you all are on a mock trial team. Now, as a mock trial team, there needs to be, like, I don't know, probably like say like 15 of you, okay? Like, there really needs to be like 15 to 20, because you got to split the team up, and then they have to be able to scrimmage. So, like, you got to have like 10 students on the prosecution team, and then like 10 students on the defense team. But then you need like your best students to be able to like do roles for both. So, like, your students need to be able to go into any given trial on this case, and, like, you have to have a team of 10 of them who can do the prosecution case, and then you need another team of 10 that can do the defense case, and then you should have 3 people who can, like, fill in for any role on either team anytime. Okay? That's kind of what mock trial is like. Now, what's a little weird about mock trial, and I'm going to show you like a little bit about how to do this. Okay, I'm going to show you on the screen. Okay, so you kind of got to like have both documents up. So I guess we could do it in the split view. Hold on one second. So you go over here, and then how do I do the split view thing? I don't really know. Sometimes it just like does it for me. I don't really understand how to open it in split view. I don't want reading mode. I want to open it in like split mode. I don't really know how to do that. There's like this button you can click that will like make Google like open page in split mode, but I don't really know how to do that. Like, I figured it out the other day, but it's kind of complicated. It makes me angry. So anyway, here's how it kind of works. You like take your, ideally I would have like the files next to each other, but like you take your file here, and like, so you're going to have like prosecution, right? And then you're going to have defense. So we're going to have, like student 1, and then let's just like do like students 2 through 10, All right, so like, that was too much. We don't need to like number them all, but let's say like there's going to be like 8 students per team. Okay, so student 1, 2, hold on, 3, 4, and you might be saying like, Grant, are you really going to teach us how to do mock trial? Yeah, because like I just want you to like understand and not have read that thing for nothing. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Student 1 has to be the opening for the state. Okay, student 2 has to be the opening for the defense. Okay, then you have to use this page as like your codex. This is the page, you can't see it, but it's the page that has all the witnesses. So what you're going to want to do is like the prosecution has Kai Morrison. Okay, like that's like one of the witnesses who's like a civilian. Then it's like the detective who is standing in for like all the cops. So we're just going to call him Jordan Mankiewicz, because that's what they call him. Okay, so that student is going to be that witness. And then it actually gets worse. So then you have to have like Chase Melvin, the prosecution expert. Then you got to have like, these are people like actually playing the witness. They have to memorize like everything about the witness, and then they have to actually be the witness. Okay, so Canning's the plow truck driver. You have to like memorize them by name. And then Nevada Morales is like the what is it, like the expert for the DOJ. So Kai Morrison like playing witness. Okay, so when I denote this student as playing the witness, that means they're playing the witness. Now, I actually screwed this up a little bit because you need to pair the students up. So student 5 is probably going to do the Kai Morrison direct exam, okay? And then you got to kind of like look at what these witnesses talk about a little bit, because student 6 is going to do the direct exam of Detective Jordan Mankiewicz, okay? And then like at the same time, student 7 is going to do the direct exam of Chase Melvin. Okay, so now you got all those students paired up. They're going to do their direct exams together. So the witnesses, students, they learn all the thing about each individual witness, and then the students that are doing the direct have to work with their partners over the next like 6 months to prepare the directs. Same thing here. Okay, so we have like these people playing the witnesses. You see how like you set it up for you doing a mock trial. I'm trying to explain what the point of learning all that information is. All right, so you take that, right, and then you grab like all these, right, because we need to have those lawyers doing, like the students doing their directs too. I'm going to show you how to do the whole thing. You have to develop a schematic. And then like you have to kind of like think about it as a schematic when you're putting the students like this. And then remember, this isn't actually all we need, because like it crosses with each other, because you have to think about like which students are going to do the cross of the other witnesses for the other side. So you actually need like a little bit, like what I like to do is if I have students who are going to do the direct, like they can do the cross of the corresponding witness. So student 5, like let's start with student 5. They're gonna do the direct of Kai Morrison. Now Kai Morrison's like you need to think about like which witness for the defense is really gonna like attack Kai Morrison. Is it going to be like London Holt? Is it going to be the plow truck driver? Like who on that defense witness list is like most relevant to Kai Morrison? So then you kind of have to like, this is the work of it. You kind of have to, I'm looking on the other screen and I'm looking like, okay, which defense witness? And the defense starts at page like 31. Like the defense witness, like London Holt is like a doctor, so he's probably like not relevant, but he does talk about like the searches and stuff. So in that regard, what you probably want to do is have like the student who is directing Kai Morrison, they would be the same student who would do the cross of London Holt, okay? Because Holt's like kind of talking about some stuff related to Kai Morrison. Now, you got to look at Jordan Mankiewicz. Who's the most like damning witness for him? Well, we already know that. It's going to be Nevada Morales. So then you have the student who's doing the direct of Jordan Mankiewicz do the, like, let me show you like this, do the, hold on, we can, no. That's annoying. I don't like when the formatting doesn't work. And then like that. All right, so that same student can do the cross like easily of Nevada Morales. Like it's not too much to put on them. And then Chase Melvin, what was that Chase Melvin like even about? Like this one is where it's like a little weird. There's a little bit of a mismatch. Like he like is like specializing in technological devices, which is like really closer to like the Kai Morrison stuff. But like so at that point, like you just throw the person who's doing like the Lucky Lofgren, you just throw the Lucky Lofgren cross on the person who's dealing with Melvin. It gets like a little bit unrelated there, but it doesn't really matter. Like the students will figure it out. You don't have to kind of like micromanage it. It doesn't have to all line up, but you ideally don't want to like confuse them. So there you go. Same concept here. So you have like one student doing the opening, like 3 students playing each witness for the prosecution, and then you have your student lawyers who are going to do the direct and cross. They each have a witness they got to direct, and then a witness they got to know the cross for. They don't get to prep with their cross witness, okay? Then you have this like same team, it's like 16 people. You have the defense. So likewise, you got a cross-reference. You got London Holt, Adrian Canning, Nevada Morales, then you got the 3 lawyers doing the directs. Well, if you have a lawyer on your team doing the direct of London Holt, that was I think we just looked at that lawyer. It was like a medical doctor. We may as well just like cross it here and have like the London Holt person do the cross of Kai Morales, right? So you just do it like that, or cross, and then, like I said, so for Adrian Canning, you may as well just have that student do the cross of Chase Melvin, and then, like, I'm kind of like showing you kind of what the point of learning all that information was. And then the last state witness Kai Morrison, Chase Melvin. You just need Mankiewicz, and then that kind of does line up with Nevada Morales. It actually really makes sense to do that. I was very pleased with myself for figuring that out. So you do it like that, and then you have the closing. Okay. So, like, now you kind of have a general sense of how you're thinking about assigning the team. And then all you really do from there, I mean, it's pretty simple from there. You just have them go through and lay out, like, each direct, and then you have the direct person practice with the witness. The witness has got to memorize their CVs and all that shit. You have them lay out, like, direct questioning. You're kind of looking for, like, what was stuff like with Mankiewicz, for example? Like, you really want the student doing the cross of Mankiewicz. So whoever does, like, the direct of Morales, make sure you really pull out that, like, Morales found slurs in those texts. Like, why does Mankiewicz not have in his affidavit, sworn under penalty of perjury, that he used slurs? And why does Mankiewicz, when he says he has explanations for the S text, like, I hope she S's herself, and the other text, why does he only explain one of the two? So really dive into that. If you're going to be that Morales person doing the direct, make sure you tie that in, because when you come back with Mankiewicz on cross, or likewise when you're doing Mankiewicz's cross, you better be thinking about when Morales's direct comes up, you need to be able to reaffirm that point. Pull out from Mankiewicz on cross that he used more than just what he admitted to in his affidavit to degrade Karen, and then cycle back on your direct of Morales and get that into evidence so the person can put it in their closing. That's how you do it. So, what do you think? What? The consequences of what you're going on is going to cause a problem, Grant? I don't... Hold on, I dropped my water bottle. What do you mean? I don't understand, Three Clerk Monty. What consequences am I doing? Cop's daughter's like, this is like when I wake up the next day and apologize for my previous night behavior. Are people allowed, are props allowed in mock trial? You can't, yeah, you can use like chalks. Absolutely. Like I used to draw on the whiteboard and stuff. So anyway, like I've kind of taken you like through the point of a mock trial. Like you kind of like have like a team of 16 people. You all have to read all of that. And then like, you kind of got to think like as the captain of the team, like, okay, I need like these people to be witnesses because they can't be lawyers. Like they're good actresses and actors, but they can't be lawyers. So they be the witnesses. They're like misplaced thespians, like thespians who find their way out of theater and don't want, like, they're not capable of being lawyers, but they're good actors. They're kind of dumb, but like they are smart in that, like, if you tell them to take on a role, bro, they just become that role. So like, but they're dumb, like, analytically, like they can't like argue precedent. So you're just like, bro, you be a fucking like witness, and they'll normally be thrilled. It's normally like the basketball girls or like whatever. They'll just be like, bro, I just want to play basketball and then come to mock trial to put it on my like CV for college so I look smart. And you're like, that's cool, bro. You could just be a witness. And they're like, that's sweet. I want to go play basketball in there. So anyway, that's how the witnesses work. Then for the lawyers, like, you got to pick your talent. Like, you, first of all, don't put people on the team who can't be lawyers, but also, like, know who the lawyers are. Like, who's going to be better on direct? Like, who's your B team? Who's your A team? Like, who can, like, do a cross? Who can do a fucking closing? Who understands how to object? Like, figure out who knows what they're doing. Assign them roles. Divide up that 69 pages. Bro, I could tear this shit apart. I could have this whole thing prepared like by tomorrow just for fun. But again, it's for high schoolers. It takes them like 9 months to do this shit. The point is, like, it's fascinating. It's a good way to teach like a student how to do law. But there's a lot of like facts they stripped out of this. A lot of the stuff they strip out is, you may think they're like just hiding stuff. What they're trying to do is like not tell the kids like she called John a pervert. Like, they don't want to like make it like grotesque. They just want the kids to know like this happened with like the ATF agent. This happened with John and Karen. It's very light. Even though it seems like they go into detail, they actually really pull a lot of like detail out to protect the students. They're young. This is for like 16 to 18-year-olds. You have to write it like in their language, and then you also like have to push them a little bit. Like when you're writing in the style of like a fucking expert or like a police officer, that should be different than like the kid witness or the adult witness for who's a civilian. Like, it's kind of pushing them a little bit. But you don't, like, need to show autopsy photos. You don't need to, like, really screw with them. They don't do anything, like, they really don't dive into a lot of the nitty gritty, and they avoid, like, the affair. They talk, like, flirting. Like, they're trying to, like, give them an introduction to what, like, a case would be like, so they can figure out if they want to be lawyers. This is a hell of a case to do a mock trial on. Hello, how you doing, Swiss Miss? We are doing a Friday night review of the mock trial case that was in Colorado about the Karen Reed case. It was really good. I give it, bro, for a like mock trial for a case I know really well. If you had like brought me on and were like, Grant, would you just mind like consulting on this document a little bit? Like, first of all, like I could have read it quicker than we actually listened to it. I was a little frustrated. I got bored at the end because I already knew what it was all about. But anyway, if you look up on my screen, like I could have like given them, I don't know, a little feedback. I think like I'm okay with how this is done. It's very well constructed. For a high school mock trial, like I give it like a 9 out of 10. As a subject matter expert on this case, they made a lot of tactical choices. Like there's a lot of like, they had to make decisions about how to present like a litany of expert witnesses across the prosecution's different cases as like kind of a hybrid into like kind of a composite witness. That was good. They had to like do it in a way that like one witness, bro, first of all, one expert would never talk about EDR data and fucking dog bites and fucking medical records related to the injuries, like, and the crime scene, like all that in one expert is a lot, dude. If I were the person looking at this, I'd be like, I really don't want to do that state expert. Like, he seems to be like this Renaissance man who knows like everything about everything. I'd give that direct to like the smartest person on the team and be like, listen, bro, you're trying to do like that prosecution expert, like Chase Melvin. Bro, you really want to do that? I hope you know what you're taking on. I'd give it to like the girl or guy who wanted to go to like Yale on the team, like the senior who's applying to like Columbia, like, or some other Ivy. I'd be like, bruh, you can flex on the bastards with this, you know what I'm saying? Just show them what you're made of. You got to bifurcate your direct into like 5 different sections, because this person somehow knows how to like be an expert on like DNA, computer searches, and like dog bites, and then also like injuries, and then like EDR data in cars. So, you know, just make sure you're ready for that. It's kind of a big project. Like, you can do it though. You're going to Yale. Good luck, kid. And then I'd like send them off, and they'd be like, I don't know if I could do this. I'd be like, bro, you're going to Yale. You'll be fine. So all I'm going to say is the hardest part about this, like the state, first of all, if I were like getting this as a student in high school, I'd be like, oh, damn, I really don't want to do the state's case. Like, that sucks. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of material. The third expert alone, bro, like, oh, my God, that workload to do a direct of that, you need to cover fucking 5 different topics that are completely unrelated to one another as to subject matter expertise for an expert. And you need to do it in the same amount of time that other people get to talk to some dude about a snowplow driving around. It really sucks. Like, they screwed that student who has to do the direct and like the witness prep for Chase Melvin. I would not like that. Like, that's the one thing. I guess I have critiques. Like, it's so unbalanced. The one thing that like makes this a very unfair mock trial document, bro, if you don't know what you're doing and you like haphazardly just like volunteer for shit with this document, dude, if you just like randomly are like, Chase Melvin, I like that name, dude, you could be in for like, 9 months of hell if you are like a high school student and have no fucking idea what you're doing, and you're just confronted with this, like especially that third prosecution witness. It's very imbalanced. And that witness alone is 70% of the heavy lifting in the mock trial. Everything else is kind of pro forma. Like, even the state police officer, even the civilian witness for the state, that shit's pro forma. And then like the defense witnesses, at least the experts are kind of like spread out a little bit, you know what I mean? Whereas like the state expert in this mock trial is probably literally 70% of the work. You could put 7 high school students on that Chase Melvin direct. Bro, it would take them 7 months to actually prepare like a direct, and then by the time they were done, they would have this fucking binder that's like 4,000 pages, and they'd be like, that was really hard, and like they'd produce like, I don't know, probably like a 20-page typewritten direct, and they'd be like, that was really hard, and I'd be like, I know. By the way, the witness has to memorize the answers to the direct. The lawyers get to at least hold a piece of paper. That's the one benefit of being a lawyer. You can use cards for your cross and paper for your direct, but like the witnesses have to memorize everything. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff they changed, and they really overbalanced. Like, it's very unfair to the prosecution team, like this case, the way this mock trial is built. I would build it a little differently. I think I would kind of like make Mankiewicz a expert, like not only the lead investigator, but I would just kind of like make him a composite of Garino and like some of the other state police experts. Like, I would throw some of the digital forensic shit in there about like the EDR. Like, I would throw Trooper Paul and Garino's cell phone shit in the Mankiewicz thing, because I think that way you can kind of like balance the workload between the third state expert and the police officer, and then the third state expert only has like 3 areas of expertise compared to 5. It balances it. But yeah, I could have made this a little better. I could have made it more pleasant, I think. Like, there's a bunch of students out in Colorado who are probably like really mad that they have to be Chase Melvin. I bet this is like a fucking meme in like niche Colorado, like high school mock trial circles. Somebody should text them and be like, listen, there's this dude who's reviewing your mock trial case book, and he's like, he wants to know if you all hate Chase Melvin. Do you all talk about like the guy who's the Chase Melvin in your school? Like, oh, that's such a Chase Melvin. Like, is it a meme in Colorado? Like, very small, like 500 person niche mock trial circles. Literally the entire state of Colorado probably has 500 people who have read this document. I just want to know if they like make memes about Chase Melvin, like, oh bro, don't be a Chase Melvin. You don't understand. Anyway, let's do some sidebars. That was a fun detour. 3 Clerk Monty, I appreciate you. Yeah, Petty LaBelle, absolutely. Listen. Okay, how about this? Okay, I have a proposal. Who thinks that we should send Towel out to Colorado to give a lecture to all the students who did this as a mock trial? We put me in a hall, like, they all are like, oh my God, this guy gets like a lot of views on Twitter. He must be like famous. I'm not really famous. I'm just a Towel. But like, first of all, I love Tally from South Park, but can you just imagine me giving this lecture in a room full of high school students? It would be fucking hilarious. They'd be like, bro, you cannot say the F word like every 60 seconds. I'd be like, okay, I'll cut out the F word. But like, just imagine me like getting up there and they're like, okay, all of these people have read this case document, the mock trial document about the Karen Reed case. They have studied it for like the past 9 months of their life, and they are aware that you are the guy that goes to the Karen Reed hearings and like first yelled at Karen and now Karen smiles and you smile at Karen. Okay, go out there and tell them things. And I would be like, yes, oh, absolutely. Yes, I agree. Good Treble Studios and Aaron and 3 Clerk Monty, everybody agrees. We are sending me to Colorado. I don't know if we should do this. Like, what are you all just going to fucking, like, put me in a car and be like, okay, Grant, drive out to Colorado. All right, listen, Petty LaBelle wants this to happen too. Okay, listen. Somebody talk to the people in Colorado. Can I just, like, be like, okay, listen, I need somebody to talk to the people in Colorado, and then it just happens. Like, you talk to their people, I don't have any people, and then I'll just go out there. I'll just head towards Colorado. Go west, young man. I'll get out there, and I'll be like, listen, I am ready to provide a lecture to you about my experiences as a Towel covering the Karen Reed case. well, Good Treble Studios, I love where your mind's going. I think we got to talk, we might be putting the cart in front of the horse with donations. We don't need to do that yet. We need some donations for, Towel to Eat this weekend. But in terms of going to Colorado, I think I got to talk to the Colorado bar and be like, are you still doing this mock trial? If so, you want me to come out and, talk about it? I'm a towel. And they'll be like, sir, why do you want to come to Colorado? I'll be like, listen. So I am just this guy, and I cover stuff on social media, and I kind of like Colorado because of South Park. So I will come to Colorado, and then I will come speak to all the people who read this mock trial document. And I'll be nice. I won't critique your document too much, but I'll just tell the students. I'll be like, okay, listen, I have all these videos from the Karen Reed trial. Do you want to watch me? I won't show them the one where I asked the guy how Brian Tully, how his perfume tastes. Okay, I won't show them that. But I'll be like, oh, listen, let me tell you a funny story. Can I tell you a really funny story? Okay, so you know how sometimes you're in law school class and the professor is like, hey, do you want to give we're going to do presentations. Okay. So, that's really not a good idea with Tao because, I like writing papers, but if you tell me I have to get up in front of a class and speak, first of all, you don't understand. I live to speak to people. You do not want me in front of a captive law school audience speaking for 10 minutes, bro. I'm going to do amazing things. So anyway, my professor one time made the mistake of being like, you're all going to do class projects, and I want you to present on your project, and it can be on anything related to the criminal justice system. And I was like, oh, okay. I think I want to do, I'm trying to remember what it would. No, you don't understand. This story is really funny. You're going to love the ending. So, I don't remember what it was I wanted to, I don't remember what it was I told him I was going to present on. I kind of pulled a fast one. I was like, I want to present, I think it was some argument. Oh, that's right. It was when Karen was doing her appeal. So I was like, I want to present on the nuances of the, Bluford, the Arkansas v. Bluford case. And I want to talk about double jeopardy and whether or not it attaches if a juror walks into a room and is like, we have a verdict, and then they give the verdict, and then we're like, no, we don't have a verdict, and then walk away. And so anyway, it was some convoluted, he accepted the topic, but he did not review the presentation. He was just like, okay, you could talk about that. Now, he probably should have realized, this professor man, that if he let me stand up in front of a law school class and give a presentation about the Karen Reed case, it was with a PowerPoint, bro. You don't understand. I don't make fucking PowerPoints. What the fuck? I just read court documents. So, he made me make a PowerPoint. Okay, bro, it turns out you could put videos in PowerPoints and stuff. So what do you think I did? I'm standing there in front of all these law school students, and they all know me as the towel guy who says really complex questions and is really funny. So anyway, they like me, but I'm giving a presentation to these law school students, and I'm a little older, and I think they know me from the TV. They kind of just stare at me sometimes when I was there. But anyway, so Christina Rex was there too, so I feel like they'd be like, we have people from the TV here. This must be a powerful school. But anyway, I would just kind of look at them and the students and be like, I'm a towel. So anyway, I'm giving this presentation, and I was supposed to give it about Bluford v. Arkansas, which, I kind of did of it. At the very end, I was like, oh, and by the way, Bluford v. Arkansas. But, I'm like, so let me tell you all law school students about, how, oh, well, thank you. You're very kind. But, I was like, okay, students, let me tell you about my adventures to the Karen Reed case. Now, I was like, okay, students, how many of you have heard, and I would call them students. It was wonderful. So I was like, okay, students, how many of you have heard about the Karen Reed case? Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, there was 60 people in the seminar. All of them just raised their hand. The girls in the class, they were and it was a lot of girls because it was New England law. Dude, some of them were just they were just, as soon as I said it, most of the presentations, they're just kind of bored. And they sit there on the computer, like it's a very specific kind of like style of seating. They just kind of like sit there and they have a Stanley and they like drink the Stanley and then like they just kind of fucking like type away and they do a lot of like fucking like looking at the professor, but really they're just like on their like iMessage shit, like with the phone, but it's on the computer. Like the professors think that by making us not use our phones, like we can't use the phones because they don't understand about iMessage. So they just sit on their computer most of the time with their Stanley and they drink their Stanley and they just kind of like typing away, but like looking at the computer. Okay, I said how many of you heard about the Karen Reed case? All of them like pushed forward and didn't look at their computer. I was like, oh no, this is very bad. Like, they all know about this case. That means they all know about me. I'm a tail. So anyway, I'm kind of like, listen, folks, students, I want to tell you about what it's like to be me when I walk down the courthouse and I, like, do my thing. So I was trying to tell them, like, you know, when you're being a towel, sometimes you just have to, like, ask questions to people outside the courthouse. Now, I don't think this professor really understood. Like, I think he was a little aloof. I can't say who he is. He's a very powerful man. But anyway, like, he was like not really sure what was going on when I go to play this video. And I was like, here's this video of me like asking some questions to Karen. And it wasn't like that vile. Like, I screened it. It was just kind of like me asking her, like, where did you go at this time kind of thing. So I'm behind Karen, and I'm like a towel. I'm just kind of like showing this on the big screens in the courtroom, in the classroom. And all the students are very interested in this video. And it's playing, and it's playing. And, you know, Karen kind of like goes to the right of a fence to go to her car. And I let the video play, and, I think Microdots is cool. So I just want to let Microdots know I didn't tell anyone who he was or anything. But, like, yeah, it was that video where Microdots goes to, like, Olympic hop the fence and he doesn't make it. And the law school students, like, I had to pause the video and I had to explain to them that, like, this is technically a courthouse, but it's not really, like, a very good representation of what it looks like outside court. Like the Karen Reed people and myself, it's a little bit of an atmosphere and you just kind of have to like throw yourself into it and see what happens. And all the law school students, let me just tell you, when they saw that video, I think they were like intrigued and they were also concerned. And then they were also like, yeah, he's basically exactly what we thought he was. So anyway, I got to do a presentation and it culminated in me showing that video of Richie doing his Olympic hop to a bunch of law school students. And they were just baffled. Like, they took a lot in very quickly. And they were like, I think they were a little confused as to like why we were all at the courthouse. Like, they understood the Karen Reed case, but they didn't really get that like we go outside and then like Karen walks around and people just run after her and like film her. So I explained it to them and that was my presentation. The professor was like, I thought your presentation was going to be on Bluford. And I was like, well, I tried to mention it at the end. I talked about it for like 30 seconds and then I sat down. All the students clapped. I don't think the professor was very pleased. He was kind of baffled. I think he was like bemused, but also kind of like, I don't think Grant should be a lawyer. And I was like, yeah, I'm just trying to learn about this so I can subvert your institutions, because I think you use it for bad. And, like, I don't think he, like, opposed that I was doing that. But, like, a lot of the professors were a little suspect of me. They were like, is he going to go, like, tell, like, all these people, like, in the world about, like, the profession of law and then try to, like, reform it? And I was like, yeah. So that was kind of my law school career. I mean, like, I try not to, like, I try not to be too pejorative about the experience because it was fun. I learned a lot. I'm grateful that law school exists. It gave me the power and knowledge to, like, understand things like when we have to research random court decisions about why, like, compelled testimony in a disciplinary proceeding with the threat of losing your job can parlay state immunity to federal immunity. It's really good for that kind of stuff. I don't know what I should do with it all, I'm kind of thinking about just kind of like walking around and knowing it. which is like what I do with most of the stuff I know. So like, I don't know. I don't think I have to actually like act on the knowledge. I don't have to become a lawyer. It's just more information. It's kind of like reading a good book that's like 4 million pages and takes 3 years to read, and like 40 people have to teach it to you. It's a really good book, though. I would recommend it. 22 Explorers, yes, I would say so. We're working on Towel staying up later. I had a latte at 5 p.m. We're trying to give Towel a normal sleep schedule, you know what I'm saying? We're also trying to raise a little more donations for Towel, but let's do more Sidebahs before I get donations. If we get to $300 by midnight, I'll be very happy. But I'm still going to stream tomorrow anyway. People are like, maybe I shouldn't donate because then he'll stream again tomorrow. I'm going to do that anyway. You just give me a little buffer room so I can wake up in the morning and eat a egg sandwich. I like sandwiches from Dunkin' Donuts. What can I do about it? I could probably make an egg sandwich, but I don't want to do that. I don't understand the concept of cooking. I tried to cook once. I mean, I can cook grilled chicken, I suppose. But I don't understand. You have to measure the heat of the fucking chicken. Why would I do that? What if I get it wrong? I could hurt myself. Robin Hood's like, your mind is a steel trap that many would not appreciate. Yeah, I'm letting you get more into my Tao mind recently, because there's, the world, has gone through reform, and the Epstein thing's out there. So I'm a Southern man now, and you can live inside my mind. I'm sure a lot of people are like, Grant, you are not a Southern man. Yes, I am. If I just talk like this for long enough, I can be a Southern man. All right, here we go. Let us get ready. All right, we're at the beginning. Are we at the beginning of Guarino? Yeah, we are. So, this was kind of in the mock trial. 3 Clerk Monty and I had a fun, adventure. I also got to watch Melanie Little's clips. Apparently, she said I was very smart. She's very smart. That's a good, combination. I should talk to Melanie Little. Imagine if Melanie Little and I had an interview. She'd be like, Grant, you are not a Southern man. And I'd be like, Melanie Little, Attorney Little, I am a Southern man. She'd be like, no, you're not. I'd be like, yes, I am. And then the interview would be fucking hilarious because I would do it in character as a Southern man. I just want to troll a little bit. She'd be like, can you please just talk in your regular accent? I'd be like, okay, fine. She'd be like, people find the Boston accent endearing. And I'd be like, yeah. Alright, let's do it. We're on page 2840. You can find the link document in the pinned comment. We're going to try to get to page 3000. Maybe 3200. Depends on how I'm feeling. Melanie is very smart, cop's daughter. I agree. Melanie Little is a very smart lawyer. She said I was smart. That's a compliment. You know what I'm saying? You can't be the smartest person in the room, or you won't be any smarter than you were the day before. I agree, Aaron. Right now, Harlequin, cop's daughter. I really like Harlequin. It's really hard to find because it's a CBD strain, but I like Harlequin. It's the only CBD strain that doesn't taste like plant. Like Harlequin. I don't know why Harlequin is so good, but it's it's for people with I guess colitis, and it's a very good anti-inflammatory, but it's CBD. I don't know why it works so well. And in my state, CBD products are called accessories. So CBD is regulated, but you can buy flower at a dispensary, but you don't need a medical card. It's just like buying a t-shirt at the dispensary. It's kind of complicated. I created the regulatory rules through the Hemp Fair Share Amendment in 2021. That was a hard one to pass. But anyway, the point is we can just buy hemp flower, and it's federally legal now. So I think it's cool. No, I wouldn't say, I don't think it does. I think it's mostly, the rule is it has to be 0.03 or below or something. There's very strict rules on what counts as hemp flower versus regulated flower. There's a difference. Hemp flower is hemp. So starting in April, all seniors in America on April 1st will get $500 a year to purchase CBD products in the United States. President Trump just announced this initiative when he legalized medical and then changed the CBD rules again to make them more favorable. So seniors in the United States, like there's going to be some, I'm sure, like Medicare rules about it. The guidance isn't out yet. But on April 1st, like you get $500 to actually like go out and experiment with all these CBD products. It doesn't extend to disabled people yet. I got to make a call to some people about that. I think they should give it to the disabled people. But President Trump said he wants to do it apparently as a trial run for the seniors, which I'm fine with. So anyway, all sorts of CBD products are out there on the market. They're very legal. You should make sure that like you're buying something that's regulated and tested on the state level or federal level. But yeah, you're going to be able to get $500 a year starting April 1st. So I think Melanie Little is great too. Oh, can we talk about one more thing? Does anyone feel like something weird happened yesterday when like Kate Peter failed to get any attention at the court? Are you all starting to wonder if like maybe there's a bigger setup going on than we realize? Like, is everything crashing down? Like, did you all notice, like, the normal, like, the usual suspects, like, online yesterday tried, like, really hard to make, like, Kate's confrontation with Karen a thing, but then the media just didn't care, and then they all just kind of, like, shut up? Like, did you notice the number of people that just, like, shut up in the past 24 hours? Don't you think that's a little weird? Am I the only one who thinks it's weird? Also, you try reading 5,000 pages without adopting a southern accent. Yeah, something happened yesterday. Like, I think I fucked the plans up. I mean, obviously. Like, I just felt called to go to the courthouse. And it wasn't just because of Kyle. Like, bro, I could have just been like, Kyle, I don't want to do it today. I'm going to stream and do Sidebahs. But, like, it's so funny because Kyle's probably looking back on this and be like, holy fuck, he knew. It wasn't like anyone told me or Kyle that, like, Thursday was going to be important. I just want to tell you all, like, there was no one that said in a text or an email to me or Kyle, like, this hearing is important. What happened was Kyle and I are, like, kind of like ever vigilant docket, like, guardians, with Dee Dee. And so Kyle's like a little compulsive. Like, I do my like research and I'm compulsive, so like I'm not degrading him. He's just like very good at what he does. So he's like compulsive, and anytime he like sees anything, like he's better than like all the local media, even me. Like he just like posts about it or messages me. He's like, Grant, this is a thing, or he'll send me his post. And so before court yesterday, like, it wasn't that, like, Kyle brought it to my attention that made me want to go. Like, it was the way, like, the court was talking, like, the clerk was talking to Kyle. And I was like, I think that it's pretty obvious that, there's something going to happen. And Kyle was like, I know. And then I was like, Kyle, maybe, like, this is, like a harbinger that, like, something big. And also I was like, Kyle, I'm a little worried that they did it with such little notice that they're being hush-hush because they're worried about, like, a security incident. So anyway, like, I didn't say to Kyle, like, I knew some shit was going to go down, but I basically said to Kyle, like, Kyle, I'm going to go down there, but, like, my spidey senses are tingling because something doesn't seem right. So I go down there, and, seeing Benny Sweetpants there, like, an hour and a half before, like, bro, Benny Sweetpants don't go to Norfolk Superior Court. Like, he ain't, like, fucking hanging out in the fucking gallery, bro. Like, he don't give no two shits about no fucking case in Norfolk Superior Court. And if he's not there with, like, if he's not there as a bottom B for, Kate, like, he's her bottom bee, you know, like he rides hard for her. Like he's got to keep the other like non-bottom bees in line, you know what I'm saying? I've seen the South Park episode with Butters. I understand how it works. And, you know, Benny Sweetpants is the bottom bee. So anyway, I'm talking about how he's like a little, like a bee. He buzzes around, you know. So anyway, I saw him there like an hour before, hour and a half. And, bro, I know what I'm looking for. Like, Benny Sweetpants don't show up to no Norfolk Superior Court hearing an hour and a half early. And Benny Sweetpants ain't show up to no fucking Norfolk Superior Court hearing for any reason. He ain't on no docket. He's not, like, watching the case before. Like, dude's scouting the location. Scouting the location for what, bruh? What are you scouting the location for? So, yeah, like, he started making sexual comments to me. I think he's a little sexually frustrated. You know, it's okay that he wants to flirt with me, but, like, I'm not into him like that. I find it a little odd. I'm flattered, but, like, a lot of people, like, flirt with me like that by asking me sexual questions. I kind of get offended by it. I take it as, like, you know, like he's trying to make a move on me. And I didn't want him to make a move on me, so I just asked him some questions, you know, about, like, how Brian Tully's perfume tastes. But anyway, that's not really what I was interested in. Like, him, like, asking me sexual questions made me mad, but I was really interested. I wasn't saying this to him, but I was like, bro, you're scouting this location right now. Why are you doing that? And, like, I see you, yes, Aaron, I think they were a little concerned, but, like, I see you, like, scouting a location. Dude, you understand that, like, one of the first things that, like, even if you're not trained, but just, like, reading documents about, like, how people do OPSEC, bro, if I see you scouting a location, like, my first thought is going to be you're trying to hurt someone. Like, do you understand? There's a difference between just a civilian walking around and, like, being a little confused, and then, like, Benny Sweetpants scouting a location. Like, scouting a location, that is not the kind of thing that, like, a regular person does. You're either fucking a hoodlum scouting a hit, or, like, you're trying to set something up, like, something's going to go down. Bro, I've been around, okay? I know what scouting a location looks like. So, like, really, what was on my mind was not really Cop's Daughter. It's more like it makes, like, eating better. Like, if I'm going to, like, have a coffee or something, it would hurt my stomach. But if I have Harlequin, it doesn't hurt my stomach. It makes it easier to, like, sit for long periods of time, if you know what I mean. It doesn't hurt my belly to have a coffee, if that makes sense. Like, less inflammation in my stomach. That's the only way I can describe it. And, like, yeah, like, the cigar smoking is fine, but that's not the, like, point. The cigar smoking, I think, is more of just, like, a oral fixation. It's just a way for me to channel, like, what would otherwise be, like, me, like, waving my hands around while talking. So anyway, like, Kate, like, Benny Sweetpants being there an hour early had me on guard. And I was like, oh, I know what this shit is. It's like a scout. Who is he scouting for? And then he made the mistake of telling Timmy. He was like, Kate's coming. And I was like, oh, fuck me. Now, you don't understand. Like, no one really knew this shit was going down, like, when I saw Benny Sweetpants walk out of the court. Like, Kyle had kind of, like, tipped off that some shit was going to go down. But, like, he didn't tell anyone that Karen was going to be there. And he didn't, like, say that, like, the O'Keefe lawyer was going to try to go in. So it makes me think Mark Diller told Kate. If you can prove that Mark Diller and Kate communicated and that, like, the O'Keefe family had knowledge or conveyed to Kate that Karen was going to be there with knowledge that they knew through the lawyer, all right. Because I don't actually think it's the O'Keefes. Like, I think it's some other people that wanted Kate to do that. But, like, now you're getting into problem territory because, like, they have a case against, like, with Karen, and she has a case against people. And, like, now you're sending someone down there. Again, rules of the game. Outside the court. Everybody stands outside the court, bro, on the sidewalk. You could stand outside the court, as people know, during the trial. Not in the buffer zone, but, like, you could stand outside the court. with a sign that says like, I support the police, or you could stand outside with a sign that says I support Karen, and you could then stand there at the base of the stairs, and when people come out, bro, you can boo them. You can say I love you. It doesn't matter what side they're on. You can pick. You can say I support you. I hate you. You're terrible. Like, I don't like what you're doing. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? You know why? Because that's why they have it. That's why the media exists. It exists to stand there and for people to walk out of court, and then people say to them, what were you doing in there? They can say, I don't want to answer your questions, but you stand there, you ask the fucking questions, they walk away. Okay? Like, that is fine. There would have been no problem. I don't think anyone would have even cared. Or even again, this didn't make the news, but I don't think anyone would even have thought twice about Kate Peter doing that. What makes this a potential powder keg? Not I don't think Karen would press charges. She said before, why would she ever press charges in the county where Michael Morrissey tried to set her up, in her words? I think she was framed personally, you know what I'm saying? So bro, maybe when Deutsch is in office, but that is the kind of thing you can actually get banged up on, because Kate was in, it's a sacrosanct area. I don't know if people understand this. Sometimes at a sentencing, you might have a family member of a deceased person yell out at the defendant. That is technically contempt, but no judge, I've never seen a judge in even the strictest states actually jail someone or fine them or do anything because in the moment of sentencing they screamed at the defendant. That is the only exception. You're still going to probably get tackled if you even if you're the father of someone who was killed. If you run at the defendant in a courtroom, you're not going to get to them, bro. You're going to get tackled by 6 people immediately. All right? So that is the only circumstance where you are not going to get arrested. Yes, you are probably going to get tackled, handcuffed, and brought to the bar where the judge is going to say, I should hold you in contempt. How dare you? But then at the very end, he's going to say, but you know what? Under the circumstances, I understand the difficulty of the emotional weight of this situation, and I'm sorry for your loss. That's what they'll do. You know what you can't really get away with? There's no excuse for it. Being in a courtroom hallway, outside, the main courtroom, inside the building, though, it's still neutral ground, and just, confronting them. It's not the same as, you being out there and everyone's waiting to go in, and maybe you give Karen the evil eye, or Karen smirks, or you mouth to her the B word, whatever. That stuff, I mean, is it kosher? Or that might be the slang, the Yiddish slang, or whatever it is. Is it appropriate? No, it's really not. But it's not a problem. What happened yesterday wasn't a media fiasco. It was more of a problem because of where it occurred. It was not outside the courthouse. It was not on a sidewalk. It was Karen was about to walk outside. There was nothing stopping Kate from just standing outside like everyone else and just saying what she had to say. Kate could have actually probably caused a stir, but she couldn't do it because I would have been there to jaw at her. But Kate could have stood at the base of the stairs with all the news cameras, just played it cool, waited for Karen to walk down, and then asked her questions. That's actually it would have worked a lot better. What Kate did was do it inside where no one could see, and then all it did was piss the media off because she yelled at the media, and then the media blacked her out, didn't cover it at all, and then all of the people on Twitter, who or X, who normally try to create this virality around these moments, everybody just is gone. It's radio silence. I have never seen anything like it. And I don't get into the meta drama of it all because, frankly, I don't care. I have stuff that I want to cover that is important. I do not care about metadrama at all. I don't care. I've never cared. I don't pay attention. I monitor you people, and like I see what you post and delete, and I keep mental records of what you're up to, but I don't care. I don't care about like most of these drama people. It doesn't matter to me. But what I'll tell you is like if you all drop off the map at the same time, like I realized something went really bad. So like whatever the fuck happened yesterday, let me just tell you, like shit burned the fuck down. I don't know what it has to do with. I don't know who knew who was working for who was setting up who was a double agent, triple agent, quadruple agent, who was not an agent and just cosplaying as one, who's actually some kind of like, you know, like high level operative versus who's like compartmentalized. I don't want to know. I don't care. These people spend so much time like throwing bullshit at the wall just so people won't focus on what's important. I kneecap them just by focusing on what's important. But let me tell you why I think yesterday was big. So the normal reaction to like these like operations going bad is like, I don't know, the drama people just move on to something else. Like they just want to talk about drama, so they'll just find like some person and make something up or something. Then they make drama out of it. Like they move on, but everybody just went silent. Like something must have went so bad yesterday that it caused like the wheels to completely fall off. I don't really know exactly what it is. Petty LaBelle, I will get him. But I don't really know exactly what it is. All I'm telling you is I'm very close to all this. And all these drama people, like, I think they, like, either, like, the op got cut or, like, they realized, like, that, like, Sally Port video is a big deal. Like, I can't really put my finger on it. I just know something happened yesterday, like, and something went bad. Like, Kate must have, like, really been desperate to have done that. And then for it to have gone bad and, like, no one paid attention or cared, like, in the media, like, bro, you have to, like, have really, like, they must have had, like, a meeting, and they must have been like, fuck it. Like, pull the op. Because you gotta, like, I've been waiting, I've been kind of, like, watching this fucking thing crash and burn. Like, this, like, weird op to, like, target Karen and pretend like people support her when they're really, like, against her. And I'm now, like, really of the opinion that, like, what they were doing, in essence, in so many words, was kind of like trying to convince Karen that people supporting her were real, but they were really like working against her. And I think like Kate, what's weird about yesterday is like, you know, at the end of a movie where like the supervillain takes off their mask and you kind of like see like what was actually like tormenting you. Like Karen, I'm sure, knew of Kate because she's like an encyclopedic like mind. But, like, I don't think Kate and, like, Karen ever thought of Kate as, like, the person Morrissey was using to torment Karen. I think Karen probably thought it was, like, more sophisticated. But, like, it really was, like, I mean, it wasn't just Kate, but it really was, like, Kate, like, in the meetings. It's wild. Like, and then they, like, had a, like, meeting, and Karen just, like, bossed her. You should have felt the vibe in that courtroom. You know the Lil Wayne song where Lil Wayne says he feels big? Like, not fat, but just, like, big. Oh, my God. Bro. Karen, let me just tell you. Like, I don't know, Karen. She smiled at me for the first time, so I feel like we're going to eventually talk. I feel like we're going in that direction. Someone said I should get her some flowers. Bro, I don't think I should get Karen flowers. I don't know her like that. Like, I think she understands. Like, I show apologies by, like, putting in the work. Like, I'm not going to, like, say I'm sorry. I'll, like, show it. And I shouldn't get her flowers. That would be weird. But anyway, my point is, you should have felt this vibe. So Karen is, like, very nice to me. So that was nice of her to smile and let me get the shot of her walking in. But anyway, so Karen is inside the courtroom. Now, Karen is not very big as a person. I'd say she's like, I don't know, like 5'1", like, I don't know, maybe 5'2" on a good day, but she wears heels, so sometimes she's like 5'6", but like, in reality, she's probably like 5'2". She's kind of short. And she's not very big. I mean, when you're actually, like, she has a big persona, but, like, I have a big persona. So, like, and so does Alan and whatever. But, like, when big personas meet, you don't really get, like, I don't know, starstruck. It's more just, like, game recognized game. Like, oh, I'm a big persona. Oh, you're a big persona. Okay, hello. So, anyway, like, I think the best way to describe, like, Karen is it's hard to see, like, most humans, you look at their physical stature and, like, that's what they are. Karen Reed, like, has this gravitas to her, which I'm kind of just, like, used to now because I've been around her so much. But, like, no one, like, thinks of Karen Reed as a small person. Like, she carries herself with a very big presence. So as we were walking in yesterday to court, like, there was something different about it. Like, there's a difference between having a big presence, which, like, a decent amount of people have. Like, Jim Browdy's a great example of this. Like, Jim Browdy has a big presence. You know, like, he's a big guy, but, like, he's Jim Browdy. So, like, you're around him, and you're just like, oh, my goodness. It just exudes kind of like, I'm Jim Browdy. It's just an example. Other people have it, too. Like, Bill O'Reilly has it. President Trump has it. It's just this, like, larger-than-life vibe. I don't know how to explain it. It's not just being famous. There's a lot of famous people. Not every famous person has this. This is kind of like being larger than life. That's the only way I can describe it. So Karen, like, it would be Weird Cop's daughter. I agree. But, like, I'm just saying, someone suggested it's, like, on Twitter, so I was responding to them and being like, no, I don't think that would be good. But anyway, Karen has this, like, gravitas. And the gravitas is kind of like, it's like an energy. Like, most people have an energy bubble that's kind of like, I don't know, like 3 feet or so. Like, it's pretty normal to have, like, a 3-foot energy bubble. But Karen's energy bubble, like, on most days when she's at court, is kind of like 10 feet tall. It's just like a big energy. You know, not like Godzilla. Like, if she were, like, bigger than the courthouse, that would be weird. Like, Alan has, like, almost, like, 30 feet tall energy. Karen's, like, 10 to 15 feet tall. Okay, yesterday, first of all, Alan wasn't there. So Karen was the most prominent person there, like, by far and away. Petty LaBelle, who's saying goodnight? Whoever is saying goodnight, you sleep well. Karen was, like, the most kind of prominent person there. And, like, she was making it clear. Like, she was commanding, like, the outside of the court, the inside of the court. Like, there was no component, like, of that courtroom that, like, she was not in control of. So, like, for Kate to do it yesterday, when, like, Karen was at, like, the, like, apex of her power, that's what made it weird. Like, everyone in that entire courthouse was, like, kind of, like, bowing to, not, like, physically bowing, but, like, oh, it's Karen. Like, there was no one who was mad at her. There was no one, like, who was resentful. Like, there was no one other than Cosgrove who wanted to get her. It was just, like, people who were, like, in awe of, like, her abilities, and she knew it. There's a difference between, like, not knowing it and knowing it. She was, like, in command of the, like, courtroom without, like, commanding people. Like, people with power don't, like, direct people around. It's just, like, how they walk. And she was just, like, in command. So when Kate tried to do it yesterday, it represented kind of this, like, fascinating moment where, like, Kate never got to the level Karen was because, like, Kate was just kind of, like, talking to the state police and the prosecutors. She was never more than just, like, Morrissey. Whereas Karen got to the level of, like, fucking, like, I don't know, bro, the stratosphere, like, Alan Jackson level, like, California level, like, incredible. And it just felt like watching, like, those two, like, interact, and, like, Kate's face just looking, I have the picture of it, just Kate's face just looking, like, defeated, and just kind of, like, she wanted to confront Karen with an evil eye, but Karen was so powerful that Kate was just kind of like, I don't know how to look at you. That's what it was like. That's why it was such a weird day to do it. Well, I'm still here. Petty LaBelle's like, great, we're all still here. Yeah, like there was definitely just like, oh, it was just so like, it was so odd that like the only person they could get to do it or that would do it was Kate. Kate was like this like hidden villain behind the scenes. She meets Karen in this moment where like she's finally ready to be like, ha, like I was the one tormenting you, don't you see, Karen? And then like Karen's response is like, tormenting me, like I railed on you and your boss and like your state police friends, like they're all like fired or reassigned. Deutsch is gonna win. Like she didn't need to say this, but like Karen's basically like, I ruined you. Like you weren't anything to begin with, and like I ruined you and your boss's boss. Like what are you gonna do about it? Why are you here? And then apparently Karen said outside in the hallway, "Who are you?" I told you she was just going to blank Kate out. Like, the name Kate Peter will never exist in any of Karen's productions. That's going to be Kate's punishment. Not even as, like, Kate Peter sucks. Like, that gives Kate negative attention. She thrives on it. Karen knows how to, like, starve a soul. And if you want to starve Kate Peter's soul, you deprive her of negative attention. And that's what Karen's going to do to her. And it's going to be glorious. And I'm going to watch her do it. Cop's daughter's like, Kate Peters, the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Okay, well, I have no confirmation of that, but, like, you could believe that. I'm totally on board with that. Now, listen. I don't think that country actually exists. If there's child catchers out there, I'm going to be mad. I'm going to go around and yell at them. You can't be catching children. That movie traumatized me, bro. My mom used to make me... Now that I think about it, we had to watch that movie like a fucking lot. And it was very fucking traumatizing, and I fucking hated the movie. I don't know why she made us watch it all the time. And then we just stopped after a certain age. Like, she didn't even like the movie that much. I really did not like that fucking movie. It's very traumatic now that I think about it. I never watch it. Like, it seems so innocent. But, like, you actually think about it, bro. Like, it's like these, like, kids living this, like, idyllic life in the countryside. And, like, they have this, like, what looks like this, like, nice mom and dad. The dad's an inventor. And then, like, they end up, like, flying a car to, like, an island, which is, like, a country where, like, these rich people capture children and enslave them in a castle and make them like dress up like ballerinas. I'm starting to wonder like if it was like conditioning or like a message. I don't fucking know, bro. Like that, now that I think back about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, it's a very, very weird film. Yeah, you don't understand. Wendy made us watch Chitty Chitty Bang Bang so many times. I kind of feel like you're from Belmont, Cop's daughter. What year did you graduate? Like, it's not, I mean, I'm sure you'll tell me, but like, what year did you graduate? Like, if you're '07, I will probably know who you are. But if you're '07, then you also know, like, I was just a big football playing kid that drank too much, so. I also like girls soccer. Like, I felt like the girls soccer team didn't get any respect. I also like one of the girls on the team. She was nice. I was kind of dumb, though. She was really good at soccer, though. She would try to teach me about it. I was kind of dumb. I didn't understand the offside rule. So I'd be like, I just don't get how it works. She was like, you're kind of dumb. I was like, I know. I'm an American, though. Don't be a Wendy. Oh, I could be your son. The mum is dead. I think so. He meets Truly as the love interest. Oh, that's even worse. Fonz, first of all, I love your username. Happy Days we also watched a lot of as a kid. That's right. It was the stepmother. Ian Fleming, wasn't he MI6? Wow, that's actually really creepy. That's very creepy. Like, dude, it was really traumatic now that I think about it. Like, I'm never going to watch Chitty Chitty Bang Bang again. Just thinking about it traumatized. I used to get so scared of that scene. Like, and my mom, like, wanted us to watch it. Like, with the child catcher. I think she liked the songs. Maybe she didn't even realize what it was. But that movie's freaky. I wonder, like, how much of my childhood, like the films and all that shit, I wonder if a lot of that was like conditioning. Like, you don't understand. When I was growing up in the 90s, like every kid at school, like we all liked the same thing at the same time. Like we all, like all trends were like universal. Like everybody watched the same show. Like the Drew Carey show was popular for everyone at the same time. WWF was popular for everyone at the same time. The Spice Girls was popular. It was called like monoculture. Like the Spice Girls was popular for everyone at the same time. TLC was popular for everyone at the same time. Like it's hard to explain, but like even yo-yos were popular for everyone at the same time. Like Titanic, popular for everyone at the same time. Like when I mean popular, I mean like when you went into school, like every family like would go on the weekends to see the same movie. Everyone would watch the same shows on Friday night. Everyone would talk about the same thing. That's the best way I can explain it. Like everyone was conditioned to have like the same values because we all watch the same things. That's the best way to explain it. Yeah, and even more beyond the trauma of it, Petty LaBelle, I was thinking about like the cultural conditioning. Like how you just show the same material to people over and over and over and over again. Well, yeah, like if you show the same thing to the same people, like if they're all watching the same thing, like yeah, in which case like the internet really did probably foreshadow this kind of like transformation that's happened over the past few weeks. Eventually they just lost control of the narrative, but they had us really propagandized. Like I think a lot of girls like think that like life, like what girls in America in the 90s, like in particular, were brutalized by this like very artificial like expectation of what it was to be like a woman or married or like whatever. It really fucked with like women. I feel bad. It was a very brutal time in society, but it looked very normal. It looked like it was just like pop bands and like going to Disney World and you know like the Super Bowl. But the reality was like there was no like countervailing culture. It was literally monoculture. Everything was the same for everyone. It was a form of mind control now that I think about it. Like all propaganda is mind control. What the fuck is mind control? You want to see an example of mind control? Okay, how about this? Let me give you an example. The word Jizya, Jiyzah, means that the religion of Islam is fundamentally centered on the principle of exporting itself to other countries so it will subvert their traditions and take over their states. Like, that's mind control. Because I'm telling you about a real concept called Jizya that actually exists within the Islamic religion. But like then I'm inserting in there like, oh yeah, and the whole reason Islam exists as a religion is because like it wants to take over other states. No, like yes, that became part of like one part of the Sunni element of the religion, but that's not why the religion started. And that's an example of mind control. It doesn't work when I follow it up with, oh, I just like manipulated you. Okay. But that's mind control. It's like cultural conditioning through like semi-truths encoded with a little bit of lie and then just repeated over and over and over and over again. Like it doesn't, like I don't have to like fucking dose you with drugs to control your mind. Like what is mind control, bro? Think about what the concept of mind control is. You have associative thoughts in your brain. You think a term means a certain thing. to mind control you. I just have to make your brain think a word means a certain thing. That's all mind control is. So like this word means this. This word has this connotation. This term has this. It's why being like in the position I'm in with a big platform, like a big like audience, I have a duty to not do that. Like I could easily just be like, oh yeah, like this thing in the sidebar. No, it doesn't mean what it looks like. It actually means like pink elephants, you know? And it's pink elephants. Don't you understand? Like that term actually is a stand-in for pink elephants. Let me tell you all about them. Okay, like, no, it's not. I would be propagandizing or brainwashing you. That's brainwashing. Repetitive conditioning to alter the associative contextual framework of how your brain works. Yep, Hollywood's a great example. I will definitely check that out, Petty LaBelle. Out of the Shadows. I'll watch it when I fall asleep tonight. We got 19 minutes of Sidebahs. Let's go. We're not going to get to page 3000. Can you tell, like, I'm ready for bed? All right, let's do it. The court, good morning. Mr. Unetti, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Lally on Tuesday provided basically a list in the documents that he intends to introduce through or use through Trooper Carino. The court, okay. Mr. Unetti, there's one entry in particular that we're objecting to. The court, do you have it with you? Why don't you go grab it? Mr. Unetti, he has it. I need to get my reading glasses up here. Wait, we already looked at this. Is this just another copy of this? I don't understand. This was just in the last sidebar. This was literally just in the last document. We read this whole thing. It's about the Google search. And then Judge Canoni ends it by saying, I don't think I had scrolled back. We read this whole one. And then they talk about how closing will be limited. All right. I don't remember. Oh, maybe I just scrolled back. And then judge renders her ruling again on the jury, on the testimony from Dr. Russell. So maybe they just included that sidebar twice. I feel like they had a document that was just sidebars about the voir dire, and then that one might have been in there twice. Either way, I read that whole sidebar already. All right, now Garino's up. Lynn can absolutely have a pink elephant. Of course she could. And Aaron, no monkeys. Aaron doesn't. Oh, wow, what's this? All right, so this is the Karen Reed's call logs. All right, may we approach? Mr. Unetti, my main concern, and I was unable to review it completely, but it includes any calls to potential representation, because I know my client had reached out for Jack Bryant at one point before she located me, so there was no Jack Diamond, it's Jack Bryant. I don't know if the call is in there or not. Jack Bryant, there's no Diamond, it was Jack Bryant. And it's page 2858. All right. Mr. Lally, so this is the extraction report data we received. So all of that, pursuant to the Attorney General's review of it, should be excised. Regardless, all context as far as names or anything are excised from this copy that's going to go to the jury. Okay, wait, they used the Attorney General's office to excise Karen's cell phone instead of a taint team? Mr. Unetti, okay, why can't this end at a certain time on January 29? Why does it have to go into the afternoon past 119? Mr. Lally, Mr. Unetti, just to be frank, Judge, I'm trying to prevent any possibility of prejudice here. Juror issue. What? What does a juror have to do with Karen's call logs going past the afternoon of January 29th? Oh, it is Jack Diamond. That was a typo. Wow. Another typo. Typo. Jack Bryant should be Jack Diamond on page 2858, line 10. Okay. So let's let this in. You can find Jack Diamond's phone number. If it's in here, let me know and we'll take it out. Miss Giannetti, sounds good. Miss O'Lally, and Your Honor, I'm not looking to publish this for the jury or anything like that. But you're putting in it and it's Mr. O'Lally. No. I'm just saying there's sufficient time that there's additional redactions that counsel wants or whatever. That's fine. Miss Giannetti, that's fine. Yep, the court okay. End of Sideback. So he's just saying, like, if you're gonna do that, like, there's no reason for that lawyer's call, the call to that lawyer, to be in there. Lally continuing on direct of Garino. A lot of technical data, a lot of cell phone data, voicemails now. I don't remember a lot of objections during Garino's testimony in the first trial. We'll probably get some. Move to strike the GPS. Overruled. Needs a foundation. Lots of objections here, but no sideback. Like, I know sidebars are coming, because I know there's a lot of objections in this. But it must be that this goes on for a while. We're about to get to page 2,900. I'm going to get to 3,000, then I'm going to go to bed. So we get about 137 pages to go. 27. 113. I'm getting tired. I mean, I'm actually rooting against sidebars right now. Like, the later we get at night, every single sidebar, I get mad. I prefer they just not have sidebars. Like, once we're this close to, like, where I'm trying to get to. We're getting to Base Camp Delta. Base Camp Delta is 97 pages away. This is climbing Mount Everest. Trying to, like, read this document. But I can see the finish line for tonight. We're 90 pages away. Sidebar. Alright. Approach to retrieve. The court, you're all set, Miss Giannetti? Miss Giannetti, yes. The court, okay. I just wanted, you asked for a minute, and I just needed to finish that. Miss Giannetti, I appreciate the fact that you gave me that. The court, yep, that's fine. I just wanted to finish the loop. Miss Giannetti, thank you. The court, so I asked to approach because I think I'm just at the point where the only thing I have left on this witness is Google Earth. Oh, that's a typo. Typo. That is not the court speaking. We can't have these type of misattributions. Typo. Typo. On page 2910, the court, line 7, it says the court when in reality Adam Lally is speaking. The court, so it's actually Lally. Adam Lally. So I asked to approach because I think I'm just at the point where the only thing I have left of this witness is Google search. The court, okay, all right. I'm going to tell them that we're going to take half an hour, 45-minute break for lunch. That should give you plenty of time, Miss Giannetti. Miss Giannetti, yes. The court, all right. Then we will meet first before we bring the jurors out. The court, all right. Trooper Garino, we're going to take our morning break. You, of course, have to stick around, but you can file out when the jury does. All right, so they let him out. Is this at sidebar? No, this is an open court. I think. Wait, did this actually happen in open court? Interesting. It was denied, so he couldn't bring it in. I knew Lally wasn't able to bring that in. I didn't remember that being in open court. All right. So that was the sidebar about Karen's DUI lawyer search. I really don't remember that being in open court. All right. We are 70 pages away. We are 65 pages away. Can you tell I'm getting tired? We're still on the direct of Garino. We're heading towards the lunch break. We're 65 pages away. No, 55. We're 50 pages away. We're making serious progress here. There's going to be sidebars, but we're making progress. We're less than 50 pages away. Sidebar! This is about the Apple Health data. It's page 2953 of 5481. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, the couple won't submit it's an improper question. It's asking a hypothetical. Wait, what? Oh, so it's Yannetti on Cross now. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, the couple won't submit it's an improper question. It's asking a hypothetical. This witnessing asking hypothetical. Court asking what? Mr. Lally, a hypothetical and asking for situations, but he's also asking a hypothetical that's not borne out by any evidence. Mr. Giannetti, so it will be. That's the whole purpose of the hypothetical. I'm going to get into this with the trooper. There are 3 separate photos, and I can show this to. It's Mr. Lally. There are 3 separate clocks on an iPhone 11. One is monotonic tone, the other is baseband time, the other is display date and time. All of them have different times on them. They can vary by seconds. I have an example on John O'Keefe's phone right here where they vary by 3 minutes. This trooper is not going to know which clock was used. The court, okay, you can do that, but you can't ask him if something makes more sense than something else. Mr. Giannetti, okay, I can move on from that. The court, okay, thank you, Mr. Giannetti. All right. $40 pages. Probably like a witness name. End of sidebar. We have a sidebar. All right, this is Jen McCabe, communications with Allie McCabe. So the objection. Wait. That can't be right. This is another typo. Mr. Lally, Mr. Yannetti is not saying that. Typo, page 2961, line 9, is not Mr. Yannetti. It is Mr. Lally, and Mr. Yannetti's name is spelled wrong. The objection, Your Honor, is that what counsel has said is simply not true. The entire extraction on Ms. McCabe's phone was provided to counsel. There were different grand jury exhibits that parsed out specific communications, but there was also a grand jury exhibit which had the entire extraction on which counsel received in June of 2022 when the defendant was arraigned. Mr. Yannetti, we're talking about the initial extraction in February of 2022. Mr. Lally, correct. Mr. Yannetti, that's what I'm talking about. Mr. Lally, correct. Mr. Yannetti, so I mean that's for cross for redirect. The court, to tell me exactly your grounds again, I sustained it on different grounds. Mr. Yannetti, he didn't seek to obtain any of the communications with Nicole Albert or Allie McCabe. You know, I was going to ask about Brian Albert as well. The court, okay, but that was after he had said he didn't do anything with John O'Keefe's phone, right? That's why I sustained it. Mr. Yannetti, no, I understand. Okay. The court, okay, all right, so we'll move on. Mr. Yannetti, sure. Weird misattribution, though. All right, 30 pages to go. All right, they're talking about introducing evidence. 25 pages to go. Less than 20 pages to go. We're on redirect by Mr. Lally. We're going to get to page 3000. $15 pages. 10 pages to go. I can see page 3000. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing Renee Stonebridge and then the medical examiner. We have reached page 3000. Congratulations. We're in the middle of the medical examiners. I believe it is. Is it still Friday? Let me check the date. It is now Thursday, June 20th, same day, and we have reached page 3000. Congratulations. If you stayed up with me, Late Night Towel, we went, hello, Marcia. Hello. It's good to see you all. It is 11:57 p.m. We have reached page 3000. There are only 2,481 pages left. We are at Base Camp Delta. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a tired towel. We've all been working quite hard. This, I think, has put an exceptional amount of strain on all of us, and we're over halfway there, and we're going to finish. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to complete this climb of the Mount Everest of legal documents sometime in the next 3 days, especially if it snows. It's a hell of a document. Let me just tell you, I have never seen anything in my life like this. I have been in school. I have read like the longest text you can imagine. I did the first tranche of these sidebars. This is a like monstrosity of a document. Like I am beginning to like go to bed at night and I think about this document. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, hold on, Marcia. I'm going to check right now. Marcia asked me to check the Venmo right before the end. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Marcia. Oh, you are such a kind human being. Oh, you're going to make little Towel cry. Oh, I will send you a special comment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done it. We have reached our goal. Marcia, right as I was about to get to my closing, which I always like to spend a few minutes with you all closing, Marcia has helped us reach our goal for today. I am a very grateful little towel. I cannot tell you how much it means to me, Marcia. I know I'm live, but my voice is tired. I am so grateful, and I am so thankful for you, and your timing is impeccable. I am incredibly grateful for your support, and it means a lot to me, even as the clock is about to strike midnight here on the east coast of Massachusetts in the United States. Towel has pushed through 3,000 of these pages in the past few days, and I couldn't have done it without all your support. I couldn't do this work without all your support. You've given me meaning in my life, and I'm very grateful. And when I wake up in the morning, I'm trying to adjust my sleep schedule. I'm going to get a coffee, and then I don't have anything tomorrow. So you and I and all of us will get to spend more time together doing Sidebahs. And at this rate, I believe we should be done with this document at the latest by Monday or Tuesday of next week. If we continue at this pace, I feel like Judge Cannone. If we continue at this pace, we should be entering the second trial probably, I'd say, like Saturday, so tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon. And then we should be heading towards, like, completion. Like, if there's, like, a lot of sidebars, probably not, but we could be done early next week. If that's the case, I'd like to do, like, 500 pages a day. So if we can do 500 pages a day, we'll be done Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like sometime Wednesday, probably in the morning, but it might be like, I really can't like screw with that 500 pages. Like I can't keep like doing weeks of this document. I'm starting to like think about it when I go to bed. But I'm so grateful you've all given me the opportunity to do this work. Help Towel take off some of his stress. every day is day to day, but we're going to get through the next 2 days. I'm so grateful for you all, and God bless each and every one of you. Petty LaBelle, I agree. Marcia is a blessing, and I'm so grateful. And Petty LaBelle's a blessing, and so is Lynn and Aaron and Fonz and so many other wonderful people. Cop's daughter was hanging out with us. I'm so grateful. And Robin Hood was here. And Good Treble Studios is amazing. I bet they went to bed, but we'll see them again soon. I gave them my email. Who else did we had, Swiss Miss was here. That was really fun. I got to say hi. And 3 Clerk Monty was here. That was awesome. It's always good to see 3 Clerk Monty. And who else did I get to see? See, the scroll only goes back so far, but I can scroll. You all were talking a lot. I didn't even see all these discussions. I see like some, Mr. Monk's understudy was here. That was really fun. I liked saying hi to Mr. Monk's understudy. There's Lynn. Oh, yeah, like, I remember way back when we started this stream, like, Lynn was trying to talk about I was talking about the penguins for Lynn, and then we found out hello, Cop's daughter. We made it to page 3,000. We reached what's called Base Camp Delta. We'll be picking up tomorrow, I think around, I'd say like 10, maybe afternoon. I've been trying to adjust my sleep schedule. I was going to say 10, but no, it's going to be afternoon. I'm trying to take it slow. So we're going to see each other tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy that. Indeed. Well, we've been going to about midnight to 1 a.m. I think I'm actually getting to bed early tonight. I went till 1 a.m. last night, but I reached my goal, page 3,000, and I'm very grateful for all of you. So, I reached my goal in 2 ways. That was a great pun. I was saying I reached my goal because I got to page 3,000, but we also reached a goal right here. Thanks to the wonderful Marcia and everyone else who supported Little Towel. I also want to say thank you to Jersey Girl, and I don't always attribute donations, but if I see your comment in the comment chat, I will attribute it. So Jersey Girl is absolutely wonderful. God bless you. And then the person who sent the Cash App, I don't know if you took credit in the chat, but I absolutely saw it, and I'm going to like it, and I'm very grateful. Yes, you know who you are. If you sent a Sidebahs comment on Cash App, God bless you for your support. Self-care, yes, Towel's going to be resting, and we're getting to bed early tonight compared to yesterday, so that extra hour of rest will be good. Then we got a foot of snow coming Sunday, so I'm not going anywhere during that. All right, now, on this public information service, which you can find at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, x.com/GrantSmithEllis. I strive to educate, inform, and entertain. I use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. Now, I'm grateful to all the people in the different ways that you support this channel. People who like the stream, subscribe to the channel, tell your friends, share it. All of that, when you ask questions, when you're nice to people in chat, that inspires me. The vibes stay high, and I keep the energy high in return. So all of your kindness and compassion like ripples outwards and also inspires me. So thank you for being you. I'm very grateful we got to spend time together today and that we made so much progress on the Sidebahs. But I like to end the same way every day. If you really learned something today, if you want to pay it forward, if you want to show appreciation for the camaraderie or the knowledge, what you can really do is look for reasons to do a small act of service and kindness. Yes, you can think about donating to our homeless veterans. Now, I'm an American Towel, so maybe you have veterans in your country too. But if you're an American Towel, there should not be one veteran homeless in the United States of America against their will, ladies and gentlemen. It's an affront to the principles that make this country so wonderful. They served our country. They protected our freedoms. Now, if those veterans want to live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. They have survival skills. But they should not be homeless against their will. And you can donate to our homeless veterans today to help them. Now, what if you like our furry friends, like Pete Bunny Towel, but he's not really an animal? But yes, Cop's daughter, you have a great night. What if you like our furry friends? Well, maybe you want to donate to animal shelters, but what about animal shelters maybe run by veterans? You can help our veterans, you can help our furry friends. Everybody wins. Now, if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans or that helps veterans, an animal shelter in general is good. It could also be something, though, like donating to the Big Issue if you're in the UK. That's a nice charity that helps people experiencing homelessness to get on their feet. They sell newspapers. It's a really good organization. But it doesn't have to be a donation to a charity. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, saying hello to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. In that way, ladies and gentlemen, I believe my voice cracked. In that way, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's possible to to live up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively, and in that way change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. And by doing so, may those small acts of service and kindness ripple outwards and bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. I'm very grateful we spent this time together, and I'm very tired, so if you would excuse me, I'm going to go to bed now, and I hope you all have a blessed rest of your evening or day wherever you may be, and we'll see each other again in like 12 hours or a little more. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you. Be well. And just know how much I appreciate all of you and how special you are because you are you. All right. Good night. God bless and be well. I'm going to go to bed now. Tao friends on the YouTube, I'm very tired, so I'm going to go to bed. Tao loved you all very much. Be well and know how much you're appreciated by little Tao. See you later today. Good night. My name's Grant Smith.